Hi everyone, my name is Cyril and today we are going to build a complete and beautiful e-commerce website. First, we will code a nice landing page where your user will be able to see all your feature product. At the bottom of each page, we will add a footer with all the necessary information that your user can need. In order to sell our product, we will display them by category and we will be able to filter them by size and by oldest and newest. If they want more information about the product, they can go directly to the detail page where they will have all the information they need. They will also have a short list of related products. Once they made their decision, they can add their product to their cart and go to the checkout page. They don't need to log in to fill their cart, and they can leave the website and come back. Their cart will still be here. Also, they can adjust the quantity and even remove the item completely. In order to complete the transaction, you will need to log in first. Then you will click on checkout and he will be redirected to a Stripe page. Here, he will enter his credit card information. Click on pay and be redirected to a thanks for your order page. After his successful transaction, he can go to his My Order menu and have a summary of all his future and past order. As an administrator of this e-commerce platform, you will have access to the admin menu where you will be able to manage categories like creating and deleting, as well as create and delete product. Finally, you will have access to the order page where all the order made by your customer will be summarized here. This shop is fully responsive and will be able to adapt in any resolution for any device. In terms of technology, we will use Spring Boot 3 and PostgreSQL on the backend, and on the front-end side, we will use Angular with Daisy UI backed by Tailwind CSS. For the authentication and authorization part, we will use Kinde, which is a fully managed SSO. The backend will use the hexagonal architecture. The idea here is to give you the habit of writing clean and understandable code. On the Angular part, we will use the server-side rendering in order to have good SEO and nice performance. Last but not least, we will build this project as a monorepo. That's why we will use NX, which will help us in that matter. We are going to write the code of this web app step by step, and I will explain as much as I can with some comprehensive schema. Like this, you will not feel lost. In the description below, you will find everything you need in order to succeed in this journey, as well as the complete front-end and back-end already created. Like this, if you feel blocked, you can still read the code in order to gain more insight. I'm inviting you on this amazing journey, so let's code. So first, we are going to generate our monorepo project. To do so, we will use NX, which is a very handy tool to do that. First, we will generate the front-end project and then the backend. So on your site, go to nx.dev, let's click on Get Started, and let's copy-paste this command line directly on a terminal. So the workspace, it's kind of the same as a folder. So I want to create it inside an e-commerce folder. I want to generate it with Angular. We are choosing integrated monorepo because we want to add the backend after. So don't choose standalone. Standalone, you only choose it if you want to put a single project inside. The application name, it will be ecom-frontend. We will use the ES build because that's the new way and that's the bundler that we should use now with Angular. We will use SAS, the CSS. We will use as well the server-side rendering because we are building an e-commerce platform. So we need to have a lot of good performance and as well as we need to have good SEO. We don't need any test runner and we can do the CI later. So no remote caching. Now let's wait a bit until NX is installing the npm dependencies as well as initializing the workspace. Now let's open the project in your favorite IDE On my side, I will use IntelliJ, but you can use Visual Studio Code or any IDE you like. Once it's open, you can see here there is a little documentation. So let's first try to serve the app. So let's open another terminal here. And let's validate that our app is working properly. So we can see that is good. Let's open another terminal and we are going to first install Tailwind. So Tailwind it's like Bootstrap. It's like a library that help you to manage CSS. The idea is to write as less as CSS as possible and use class instead. So we are going to type nx generate nx slash angular setup dash tailwind and then the name of the frontend app, which is ecom dash frontend. This command line will automatically set up Tailwind for us. So that's very handy and that's provided out of the box by NX. So we can see here what it does. So it's updating the package.json, it's creating a tailwind.config.js, and it's updating the style.css. Okay, so here we will come back to this a bit later. And if we check here the style.css, we can see that we have the Tailwind base class component and utilities. Same if we go to the package.json, we have the new dependencies here, the Tailwind CSS. Now we will also need to install Daisy UI. So let's do a npm i-d Daisy UI at latest. The -d is here because we want it to be only in the dependency. Also, we will need to install Tailwind typography. So Tailwind typography. It's a library that provides a set of prose classes that we can use to add beautiful typographic default to any vanilla JS, any vanilla HTML, sorry, you don't control. And we need it because that's needed by Daisy UI. So let's copy paste this line inside the terminal. Okay, then let's configure Tailwind like this. So first we will choose our font family. The font family will be, so for the sans style, it's going to be inter var UI sans serif system dash UI, and the same for serif. Okay, then for the font size, what we want is for SM, we want this one. For the base, we want 1.3. For Excel, we want 1.55. To Excel, we want 1563. Yes. And for Excel, yes. And then 5XL as well. All right, so this is to set up some basic font size that will be applied to all the website. Just after theme, here we will have Daisy UI, and here we are going to configure Daisy UI. So it's an array. On this array, we will have to configure the theme. The theme that we chose is Fantasy. Okay, and we need to configure as well this theme. The primary color will be, so primary will be 00FF. The primary content will be white. Secondary color will be F6, F6, F6. Okay, so here it's because it should be an object. All right, it's better. And then there is neutral, that is E8, E88. After this, we need the base to be true, styled true because we want style component. Utils, we need it as well. The prefix, we don't need any. It's in the case where you want to prefix your CSS because you're using like many UI libraries, so we don't want that. Logs, why not? And the theme roots will be root like this. Then Now the plugin we need to load. So the two plugins that we have, the first one is the typography library that we install with npm before, and we need to require Daisy UI because Daisy UI is plugged on top of Tailwind. It's a library of components that is compatible. I mean, that is built on top of Tailwind. So you have like buttons, there is like drop down, there is many different components that we will need to build our e-commerce platform. Okay, you have cards and so on. Now let's reboot our server. So let's quit it and let's serve it again. Like this, we make sure that all the dependencies are took into account. Since we did some npm install, let's refresh this component. Okay, let's go to the app component.html. Let's remove everything and let's copy paste, for example, this card to make sure Tailwind is working properly. Now that it's working, let's do a little bit of cleanup because NX generates us some components. So this one we don't care. We can delete it. Delete anyway. This we can remove. Now let's stop the server. Let's go to our second terminal and let's install our icon libraries. So npm install at for awesome. So let's, or you know what? Let's not type everything. Let's go to the for awesome website. Let's go to the GitHub page and let's install their package like this. Let's go back and let's add the different pack of icons because they have many. This one is name regular and there is the brand as well. So let's wait and let's install the Angular font awesome. Like this, we have the integration between our icons and Angular. Let's now create a new folder inside app, name shared, and let's create a TypeScript file, name font-awesome-icons. And inside this one, we'll have an export const font awesome icon of type icon definition that will be an array where we will list all the different icons that we are going to use inside our app. Why are we doing that? Because we don't want to load all three libraries because it will impact too much the size of our bundle. It's a little bit cumbersome, but every time we are using one icon, we come here and we add it. So let's just add fa user from the free solid font awesome icon just to test. Then let's go to the app component.ts where we are going to initialize the library. So we don't need this. Let's inject the fa icons library with the inject. So the name is fa icon library. Let's implement onInit. Let's implement onInit. Like this, onInit is a hook that is called when the component is initialized, the Angular component. And inside this, we are going to call an init font awesome method. Let's create a method. And inside, we are going to configure the icon libraries. Oh, I need as well the configuration. So the fa config and it's fa config like this. And the fa config, because we want to set the default prefix far, which is the font awesome regular. Like this, if we don't specify it later, it will take the regular bundle because if you remember, we have three different bundles. And then we are going to initialize the fa icon libraries by adding those icons with the array that we just created before. So if our configuration is working, we can now add a fa icon and we can add the user icon like this. And if we go to our browser, oh yes, we need to run our server back. We should have the icon appear. So it does not appear. Oh, okay. It's because we import the solid one and we are asking for the regular one. So that's why it's not working. So let's configure it. So it appears, it works. So let's make things clean and let's go to the Angular JSON. .json. No, it's not the Angular JSON. It's the project.json. And let's change the prefix app to ecom. Like this, when we will generate a component, instead of having the prefix app, it will have ecom. So that's not mandatory, but I think that is way more cleaner. So we need to change it here as well and here as well. Like this, we know at which app this component belongs to. Let's just restart the server because since we change it, yes, and let's verify that it's still working. Yes, it's still working. And let's adjust some version libraries, because later we are going to have some issue. So here the at type node should be 22.2.0. So let's quit the server once again, and let's just input and just launch a new npm install. It's just for compatibility issue because I remember that with NX I had some issue before, so let's upgrade this. Now we are going to create the UI architecture of our front end, and we will start by the navbar and the footer. So the command line is going to be a little bit different than the one that we have with the Angular CLI. So let me introduce it to you. So let's take any of the terminal window that we have here, and the command line will be nxg at nx/angular component -- directory equals apps/ecom frontend, so the name of the project, soc/app/, so we are going to create a folder named layout. Like this, we will put everything related to layout. So layout and nav bar. Let's press enter and let's choose derived. Okay, I think there is just an issue here because we have .css. That's not normal. So let's check inside the project JSON. All right, it's because in the nx.json, I don't know why, but I think that's a bug here. We need to change it to SCSS. Like this, next time we generate a component, it will be generated with SCSS and not just CSS. So for now, let's just rename it. Like this, we have SCSS everywhere. Now, let's open the navbar component, HTML. So let's do a little bit of cleanup. Let's delete everything. And let's start by writing the general structure. So let's add a div with a class named navbar with a background base of 100. Inside this div, let's have another div with a navbar start class. Inside this div, we are going to have a dropdown, and inside this dropdown, we are going to have a link that will be our logo, and it's going to be a button with button ghost, text XL, and div class border 1, background secondary, logo, and padding 2. The letter here we will put EC, that's just e-commerce platform, so you can put whatever you want if you don't want to put EC, and the router link will be / here. The router link I made already the import because the ID does it automatically, but if it doesn't, you need to import it here. All right, let's now run our server. Like this, we can check the result in the browser. So it's nx serve ecom-frontend. Okay, let's open a browser. Just let's try to put it side by side. All right, here, let's open the app component.html. Let's suppress everything and let's add a div with a class flex, flex colon, min h screen. Inside this div, we are going to add our ecom navbar. Then we'll have another div with a class container, okay, mx auto with some padding, with some horizontal padding, with grow, because like this div will take as much space as possible. Then another div with some horizontal margin and the router outlet. Let's create the footer component. Like this, the general structure will be done. So inside layout, let's reuse the same command line that we had just before, and let's create a footer component. So as derived, the same, it's going to be here, okay, and let's add the footer. Let's not forget to import it. And you can see that already we have the button with the logo. So it means that it's working. Now let's continue our navbar. So after the navbar start, we are going to code the menu that will be in the middle with a class. So navbar center flex. Inside this div, we will have another div with the class menu, menu small, small menu large, menu horizontal, and horizontal padding 1. We'll have a first menu entry with a link. Sorry, there is no class. It's just href with slash, and it will be home. Then we'll have another menu entry with inside a detail with a variable product menu, then a summary that will be the title, that is going to be the title of the menu, and inside and below the summary, we will have the content of the menu. So it will be UL class z-index 30. And for now, let's just put one that would be some kind of placeholder because we will code it later, because later it will be dynamic. Let's copy paste this menu entry and let's rename here admin, admin menu, admin, and this one, as you can see, it will be the admin menu that we will use to access the product, the category, and the order. But again, we will do like the code later once we have the user and when we will do the authentication and authorization. So let's see. Yes. So right now we can click, it's working. Perfect. Now the last missing part, it's going to be on the right where we will display the icon of the user and the icon of the cart. So let's add it now. So it's going to be a div with a class dropdown end, and margin end 2. We will have a router link with slash cart. This we can already put it. Inside this div, we'll have another div with a tab index 0 and a roll button. For now, let's just put an icon that will like be the shopping cart. So it's going to be icon. So it's going to be from the solid font awesome icon back, and the name will be cart shopping. The class, it's going to be menu icon. Okay, let's import this icon right now, like this, we don't forget. So it's fa cart shopping. All right, and I just made a small mistake because we have a div. We have a div here with a class navbar end, padding end for flex and align item center that will wrap this icon. And let's remove this. It's going to be better. Let's copy paste this menu and we will just replace it with the icon user. And it's the regular pack on that side. Let's remove as well the router link. And here we have a padding end and not a margin end. Let's add a UL because this one is a drop down and we need like some content inside. And let's add some UL in order to add some entry on our menu. So the UL will have a class of drop down content, menu, menu large, background base 100, rounded box, the index 10, weight, width 52, padding 2, and shadow. Then inside this UL, we are going to have a lie with a button, and it's going to be a simple link. And we'll just call it login. Again, this menu is going to be dynamic, depending on if the user is connected or not. But for now, it's fine. So let's see on our navigator. So it's not, we don't have the icon now because it's not imported properly, and it is, but it's solid. Okay. All right. So here the icon, they are a bit small. So let's go to the navbar.scss and let's create a menu icon class with a font size of 1.8. Okay, and we need as well the logo. No, in fact, we don't need that. What we need is to put rounded XL here. Yeah, like this, we have rounded logo. And as you can see, the icons are much more visible. Just a small adjustment here, it's not padding N2, but that's padding N4. Like this, these two icons have a bit more space. We can now switch to our footer. So first here, the footer is going to be here. What we want to do is that our app is taking all the height possible. That's why here we have flex and we have grow, because we want that the navbar and the footer have fixed height, but what we want is that the height of the content is flexible depending on the height of the window. So on the footer, we are going to remove everything and let's add a footer markup with a class footer, background secondary, border 2, border top, text base content, and padding 10. Inside this, we're going to have a nav with an h6 with a class footer title help with a link with an href and with a class link over, and the first one will be shipping. Now let's copy paste. So for like this, shipping, this one is returns plus exchanges, then this one is FAQ and compare. Then we have another nav that we can copy paste. This one is going to be company. This one is about us, contacts, jobs, press kit. We can copy paste another block. It's going to be legal, term of use, privacy policy, and cookie policy. We can delete this one. After that, we have another footer markup with a class footer, background secondary, border, no, sorry, text base content, and horizontal padding of 10 and vertical padding of 4. Then we have a side markup with a class grid flow column and item centers. So let's close the side. Let's create a font awesome icon that will be the logo at the bottom. So with a class padding and 3 and the icon here, it's going to be from the font awesome solid pack and the name is truck fast. And the size is going to be 3x. 3x. Let's close this markup. Then a P markup with your brand. So Cupcake Limited. Let's go on the next line and let's write providing e-commerce solution. All right. Then let's have another nav markup. And here we are going to put all the icons from our social network. So medium place self center, medium justify self end. Inside that, we are going to have a div with class grid flow column gap gate 4 with one first link inside with an href with hashtag, an area label. So it's going to be Twitter shop inside the icon of Twitter. Now let's copy paste 3 times this. This one will be the YouTube shop page and the Facebook shop page. Here it's YouTube and Facebook. So let's import these 4 icons. So it's fast truck. No, it's truck fast. Truck fast then it's YouTube, then Facebook, and then Twitter. So let's see how it looks. Okay, not too bad. Let's see, yeah. So because it's responsive, so yeah, it look good. So just a small typo here, and we are good with the general UI of our e-commerce platform. We are okay for now on the front-end side. Now let's generate our backend. So to do so, let's go to the NX Rocks Spring Boot npm package, and let's install this one. Basically, it's an npm package that integrate with NX and generate for us the necessary folder. So basically, what is NX Spring Boot? It's an npm package designed to help us to integrate Spring Boot project with NX. So the first things that we need to do is to npm install this generator in our project. So let's leave the full screen mode and let's open a terminal. Let's npm install and copy paste this command line. All right, now let's generate the app with this command line. Let's copy paste it. We are going to call this project ecom backend. So it's an application. Let's make this bigger. So that's a Maven project. We will generate it as a jar. We will use Java 21, Java, not Kotlin. The group ID will be a4.codecake. The artifact ID is going to be just ecom. The package name is going to be codecake.fr.ecom. And we will use the derived way because we want that our app will be in the apps folder. In terms of dependencies, we will have validation, then web, then Liquibase, data JPA, PostgreSQL, O2 resource server, and I think we are good. We will add some stuff later if we need. So would you like to transfer the generated project into a Maven multi-module project? No. And the project is generated. So now in apps, we have the Spring Boot code. So let's open this project on a new window. Then let's open the pom.xml and let's grab the dependency of the Docker Compose Spring Boot starter because we forgot to add it. So let's take this dependency, let's copy paste it. So we don't specify any version. The scope is runtime, and this is an optional dependency. Let's refresh the Maven project on IntelliJ. And let's create a file named compose.yaml. And inside this, we are going to copy paste one Postgres like this. So let's open it, let's copy paste. Let's have the latest. The port should be like this, because if you don't specify any, the port will be random. So later, if you want to connect to your database for the number, you will need to watch for the port every time you're launching it, which is a bit cumbersome. So the user will be codecake, the DB as well, and the password would be the same. Like this, it's easy. We'll also add a volume, because like this, you don't lose your change when the container is destroyed. So on my side, it's going to be volume, codecake, YouTube, Postgres, and that's okay like this. So now that we have configured our DB, let's import the schema. So for this, we will use Liquibase, and I invite you to go to my repository, and we are going to import directly the file that define all the schema of the app. Like this, it will be easier. Don't worry, I will describe it to you right after. So on my repository, you will need to go to resources, and inside resources, we will have a DB folder and inside a changelog folder. Here, let's import. So there is 5 files in total. Okay, plus another one located in the directory data. So sorry, it's not inside changelog. It's inside DB. Okay, and inside this one, there is authority.csv. All right, so you should have something like this. Okay, so those files are describing the schema of the database. So for example, we have the table user here with public ID, first name, last name, email, etc. We also have the constraint, for example, the primary key, the foreign key, etc. And so those files will be played by Liquibase against the DB, okay? And like this, Liquibase will be able to track if this file has already been played inside the DB, and it will skip it in case it's already the case. Here we have the master.xml, which is the root file where every time we add a new file, we need to add a line here because that's where Liquibase is starting. So in terms of our schema, so in total, we have 6 tables. We have the product category, which is linked to the product table. And between them, we have a relationship of one-to-one. A product can have only one category. Category can be phone, display, cable, etc. Then we have the picture, who are stored in a different table for performance reasons. Then we have the order table and the order product. The order product is, you can see it as one line in your invoice with one quantity. So you can have, for example, one line with a phone, and you can buy two, you will still have one line of ordered product. And at the end, we have the user where we stored all the information needed for the user. Now let's go back to the code, no, this one, and let's go to the application.properties. Let's rename this with YAML because we want this format. And let's copy paste the one that is present on my repository. Okay, so again, the link is in the description. You have a direct link that will lead you to the application.yaml. So once you copy paste it, let me give you some explanation on it. So first here, we have the level of logs. Okay, here we have some configuration. For example, we want to use the virtual thread. We have configuration about the data source, like the type of driver, for example. Then we have all the configuration and the optimization for JPA and Hibernate. Here we have the Liquibase configuration, where, as I was saying before, you have the master.xml, the default schema. Here we'll just change it. The context. This is something that you can use in case you want to drop everything that is in your DB. And here we have everything related to the security. Here we have the dev tools, the add false, that's normal, and some parameter that we need later for when we upload a picture. So this one is the base file, okay? It will contain all the default value that we want for our app. But we need to tweak it a bit by creating an application-local.yaml because we want here, so again, this is in my repository, you can copy paste it directly because we want more logs and we want that the dev tool are enabled. Once we have that, we want to go to the project.json. This is an NX file that we need to customize a bit because we want to be able to serve the Spring Boot app with NX. So let's add a target. Let's add a target. We will customize serve. We will add the executor at NX rocks / NX-spring boot run. The option is going to be, so we need roots, okay, and we will need args, which is an array, and we will add -d spring dash boot dot run dot profile equals local. This is just to activate the local profile. Like this, Spring will take and load this configuration file, okay? Now we can open a terminal and we can simply launch nx serve ecom backend. So no, oh, sorry. So in case you don't have nx globally, you can do npx and it should work. So like this, you can launch your Spring Boot even though you don't have IntelliJ IDE. So sorry for that. I had an issue with my Docker. Now we have this error. Okay, so the schema doesn't exist. So that's perfectly normal. What you're going to do is to run here. If you have Docker desktop, you can run manually your database, and then we are going to connect to it. So the user is Cupcake, the password is the same. Let's just test the connection. All right, so let's apply. Then let's display all the possible database. And what we are going to do is to do a new here. Let's do a new schema, and we are going to call it ecom. What was the name? E-commerce dash YT. Okay. And let's launch again. Oh, okay. I think I cannot do a dash. I need to do an underscore. So I'm just going to correct this. All right, so you can see that it works because here we have Liquibase that is run successfully, and we can validate this by going to the table here. So let's refresh, and we have all our table automatically created. Now that we have a running backend, let's start by implementing the authentication and authorization on this side. After that, we will do the same for the front end. So first, let's start by creating a shared package. Not here, shared. This shared package will contain all the logic that needs to be shared among domain. So we'll have a shared authentication package, shared authentication. Inside this, we will have infrastructure dot primary. Inside that, we will have a security configuration. So this class will be annotated with configuration and enable web security and enable method security. So configuration is here to tell to Spring that this class will configure some bin. The enable web security exactly, yeah, is to tell Springs that this class is about web security. And this annotation is here because later we will use to annotate some method to control that the user have some specific roles. So let's create a security filter chain bin. We will call it configure, and we will have an HTTP object as input. This HTTP object will help us to customize the security of our app. So we'll start by doing HTTP authorize HTTP request with authorize parameter, and inside we will have authorize dot request matcher, and for now we'll just have slash API, and we will say that all the endpoints that are behind slash API needs to be authenticated. Okay, the CSRF needs to be disabled. So abstract HTTP configurer disabled. Then we need a O2 resource server. Resource O2. Oh, I forgot the dot. Resource server O2 and O2 dot JWT dot JWT authentication converter. Here we will need to create a class that we'll do later. So I'm going to let it like this. And we are going to do a return http.build. And let's not forget to annotate this method at bin. Let's now create the Kinde JWT authentication converter. So this class will be here to convert and to extract the role inside our JWT in order to make Spring Security understand the role that are inside the JWT. So we are going to implement converter JWT abstract authentication token. Let's implement the method convert. We will return an abstract authentication token, and we don't have that much parameter. It will be a non-null JWT, and oh, it's because it's not cglib. It's not the right converter. No, it should be this one. And then that's right. So we return a new JWT authentication token with the source. Let's call it source. And we will do a stream dot concat new JWT granted authorities converter dot convert source dot stream. We will need to have a method extract resource role with source parameter dot stream. And then we will do a collect to set. Here, let's create this method. It's going to return a collection of object we extend granted authority. Let's name it JWT, and we will return authenticated, user dot extract roles from token JWT dot stream dot map, and inside this map we will do a simple granted authority new dot collect, and we will return a collector dot to sets. So what we are doing here, this class here, we are going to import it right after, and we map. So from the JWT that we have here, we are extracting the role from this token, and we are mapping it with a simple granted authority, which is an object compatible with Spring Security. Once we map it, we just create a set out of this, which is then passed as parameter inside this object, which is once again returned to Spring Security. So let's first add this class to the security configuration. Like this, the security configuration is now complete. And we are going to import some kind of boilerplate class. You can find the link again in the description. And if you go directly to my repo, the code is located in shared authentication, and you need to import domain and application package. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do add, okay. So it's in share authentication. So we have the domain where we have a username. Okay, we will use that later. We have roles, and we have also some enum for built-in role. Here in the application, we have few exceptions. And then we have the authenticated user class, which will help us to manage authentication with several util method. So because here we have some error, we also need to import the assert. So it's located in the package shared error. So let's import it as well. So here it contains like many exceptions, and you have the assert class, which contain some method that will help us to validate some bin and some data. That is going to be really useful. Now, with all of this import, it should be green. We need to import those, I guess. So simple granted authority. Okay, and it should compile. So yes, it's working. For the security part, we are missing like the cores part because our frontend will not be hosted on the same address as the backend. So we need to create for this a new package. So let's create wire and security.primary. Here, let's create a cause filter configuration because it's a configuration class. We annotate it this way, and we are going to need a cause configuration field that we will call cause configuration. We then need the cause, we need a constructor in order to inject the cause configuration. Okay, and then we are going to create a filter registration bin of type cause filter. I'm not sure that this one is good. No, it's this import. We'll call it simple cause filter, and we are going to create a URL based cause configuration source, then the filter of this one, the URL will be all URL, and the cause configuration will be the field variable that we created earlier. Then we need the filter registration bin. We need to instantiate it. So we'll call it bin, and we instantiate it this way. We do a new cause filter, and we pass the source as parameter. Then we set the order of the bin to the highest precedence, like this. Spring security will not interfere with the cause filter. So now we need to define this bin, because as you can see, we don't have one. So this bin is basically just a POJO, which will bind with some properties that we will put here, okay? So it's going to be very simple. So we create a cause properties at configuration, and we create a bin cause configuration by just returning a new one, and we annotate it with bin and with configuration properties with the prefix application.cause, and we can ignore a known field. I think here we forgot to put bin. All right, and we can now go to the application.yaml and add a few keys to configure the cause. So we are going to add application, then cause, and then allowed origins, and it's going to be HTTP localhost and 4200, because that's the address of our frontend. For the rest, we can just put stars, and it's going to be okay. Allowed headers, exposed headers, it's everything. Allowed credential false, and max age 300. So now let's configure JPA. So for this, we go back to wire and we create a package named PostgreSQL.infrastructure, and we create a database configuration annotated with at configuration, enable transaction management because we need transaction, enable JPA repository with base package fr.codecake.ecom. Then we need the JPA auditing because we will use those features. It's like, for example, when you want to record automatically the last time the entity was removed, was modified, sorry. And by activating and using this annotation, Hibernate will do it for you. We will also enable Spring Data Web Support with a page serialization mode via DTO. That's a little trick because we want to serialize page in order to be able to paginate. So we need to tell Spring that we are doing so. Last things that we need for our DB is going to be in shared. Let's create a new package named JPA, and this class is going to be the abstract auditing entity, and we can directly copy paste it. So you can take it as well in the shared package. So the file name is abstract auditing entity. Basically, we are going to make all our Hibernate entity extend this one because they have some common field like created date and last modified date. That's the exact same stuff that I was telling you just before, the auditing part. With these two annotation, every time an entity is going to be persist for the first time or modified, these two fields will be updated. Now that we have a basic configuration for our backend, let's dig a little bit more in the code and let's put in place the DB part as well as the domain core logic for our user. So first, let me describe what we are going to do. So as I was saying, we will be using the hexagonal architecture. So here we will have the domain which will own the core logic. Okay. So for now, we are going to write some boilerplate code related to user inside the domain. Then we will go on the infrastructure side, where we will write the port and the adapter that will be there to call the DB, communicate with the DB and get some information back into the domain, okay? So I will give you an example just after that, but what you just need to understand is that for now, this is the JPA repository. The port will be an interface, and the domain will be some plain Java code. Later, we will go to the user interface side, and we will do the same, except that this time, this is the endpoint, okay? So this is our controller and resources, and here the port will just map the object from the domain to the target JSON format that we want for our frontend. I have a concrete example for you. What we will code right now is the /authenticated endpoint. Okay, so let's say that the front end is triggering the authenticated endpoint in order to get back the user info. So we will have a user resource classes that will map the REST user to the user domain, and it will hit a user application service. This application service is generally here where we create the transaction and everything that is related to the framework. Here we have the user synchronizer that is part of the domain. So the user application service will call the sync with IDP method inside the user synchronizer. The user synchronizer will then do a get user info in the Kinde service. So the Kinde service is the service related to the SSO, and as such, it will do an API call inside. So it will do an API call on the Kinde service that will then fetch the user detail, okay? And it will return it to the user synchronizer. Once the user synchronizer has this, as the info, it will persist or update the user depending on the logic. So it will call the user repository, which is an interface. For now, the interface will, the only concrete class of the interface will be the Spring Data user repo. And this one will call the save or update method from the JPA repository from Spring. That will then call the DB, that will then persist the entity into the DB. Once we done that, we will do as well a get user by email in case we don't need to persist it, because sometimes there is no modification, so there is no need to persist it. So we will do a get user by email, and the get user by email will go through the user repository interface that will call the JPA repository, will call the DB. Then with all of this, we will return a user in the user application service, where we will then map it from the domain to the targeted JSON format that we want. And this JSON will be returned to the frontend. So if you understand this example, because that's the typical call of an hexagonal architecture, you understood everything, because we will do the same kind of call for all the endpoint that we will implement. Let's now go back to the code and let's create the domain package. Sorry, let's create the order package, and inside we will have application, and we will have domain. Inside the domain we will have user, and inside user we will have first value object. So I cut the application in half. On some part there is the order, and on the other part there is the product. So you're maybe wondering why we are creating the domain user inside the order package. So that's just because the order and the user are closely related. So that's an arbitrary choice on my end, and because the application is split in two, with on one side the order and on the other side the product. Okay, so that's just to put some stuff in a box where it seems logical. That's why we are doing this. Let's create our first value object, which is the authority name. So it's going to be a record, and we will have a string name attribute with a constructor with assert dot field name and name. That is not null. Then we will have a user address where we will have a string street, string city, zip code, postal code, and country. Yes. And with a constructor here with assert dot field street and everything that shouldn't be null. I just forgot as well to add the jilt library. So let's check that we didn't forget anything as well. So let's add this library. So it's dependency, the group ID. Well, you know what? Let's do a Maven jilt library and let's copy paste this one. So sorry for that. It's just dependency. Let's load the Maven changes. All right, like this, we can annotate our builder with our class, sorry, with builder. Let's continue our value object. So we will have a user address to update. Let's annotate it with add builder and let's add, so we didn't create it yet, but that's okay. So we'll have a public ID and a user address, right? Let's create a constructor. All right, because there's a mistake here, because that's the field and this is the input. So this is city and this is zip code and this is country. So then let's create the user email. As record, the user email will have a string value and the constructor will assert field with value and max length. Okay, then user first name, so that's a record, and we have a string value that is going to be the same validation. Then image URL with a string value. All right, this one we can put more. Then, sorry, it's not image URL, but user image URL. Then the user last name, which is a record with a string value, with the constructor and with the validation as well. And then we have the user public ID with this time a UUID that will be called value and where we will add the constructor and we will assess that this field is not null and we can go to the address date and just add the validation like this. Okay, let's correct here the user public ID and we are okay for our value object. Now, let's create the aggregate package with the user class. So this class will be the main user class that will contain all the field and some validation and some business logic if needed. So we will have a user last name, we will have a user first name, a user email, a user public ID, then an image URL, an instant last modified date, a created date, then a last scene, no, sorry, a set of authority. So we don't have it yet, but we will create it later. So authorities, a private long DB ID, and a private user address. All right. So let's just quickly create the authority class and we'll come back to this because the authority class is really a small one. So let's do add builder. Then we'll have an authority name, and a constructor with the authority name directly, where we'll validate that the name is not null. So name and name. We just add one getter, and that's fine. Then the import is fine now. So for jilt, let's create a constructor with all the value. Sorry for this. We'll have few mandatory field that we will enforce here. So mandatory field, it's going to be the last name, the first name, the email, and the authorities. So authorities, okay, let's import assert. Then we will need a method to update from a user. So user, this one will be useful for later. So user.email, so image URL, then first name, user.first name, and last name. We will also need a public void init field for sign up. It's just when we are creating a new user, we need to initialize some field. So that's where we can do it. So it's the user public ID, which is equals to a new user public ID, and we generate the UID on our own. Also, we'll generate the getters. And we need a method that will be static, that will return a user from the token attribute. So we will need to extract all the information needed from the GWT to a valid user in order to persist the user inside the DB. So we need the attribute and we will need a list of the authorities. So let's just build the project, because like this we will generate the builder with Jilt, because Jilt is like working as an annotation processor. He cannot just create a class on his own. He needs to, since the annotation processor is triggered during compilation phase, then that's why when you want to update your builder, you need to build in some ways. So it's either me, I'm doing it with this, but you can still do a serve here. It will recompile anyway. And you can see in the target file that we have the user builder and the authority builder, and all the class that we have annotated with builder, they are in generated source. So you can check if you have any issue, you can check there. So we will use the user builder. Okay, so user builder dot user. And so if the attribute contains preferred email, then the user builder dot email is going to do user email, and we will extract the attribute preferred email dot toString. Okay, then let's copy paste because the code is slightly the same. So last name, first name, then we have picture, we have the last sign in. It's just that this one will be a new user last name and last name. This one is first name, user first name, image URL, new user image URL, and last. Oh, okay, I forgot to put here instant last scene. And so I need to create the getter here, and let's regenerate the constructor. And we should have last seen. It's just that we need to update the builder. All right, we have it. And we need to do some kind of instant dot parse because the last sign in is of string type. So we need to parse the date to transform it as an instant. Then we are going to, what's the name of, so this one is authorities. So we are going to map the authorities present in the list inside the user. So we are going to do a stream.map, and we will use the authority builder dot authority dot name, and the name will be a new authority dot build. We will then do a collect and a toSet directly. Let's change the name and let's call it role from access token. It would be more accurate. And let's create a local variable named authorities, and let's put it inside the authorities of the user. Then let's just build the entire object with the builder, and our user class is complete. So let's come back to our schema and see what we did and what we're going to do. So right now we are focused on the domain part, where we build the user object. This user object is used inside the domain and in the repository as well. First, we are going to write the user repository interface, and then we will write the user synchronizer as well as some method that we need inside the user reader. Like this, we will be able after that to take care of the JPA repository and the DB, meaning the JPA entity. Let's now come back to our backend code and let's create a repository package. Inside the repository package, let's write a user repository interface. So we'll need a save method that will return void user. We'll then need a get method by public ID, user public ID, and that will return an optional of user. We will need as well a get one by email. So the parameter will be, of course, user email, and the object return will be the same, an optional user. And we will need an update address method as well that will take a user public ID and a user address as parameter. So now we are going to write the Kinde service because the user synchronizer need it. So let's create a package order infrastructure dot secondary dot service dot Kinde. So infrastructure and secondary and service. Secondary, it means that it's the driven side, okay? So let's create first a record that we need to access the Kinde API. So Kinde access token. First, it's a string access token and a string token type. Both are annotated at JSON property because the subject, we will use them to serialize the response from the Kinde API. So JSON property token type. Let's now create the Kinde service. So we annotate it at service, and here we'll need several information with the at value. So this annotation is here to fetch the content of some properties inside the application.yml. So we will create it just a little bit after. So application.kinde.api, okay, then we will need the client ID, same annotation. So yes, client ID, it's just that it's a dash client ID, then the client secret. So the same client secret, then the audience. The audience is generally the API address. So audience, and also we will need the REST client to make the HTTP call. So let's create it, builder request factory, and we will use the HTTP component client, HTTP request factory dot base URL, the API URL of Kinde, and we will build this. So we want to use the HTTP component client HTTP request factory because that's the implementation of Apache. We don't want to use the JDK one because for me, it's not really practical. It's hard to debug, and I way prefer the Apache one. That's why we are initializing like this. What we need to do as well is to go to the pom.xml, okay? And we need to add the HTTP client 5 from Apache. So let's take this dependency, Apache HTTP client 5. So in the Maven repository, let's take the 531 and let's copy paste it inside our pom.xml. All right, now we will need a first method in order to fetch a token from their API because we need to have access to it. We need to fetch first a token and then we put the token inside the next request, who will be the get user info. So let's do get token. I just forgot. Let's add this property before, like this we don't forget. So let's start by writing a try, and we'll call the REST client.post.uri. We'll do a ui.create, and we can input directly out/token. So all the information that I had for this call, I took it from the Kinde doc, okay, from the SSO. So I will try to explain it here, but you can go directly on this doc they will explain the call as well. So on the body, we need the grant type, so the client of type client credential, and we will need the audience that is going to be URL encoder dot encode audience, and we are going to do it in UTF-8. So we will accept JSON, so media type dot application JSON. The content type is going to be a media type application form URL encoded. So basically it's this format. And we will need a header with the authorization header, and the authentication is basic, and we will need to encode it in base 64. So base 64 get encoder dot encode to string, and we will do it with client ID plus client secret dot get byte. Okay, we will need another header that will have the content type of type content type. Sorry, I think I need to reload my Maven change because the content type should be, yes, from the Apache lib, and it's application form URL encoded dot get mime type. Then we call the method retrieve, which will trigger the HTTP call, and then we call the toEntity, where we can pass the Kinde access token. That's the object that we just created before, and like this, the HTTP client is able to serialize correctly from the JSON in the correct object. So we create as well a variable like this. We can call it access token, and so this variable is of type response entity, and it contains our Kinde access token. We can return an optional of new label access token dot get body dot access token. Then we'll have a catch with an exception, and in that case we will log some error while getting token, and we can enter optional dot empty. Now we can write the get user info method that will return a map of string object. So let's call it get user info. And as parameter, we need a user ID. So first, we are going to call the method with the get token and the get token method, and we will directly throw exception if there was any error during the fetch of the token. So let's call it token. So first, we will need a type ref that will be a parameterized type reference of map of string object. So we will use this object just right after. It will be for the deserialization part. So let's call the REST client get method with the URI API URL plus slash API slash v1 slash user with the ID as parameter and the real user ID. Then we will need the authorization with the token that has been fetched previously. We will accept JSON, and we can call retrieve, which will trigger the call. And we call toEntity with the type ref just below, just above, sorry. So like this, the type ref is here as a placeholder because we cannot do map of string of object dot class like we do like this. So we need to use the type ref that way. And then we can just return the variable named authorization dot get body. So now let's create our user synchronizer. So let's create the service package, and let's create a class user synchronizer. So for this class, we will need the user repository and the Kinde service. We will also need a static final variable update at equals last signed in that we will use a bit later. So let's create the constructor and let's write the sync with IDP method. So this one will take a GWT token, and a Boolean in case we want to force the resync. So what are we doing with this method? We will have a GWT token that will come from Kinde, okay? That's when the user is authenticated on the backend. The thing here is that on Kinde's side, they have the information of who the user are. But on our side, we also want to have a local copy in our database because Kinde don't have all the information that we need, for example, the address. So that's why we want to have a copy of some of the some of the data on our DB. So this method is here for that. So first, let's extract the JWT claim. Then let's extract the role from this claim, from the JWT token, sorry. So this one is role from token. Then we are going to call the Kinde service, where we get all the user info. And as parameter, we will need to get the subfield, which is the Kinde ID, in order to load it from the API. This will be the user info. And then we are going to create a user from those token attribute. And we need the roles from the token as well. Once we have our user, we can call the user repository.getOne by email to check if we have some existing user. Then we check if the user is existing in our database, and we try to see if the update key, the updated at key exists. If that's the case, we are going to extract from the existing user or else throw the get last modified date, and we will check. So we will first create the IDP modified date, and we can just do an instant dot of epoch second, and we can just do an integer cast with a claim dot get update at key. Now, if the IDP modify date is after the last modified date, or if we force the resync, then we need to call the update user method by passing the user and the existing user.get. If the user doesn't exist, then we call user.init field for signup. It means that it doesn't exist. And we can call directly from the repository to save it inside the DB, the save method. Let's just create the update user method. So this one will be the existing user. So we do an existing dot update from user, and we save it directly. Also, let's write it now like this. We have it for later. We have the update user address that will take the user address to update object as parameter, and we call the user repository dot update address user to update. So user to update dot user public ID, and that's user to update. So now that we finish with the user synchronizer inside the domain, let's go to the driven side, and let's start by building the JPA entity for our user. So inside the infrastructure secondary package, we are going to create an entity package, and inside this package, we are going to create the user entity class. This user entity class will have the at entity Hibernate annotation and the table annotation. Let's specify the name of the table. So it's e-commerce user. And we will use Jilt as well with the builder annotation. Now we will need an ID. This ID, so this field, we need to annotate it with that ID, as well as generated value with the strategy generation type sequence. So we will use a DB sequence for all our entity. So the name of the generator will be user sequence generator. Then we will need the sequence generator annotation with a name, so the same as this one, and a sequence name, and that is the name of the sequence inside the DB. So we can have a look quickly here. All the sequences are there. So here the name should match, okay? And we also need the column annotation with the name ID. All right. Then our user is going to have a last name with an annotation, colon, and last name. Let's copy paste this one, and it's going to be first name, same for the column name, first name, then email, then the image URL, then public ID. Sorry, it's not a string, it's a UUID. Then the address street, then address city, address zip code, address zip code. Another one, address country, and then the last one, it's an instant, and the name of the field is last seen. The column name is last seen. Okay, so street, city, zip code, country, last seen, okay. Then we need a set of authority entity that we will write in a minute, that we will call it authorities, and it's going to be an hash set. So this authority will hold like the necessary authorization for our user, because as you may remember, we are going to manage the privilege because we will have two kinds of users. Some will be regular user, regular customer, and the other one will be administrator. So let's do many-to-many with a cascade tip of, we can put all. Sorry, it's not more remove. And we will have a join table with a name user authority with a join colon of join colon name user ID with the referenced column name that will be named just ID. We will have the inverse join column, so we can even copy paste this line, and it's going to be authority name, and the reference column name will be name. So what we are doing here, if we have a look at the table, so in authority you have name, so that's why we have the reference column here, because we want that here we define all the possible roles. So right now it's not working. Oh yes. So we have the two roles defined here. So later, if we want other roles, we can add it here. And then we have this join table, which contains two columns, user ID and authority name. That's why we map them here for authority, and it's linked to the entity name field name that we'll call just later, that we will write, sorry, later. And then we have the user ID, that is the column located inside the user authority, and the ID is just the field of the, it's just the primary key of the user entity. All right, let's now create the authority entity. So with at entity, a table name is going to be authority, and let's use Jilt, and let's have a builder. Let's generate a builder from this. We need to implement serializable for the best practice to make Kubernetes happy. No, not like this. The ID is going to be the name column, so it needs to be not null. The size should be 50. So this column is obviously the ID, and the column should be at most 50. Should have a length of 50. Then let's create an empty constructor to make Kubernetes happy once again. Let's create the other constructor with name to make Jilt happy. Let's generate getters and setters, and equals and hashcode. Let's write as well some utility static method who will map authority entity to authorities. So authority entity from the set of authority inside our domain. So authorities, and we are going to return authorities.stream.map with authority. And from this, we are going to use the authority entity builder that we don't have yet. So let's just do a build now like this. Jilt is going to generate the necessary builder. So is it the case? No. Let's do it again. So authority entity. No, it's not the case. Okay. So let's comment out this one. Let's return null. All right. Is that the case now? No. Okay. Let's fix. Sorry. All right. So now we have it. So let's uncomment this one. So sometimes if when you build, doesn't want, sorry, to build the necessary builder, just correct as much as error as you can and keep building. At some point when you have no errors, it will generate the code. So we'll use the builder. So let's make authority entity dot name authority dot get authority name. Okay, I made a small mistake here. It's just name. It doesn't make sense to call it name, to call it authority name, sorry. So let's call it name. So here we are building the authority entity with just the name inside, and then we just call the collect here to convert the stream into a set. Let's now do the reverse. So a public static set of authority. We'll call this method to domain, and as parameter is going to be an authority entity, so authority entities, and we are going to return authorities entity dot stream dot map, so authority, and we will build this time an authority object. So authority builder dot authority, so it should be just name. So we need to recompile later, and it needs to be new authority name. And here we just use the name inside the entity. And then we build the object. So let's just update. Yeah, it's still authority name. Let's just comment out this one. Let's put return null. Let's build again. Okay, it's now it's fine. So yeah, we need to correct it in user.java, and we can uncomment this here. Now it's name, and we can call the build method on the builder, and we can finish by the collect and the collector.toSet. Now let's go back to the user entity. Let's uncomment this. Let's create the empty constructor as well as the full one for Jilt. Let's generate the getters and the setters. Let's generate as well the equals and hash code. So the role here is to select some field. So it's to select some field who make sense and that are available at the creation of the entity. So you shouldn't put ID because when you create for the first time the entity, you will not have any ID. So generally, if you need to try to to select a field that is unique and present at the creation time of your entity. So public ID is a nice candidate to do so. Then we need to extend the abstract auditing entity, and the primary key is a long. And then we need a few utility methods that we will write here. So first, we will need an update from user that will take as parameter a user from the domain, and will update few fields. So the email with the user.get email.value, the last name. So user.get last name.value, the first name, user.get first name.value, the image URL, so get image URL.value, and the last scene properties, user.getLastScene. Then we will need a method, a public static method that will return a user entity based on a user from the domain. So let's instantiate first a builder. Let's introduce a local variable. Then if the user has some image URL different from null, then we are going to take the value. So image URL user.getImage URL.value. Then if the public ID is different from null, then let's get it. So user.get public ID.value, and same for the address. If user.get user address different from null, then we are going to do a user entity builder.address city user.get user address dot city. Same here. So let's copy paste this. So this is address country, zip code, and street, address street, and street. Then let's map the other field, like the authorities. Oh, okay, I don't have it. So let's just return null and let's build it, because I think Jilt doesn't have it. Okay, we can stop the app here and let's continue. I should have it. Yes, I have the authorities. So authorities, and we can call the static method that we wrote just before and pass by the authorities of the users. Then email, so user.get email.value, first name, user.get first name.value, last name, user.get last name.value, last scene, user.get last scene, and the ID, user.getDBID. Then we call the build method and we are good to go. Then let's do the reverse with another public static method that this time will return a user. So to domain user entity, let's use the user builder dot user. Let's introduce a local variable. Let's call it user builder. So if the user entity dot get image URL is different from null, then let's put the image URL inside the domain. So new user image URL, user entity.get image URL, then user entity.get address street different from null, then user builder user address. So here we can use the user address builder because that's a child object. So user address, so city user entity.get address city, then country user entity.get address country, then the zip code user entity.get address zip code, and the street user entity.get address street. Let's remove this and let's map the other field. So the user builder dot email, so new user email, user entity dot get email, the last name, new user last name, user entity get last name, first name, new user first name, user entity get first name, authorities, so authority entity dot to domain user entity dot get authorities, then the user public ID, a new user public ID, user entity dot get public ID, then the last modified date, get last modified date, the created date, user entity dot get created date, and last the DB ID with the user entity dot get ID. Then we can call build and return the object. All right, now we will need just two more methods. It will be more convenient. So we will return a set of user entity, okay, from a list of user from the domain. And this one will be really simple because we will reuse the method that we write above. So we do a stream.map and we just call the user entity from, and we use just the collector.toSet. And then just copy paste this and we will do the reverse. So the to domain, and here it will be a list of user entity, and we will just use the to domain here. A lot of boilerplate code here, but now it's fine and we are good to go for the user entity. Let's now create the repository. Let's create a package repository inside the infrastructure secondary, and let's create the JPA user repository. That is an interface. Here we extend JPA repository and its user entity and long for the primary key. We will need the find by email. The parameter will be an email string, and the return type, it's going to be an optional of type user entity. Then we will need a find by public ID in that will take as parameter a list of UUID public IDs, and this method will return a user entity. Then we will need a find one by public ID. The parameter will be a UUID named public ID, and we will return an optional user entity. Last one, we will need a void. So this method will return nothing, and we will update the address of our user. So we will need a user public ID. We will need the street address, the city, the country, and the postal code. This query will be annotated with @modifying, and we will write a custom query. So it's going to be update user entity user set user dot address street. That is going to be street user dot address city. Then it's going to be city. Sorry for that. Then user country and the postal code. So it's the zip code. Let's rename this parameter. It's zip code, and the same here. And where user dot public ID is equals user public ID. All right, now let's create the Spring Data user repository. This class will be annotated with @repository. Then we implement the user repository that is in our domain. We implement all the method, and we are going to write it. So if a user has a DBID different from null, then we can write. So yes, sorry for that. We need to inject the JPA user repository here, JPA user repository, and let's create the constructor. So let's call the find by ID, and let's do a user dot get dbid. Okay, user to update optional. If this user to update is present, then let's extract it from the optional to get, and let's call the user to update. So it's this one, user to update, and let's update it directly with the user that we have in parameter. Then we can just call the save method. Let's do save and flush with the user to update in parameter as parameter. If the user doesn't have any DB ID, then it means that is a new one, so we can just save it directly. So we call the user entity dot from. Like this, we convert it directly in entity. So then, for the get method, we just call the JPA user repository find one by public ID, and we just extract the value from the method parameter. Then we need to map it to the domain. So user entity to domain. That's it for the get one by email. We do a JPA user repository dot find by email. We extract the parameter and we map it with the same technique as above. Then for the address, let's call the update address, and we are going to need the user public ID, and then it's user address dot street, and then it's city, then it's country, and then it's zip code. All right, let's make it more tidier, and let's call value on this. So now we have everything we need on the driven side. What we have left is a bit of the application layer as well as the driving side, and we need to code as well the user reader. But you can see that here we have everything that is designed. And here we just have the user synchronizer. We are going to do the user reader and the user application service as well as the user resources. All right, let's create the user reader. Inside this user reader, we are going to need a user repository. Let's create a constructor, and the first method will return an optional of user name get by email. The parameter will be user email. Then we will just return the user repository dot get one by email, and that's it. And the other one, it's returning an optional of users as well, and it's a get by public ID method with user public ID parameter, and that is returning user repository dot get user public ID. Then inside the application package, let's create a users application service. This class will annotate it with service because it's the class that is supposed to handle the framework layer. So that's on the application layer. And here we are going to need a user synchronizer and a user reader. Let's create a constructor. So let's have an empty one, and let's inject user repository and Kinde service. Then let's instantiate the user synchronizer, and let's give them the repository and the Kinde service. Let's do the same for the user reader, except that this one just need the user repository. So we instantiate them manually, and we are not using Spring because here the domain needs to be framework agnostic. And later, if we want to write tests, it would be very easy to handle them. It would be very easy to write tests for it. So then we will have a public user get authenticated user with sync. The parameter of this method will be EAJWT, so JWT token, and a boolean force resync. Then we will call the user synchronizer sync with IDP method that we made earlier, where we will pass the JWT token and the boolean. Then we will call the user reader, who will complete the information with the information in our database. So let's do an authenticated user username dot name dot get, and we can or else throw, because that wouldn't be normal if we don't have any user for it, because we either update it or we either created. We need to annotate this method with @transactional because we want one transaction being created, and we need another method that will give us the authenticated user but without sync. So we are just going to copy paste this one, and let's annotate it with transactional with only read-only. Then let's code as well the update address method, and let's use the user address to update object as parameter. Then we just call the user synchronizer, and we use the update address method with the user address to update object. And let's annotate it with @transactional. And then now let's create the driving side. So let's create a infrastructure.primary package. And inside this, let's create a first record named REST authority. This record, we will use Jilt to build it, and it will have only one field and one public static method that will return a set of string. We will name it from set, and the parameter will be a set of authority object from the domain. So we return and authorities of stream dot map authority dot get name dot name, and we just do a collector dot toSet because there is just one field. Then we will need a REST user, so let's annotate it. These two objects will be used to be serialized to the front end. So the REST user will have a UUID, a string first name, a string last name, a string email, and a string image URL, and set of string named authorities. Okay, yes, sorry, it's not a class, it's a record. That's why there was some issue. Then we will have a public static method that will return a REST user. Let's call it from, and the parameter will be a user from the domain. Let's first return null, and let's build the application in order to update the builder. If you cannot do this here because you don't have IntelliJ Ultimate, you can still go to a terminal and do an nx serve like this. Like this you will build. So let's use the builder. So REST user builder. So not build. Sorry. Let's create a variable. If the user has an image URL, then we are going to get it. So user.get image URL.value. That's the only optional parameter. The other ones we can pass them directly. So user.getEmail.value. Then it's blocking the view a bit. First name, user.get first name dot value, then the last name, user dot get last name dot value, public ID, user dot get user public ID dot value, and dot authorities. Then we call the REST authorities dot from set, and we pass the user get authorities directly. We can call build, and our record is done. Now let's create the endpoint. Let's call it user resource. Sorry, user resource. Let's annotate it with REST controller to tell to Spring that is an endpoint, and let's set the address our endpoint /API/user. Then let's inject the user application service. Let's create a constructor, and let's create the actual endpoint. We will wrap it with response entity. So by it, I mean the REST user object, and the method we will call it get authenticated user. Let's annotate this method with get mapping, and the address of the endpoint will be /authenticated. As parameter, we will have an authenticated principal that will be of type JWT. We can call it JWT token, and a request params that is a boolean auth resync. That's not really what I wanted as formatting. Yeah, that's better. So this annotation is here to tell Spring Security to inject the JWT token present inside the HTTP request to give it to us when this endpoint is called. Okay, so that's a syntactic trigger to avoid to use the Spring Security API to get the user information. So then we can call user application service that get authenticated user with sync, and we pass the JWT token and the boolean. We create a local variable and we call the static method from the REST user from authenticated user with sync. Let's shorten this a bit. Authenticated user. Let's create a local variable. Sorry for that, small typo. And then we can return response entity OK with the REST user inside. And our endpoint is good. So let's see. So we have a small issue. Okay, the schema doesn't exist. Okay, it was just a mistake on my side. So we have a missing authority table. Oh, okay, it's because if you change the schema, you need to change it here as well. Because here Hibernate will try to validate the entity that we created against the database. So that's why we have this issue. And here, as well as here, we need to put the allocation size to 1, because by default, the sequence will increment by 50. So that's one mistake as well. Okay, then this I can comment it out. And here we have the could not resolve placeholder. So that's perfectly normal. Okay. So now let's configure GSSO. So I'm inviting you to go to kinde.com. Okay. Then you click on start for free and you sign up. On my side, I will consider that you already created your own tenant. So let me just put that a little bit bigger. Then once you're here, just click on add application. You choose M2M and we create the e-commerce backend. Let's just click on save and let's copy paste the domain and let's go back to the IDE where we are going to create those properties. So the API should be the domain, then the client ID. So we are going to create some environment variable. For that, we are going to use NX. How will we do that? We create a file named .env, and here we can create the variable that we want. It will be automatically injected later when you use NX serve like this. Okay, so let's copy paste as well the Kinde client secrets. All right, here we can select Java. Let's click save. Then on the token side, no, in fact, we don't have anything here. And here we have the audience that we need to copy paste here in case you didn't do it. So let's now try to launch the server with the NX serve econ backend command line. So that's working well. But what we can see here that it's not really good is that we don't have any active profile. So if I use IntelliJ Ultimate here, I can still put local because here we want to use when we are on dev, we want to use this profile. But with NX, you cannot do that. So let's open the project.json and let's add a target that will help us to customize the Spring Boot profile. So the target that we use is serve. Then the executor is nx rocks / nx dash Spring Boot run options root apps / ecoms dash backend with args, and we can pass args as if we were on the command line. So let's use the spring-boot.run.profile equals local. And now if we do npx nxserve ecom backend, you see that here input automatically the argument, and when Spring Boot is booting, we can see that we have the local profile active. So for the backend part now, we are okay. So now let's go back to the backend. Let's clean this, and to be honest, let's go back to Kinde. Let's go back to home, okay, and let's create another application. This time is going to be front-end and mobile, and let's call it e-commerce front-end. Let's just save. Let's click on over front-end, and we can ignore this. We can go to the callback URL. It's going to be localhost 4200. The application login URI is the same. It's the same. And let's check the option. Okay, it's fine. Let's save. Let's go to authentication. We will choose email plus password. And let's go now. Oh yes, we need to save. And let's go now to token. We can let everything as it is. We just click on customize. And what we want here, it's the role and the email, because we will need this on the backend and on the front end as well. So let's click on save. Let's authorize here as well the API. Let's authorize the application. And it's not on that side. I think it's more if we go to e-commerce backend, we need to click on API and authorize application. Yes, it's on this side. Sorry. Now let's go back to the backend. So let's open a new terminal and let's install few libraries. The first one will be the one that will help us to handle the authentication with Kinde. So the name is angular-auth-oedc-client. Then we also need ng extension. We will need as well stack / angular query experimental. We will need as well the devtools -experimental. So these two libraries, they are there to handle the server-side state. So we will see that it's very handy because we can retry, we can cache queries, we can make some manipulation. It's very handy. And that's all we need for now as library. So let's add some environment file. So let's create a directory, and inside let's create environment.ts, and let's do the same for environment.development.ts, and let's create a new one with production. Inside those files, we will have a JavaScript object named environment, and we will fill it with some properties that we will reuse across the application, and that are meant to change if you change the environment. So for example, we will not have the same address for production than in development for Kinde. We will have separate ones. So we need separate values. So the authority here for Kinde will be https://codecake.kinde.com. The redirect URL is going to be http://localhost 4200. The post logout redirect URI is the same. The client ID, it's the one who is in the application on Kinde. So let's go to e-commerce front-end and let's copy paste the client ID here. And then the audience, it's this address with just /API. And we need the API URL. It's http://local host 8080/API. All right, let's copy paste this in production for now and as the default. The same for this one and this one. Okay. Now let's configure those files. Let's go to the project.json. Let's try to find development. Okay, below source map, let's write file replacement. Okay, that's an array. And let's replace, and it's apps slash ecom frontend slash soc slash environment slash environment.ts. Let's copy paste this line with environment.development.ts. Perfect. Let's do the same for production. Except that here it's production. All right, let's now serve our app to check if everything is fine. So serve ecom frontend. Okay, I have a typo here. It's replacements, sorry. So yeah, I have the same here. Oh, it's because I put an S here. All right, now it's okay. So just something that we forgot earlier. Let's go to the appconfig.server and let's add the universal provider. So here let's add universal provider and we need to install it. So let's do an npm install of at ng web API commands and at ng web API / universal. These two libraries will help us to emulate better on the server side when we are doing some web stuff. So how is SSR is working quickly in Angular? So we have two kind of configuration. We have the server kind here and we have the main kind. Okay. So what you need to understand is that here we have a server.ts, which is an express server. And this express server will be used every time an HTTP request is coming. So that's working as a basic HTTP server, except that the Angular app will be executed first on the server side, based of course on the route, and it will be re-executed once again on the client side, because of course we can't execute all the code inside the server. If you manipulate DOM and some stuff, it will not work. So that's why we have two kinds of bootstrap here. And that's also why we have two app config, one for the server and one for the client. And that's why we can customize both. So of course, during this tutorial, sometimes we will write code only for the client and sometimes only for the server. So now let's go to the app config and let's configure our app. So on the client side. So first we will need the HTTP client with fetch. That's the recommended way of doing that, of using the HTTP client. So it will use fetch instead of its own implementation of the HTTP code. Then we will use the built-in interceptor that is provided by the auth libraries that we are using. We will want to use the router with the component input binding. This option will help us to bind a parameter to a signal in that case. Like this, we write less code because this feature is very handy. Then we will need to configure auth. So it's working with a config object with authority. So the authority is going to be environment.kinde.authority. Then the redirect URL is going to be environment.kinde.redirectURL. The post logout redirect URI is going to be environment kinde post logout redirect URI. The client ID is going to be the client ID in the environment. Then the scope is OpenID profile, email, offline. The response type is code. The silent renew, we want it, because like this, the token will be refreshed on its own. So we use refresh token. The log level that we want is 1. The secure route needs to be all. So we use environment.api URL. Like this, everything is secure. Sorry, small typo. And the custom param auth request, because when we do an HTTP call, we need to pass the audience in the backend, because the backend needs to know this GWT can access what kind of resource. So we need to specify it as well. Then, so that's the provide auth. Then we need to provide as well our own implementation of the abstract security storage, because we do SSR. So we need to have a custom one, and we are going to write it just after. So for now, it's SSS storage service. Then we need to initialize the server state library that we installed just before. So it's provide query client and new query client. All right, so now let's write the missing service. So it's ssr-storage.service. Sorry for that. We are going to create a directory to make things clean. And the service, sorry, we are not going to create it like this, but we are going to create it with NX. So the way of creating service with NX is a bit different. So we need to do an NXG specifying the runner and the directory. So now we are going to create it inside app auth, and the name is going to be SSR storage. Oh, sorry, we need to do this. So it's become Frontend. We need to specify this project. And sorry for that, we don't need the directory. All right, so at the end, it didn't listen. So let's move these two classes into the auth file. All right, let's implement abstract security storage, which is the abstract provided by the Angular auth OIDC client. We will need the private platform ID injected. So I will explain this a bit later. And we need to implement all the members. So why do we need to use the storage? Is because this library is using the local storage to store some information about the user being authenticated or not. So since I told you that the app is rendered twice, once in the server, once in the client, we can't use the default implementation because it will not work on the server side. It will just create errors and the library will not understand why. That's why we are re-implementing this storage service. So first, we don't need any constructor. For the clear method, we just add an if with an is platform browser, and we pass the parameter platform ID. And we just do after that the session storage dot clear. And we are going to do the same for all of them. So for the read, we do a return session storage dot get item and get item with the key as parameter. Then if we're on the server side, we just return null. Then for the remove, it's going to be the same. We do a remove key, and for the write, so no return. And for the write, we just do a set item with the key and the value. So the is platform browser, we just tell to Angular if we are on the browser side or the server side. So if we test that, the is platform browser, it means that we want this code to be executed only on the browser side. So if we go back to the app.config.ts, now we can import this class and we fix the error that we had previously. Now let's create a new service that will handle all the authentication part. Let's move it to the auth package and let's implement it. So first we will need the HTTP client. So let's inject it and let's inject the OIDC security service, and let's do an inject OIDC security service. So this one is just the service of the library to handle the authentication. So we don't need a constructor here, and we need a connected user query. So let's do a create query results. So connected user, and it can be undefined. Then we will need the not connected variable. Okay, and since we need it, let's create the connected user. So inside the shared folder, let's create another directory named model. And like this here, we can put all the shared model class. So let's create a TypeScript file named user.model. And let's create an interface. So base user, first name, string, last name, string, email, string, image, URL, public ID, and let's create another one, a connected user that is extending base user with only the authorities field. And we do that in case we want to separate and differentiate. For example, if we want to create user later, we'll be able to do so without having to specify authorities. So let's go back to the service and let's begin by the login method. So this method will return nothing, and we'll just call the OIDC security service dot login. No, sorry, dot authorize without any parameter. Logout, that is going to be the same. So logout, we use the our OIDC security service, so log off, and we just subscribe to it with the value, and we just console log some values in case we need to do so. In fact, let's just subscribe to it and it will be fine. Now let's init the authentication, and to init it, we are going to once again call the OIDC security service with a method check auth, and here we are going to subscribe with, so the name of the object is auth info, and for now we are just going to check if the user is connected or not by a simple console.log. So connected, and else not connected. Like this we can verify. Not connected, okay. Then we will need to check if he has some authorities. So we will need the connected user. So let's pass it as parameter, and we will use the authorities. And we need, sorry, the authorities. And it can be a string as well, because we want to have the possibility to either test on a single authorities or on many. So sorry, it's returning a boolean. And so if it's not an array, so if authorities is not an array, then we do authorities equals and we create the array on the fly like this. And if the connected user authorities, so if the user has some authorities, then we return connected user dot authorities some, so authorities of type string, and authorities include, sorry, it's not authorities, it's authority single and includes authority. All right, like this, if the array is containing any of the authority that we pass as parameter, we will return something. So else, then we can return false. Then let's add the method that will help us to fetch the user from the endpoint that we created just before. So the name of the method will be fetch user HTTP, and we will have the boolean force resync parameter. The return type is going to be observable of connected user. So first we will need the HTTP param, so new HTTP params dot set. So the name is force resync and force resync boolean. Then we can return the HTTP dot get method. The type is connected user, the return type is connected user, and we will use the environment object. It's API URL slash users slash authenticated. And the, let's not forget the HTTP param. Now we need another method, fetch, that will return a created query results of type connected user, that will return an inject query, and inside we will have a query key which is an array that we can call connected user, and there is just some issue, the parenthesis, the query key, and we have a query function where we will do a first value from, and we will call directly the fetch user HTTP with false, because we don't need to force the resync. So what we are doing here is that we are using the create query result, which is a TanStack object, and this mechanism is used by this library to call this HTTP method, retrieve the data from the server, and then make some stuff on his own to make sure that next time the query is cached, so we don't repeat it, and if it fails, it will retry as well. So that's how we are using TanStack query. So there is two parts. There is the query key. So the query key is used mainly for the cache, and the query function, it's where we specify which part of the code we need to call. So we use first value from because query function is working only with promise. So we need to use a way to, we need to have a way, sorry, to convert RxJS to promise. So that's why we do first value from. So now let's init our authentication. So let's go to the app component. Let's inject our O2 service, or O2 service, O2 service, and let's create our constructor. So we can create an empty one. And first, yes, we will need the platform ID. So let's inject the platform ID. And inside the constructor, we will try to check if we are on the browser side. Then we can call the O2 service.init authentication. And in any case, we want to do a O2 service.connected user query equals O2 service.fetch. Like this, we initialize the library, and like this, we init the authentication by checking if the user is connected or not. And here we try to see and try to fetch the data from the connected user. We do this because sometimes you are still connected, the user is still connected on the browser side because he left, and on the local storage, his token is not expired. So we want him to get his authentication back without having to log in again. So now let's try it. So let's serve our front end. Let's check if everything is compiling. So yes, that's the case. Let's go to the localhost 4200 and let's check on the console. So that's not too bad. We have indeed 401, and we can see that the front end is trying to reach the backend. And we can see that we are not connected, which is normal. So what we can do now is just, let's do this. Let's remove this one and let's go to the navbar. We need to implement the fact that once the user is logged in, he will see a different menu from the one who are not authenticated. So we need to make something in that side to handle this behavior. So before going to the HTML, let's just go to the TypeScript. So what we are going to need here is the O2 service that we are going to inject with this method, so O2 service. Then we need a connected user query from the O2 service. Then we will need a close drop down menu. This method is meant to close the drop down when the user is clicking outside, because that's not a default behavior from the libraries. So we need to do it on our own. So let's do a document.active element as HTML body element. If the body element is not undefined, then we do body element.blur. All right, now we need a login method that will be called when the user is clicking on the login button. So first we close the drop-down menu, and then we call the O2 service login method. For logout, it's the same. We call the close dropdown and the O2 service.logout method. This one we can put const as well, that's true. And we need an isConnected method that will return a boolean. And how we are going to know this? It's if the connected user query dot status is equals to success, meaning that the HTTP call was a success and that the connected user query has some data inside and that the email is different from a not connected user. So it's the auth2 service that not connected. Now, with all of this, we can go to the HTML. And what we are going to do is that we are going to check if the user is connected. And if he has some avatar, then we are going to display it. So let's put an if here and let's check if he's connected and if he has, so with data, if he has an image URL. So if that's the case, then we are going to add an image markup with src connected user query dot data dot image URL. Let's add an alt attribute that will be user avatar and a class avatar unknown and rounded full. Then if it doesn't have any avatar, we just display the default icon. All right, let's see how it is now. So if I click on login, so right now it's not working. That's normal because we just need to bind the click to it. So let's just go login. So to fix the login issue that we have, we need a little bit more configuration on kind side. So let's go back to the kind tenant. Let's go to settings. Then let's go to API. Click on add API. Let's call it the Spring Boot API local. The audience is HTTP, so it should be the address of the backend and of the API of the backend. Click on save. Then let's go to application, and here we are going to give the access of this API to the front end. So select the front end and mobile application that you created. For me, it's e-commerce front end. Okay, click on the menu and select authorize application. You should have a tick like this. Okay, no need to do anything else, and we don't need scope. Why do we need that? So if we take a step back and we see what is happening when we log in, we can say that a user first he will access the Angular frontend. From there, he will log in, and when he log in, he will be redirected to the kind tenant, where he will be asked to enter his credential or sign up. Once he does that, Kinde will return an access token, and this access token will be used, so it will be stored in the local storage. So no, sorry, to the session storage. And then it can be used, this access token, to access the Spring Boot backend. It means call the API on forth. Why are we doing this? Kind has no way of saying which API we want to call. So there is in auth2, there is a security mechanism where the access token is generated with what we call an audience. The audience is the address of the API. It needs to be present inside the access token. If it's not, then the backend will just refuse the API call. So that's why we are doing this. And that's why as well, on the application side, we need to specifically tell which application has access to which API. Now, we need as well, inside the machine-to-machine e-commerce backend application that we created, we need to give this application some specific right to access the Kinde API. Okay, so we created this application specifically for the backend because if you remember in that schema, the user synchronizer needs to access the Kinde service here in order to get the user info, but the kind service is making an API call to the kind backend. So we need some permission here because that's what our Spring Boot backend is using to access the API of Kinde. So let's go to the detail of the application. You can click on API. Here you can click on Authorize Application and then go to Manage Scope and search for Read User. So it's here. Let's tick this box and click Save. Then we can come back to Settings and then let's go to Role. So here I already created the roles, but you can just create because I cannot create any more role. So you can create those, role user and role admin. Once you've done that, click on the More action and Edit Role then just make sure that this one is ticked, the assign to new members. Because like this, when a new user will sign up, it will get automatically this role. That's really important because this role will be transmitted to the Spring Boot backend inside the JWT. Just make sure this one is ticked. Then we click on save, and that's all we need for now. Now let's go back first to our front end and let's correct this audience because this one is not right. And in fact, because before it was working, but then Kind did some modification and they kind of tightened the security. And so now we need to have this audience right. And we need to, so let's copy paste this. Let's go to our backend. Let's go to the application.yml, and at the resource server parameter, we have audience, and here's the same. We need to put the address of the backend. Why do we need to do that? Because inside Spring Security, when you receive a JWT that is belong to this tenant, it will look for this audience. If we don't have the same audience, the backend will just reject the token directly. So this one needs to be accurate. If you run into trouble debugging this, you can still, here at the application-local, you can still activate the logger org Spring Framework Spring Security to trace, and it will give you more accurate, more detailed error on what is happening. All right, now let's make sure that our front end is running as well as our backend. So everything is okay. Then let's click here on login. So on my side it worked, but it was because I was like already logged in. So let's open a new incognito search and window, sorry. And let's click on login. Like this, we can see exactly what is happening. So let's click on continue. Let's input the password and you can see that it's working. So, but it shouldn't really work. So let's reopen a new incognito method. Let's log in. All right, then now it's not working, so that's cool. So let's go to the kind service, and here instead of having the URI create, we just put API URL plus because that's not really working this way. Let's reload the backend. And let's retry. So now it's working. Let's go to our database to make sure that our user has been correctly recorded. So that's nice. We can see that we have all the information. All right. And the only thing here is that the avatar is a bit big. So let's see why. So let's go back to our front end and let's open navbar component. Sorry, the HTML. And it's because on the image, we need to put a width of 45 pixels. So now it should be better. Yes, that's way better. And now we can write our dynamic menu. So here let's write an if the user is connected, then we are going to have the logout entry. Let's call the logout method. And we will have also an entry with my orders. Let's for now not call anything and just put like a router link with slash users slash orders. And in fact, we need to react to a click by doing the closed drop-down menu. Like this, when the user click, the drop-down will be closed automatically. And let's put an else around the login entry. So now if we come back to the browser, we have the my order and the logout. So if I click on logout, it should work. All right. And if I log in again, then all right, I just created a new account. And so we have an issue here, but the user has been successfully recorded. So let's see why we have an issue with the avatar. So in fact, the issue here is because we have some gravatar that is transparent, okay? So let's overcome this by adding some kind of rounded border, around the avatar. So like this, let's add a class. Let's say border solid, rounded full, and let's close the div here. So now it's better and the user can customize it if we want if he wants by going on Gravatar. All right, so we are done for the authorization and authentication part. So now we will create a product CRUD. So if we go back to our e-commerce DB, right now we done this, and what we want to do is this part. So we will first build the part inside the backend. So let's go. To begin, we will create a new package that we will name product. Inside this product package, we will have first a repository package. We will have as well a service package, an aggregate package, and a value object package. Let's begin by the value object. So first, we create a first record name, category name. This record will have a string value and a constructor where we are going to validate that the field, so the field value is, oh no, sorry, it's not null, and the min length is 3. Then another record named product brand with a string value and a constructor with the same role that then category name. Then let's add the product color. Product color, same, it's going to have a string value with a constructor, and this time we are going to create a pattern, color pattern, pattern.compile, hashtag, parentheses, so 09AF, so 3, or let's copy this one, 096 or 09AF8. It's because the color we will be in hexa, so that's why we want to validate this input. So then we will need a matcher that we will create and import. So let's name it. It's going to be color pattern dot matcher. Let's match it against the value. Then let's call match to validate the value input is valid. So let's call it is color. So if it's not a color, then let's throw a new not a color exception with value and so value and invalid color. Then let's create a product description with a string value and a constructor that we can copy paste. We can copy paste the role here, and let's put 10 for the description. Then a product name with a string value and a constructor, and this time it's going to be assert dot not null, so value, and we'll validate the length as well by calling assert.field value min length 3 and max length 256. Let's create now the product price, which is going to be not a string but a value. Let's create a constructor with the validation of the rule, value min 0.1. Then we need a product size, which this time will be an enum, so product size. The size can be XS, S, M, L, XL, or XXL. And then we will need a public ID. Which is a UUID, and this one cannot be null, assert not null, value, and value. Then let's create the aggregate, sorry. So let's create a Java class named category. Let's annotate it with builder, and let's add a field category name. We will need as well a DB ID and a public ID. Let's create a constructor. Let's create as well the method to assert that all the fields are present. I mean, all the fields that we want when the aggregate is initialized. So the only field that is need to be not null is the name. And let's call this method here, assert mandatory field name. Like this, when the object is initialized, we make sure that all the roles are enforced. Let's create a getters no, the setters, the getters, and let's not forget to initialize the default field when we want to persist the aggregate. So the only one will be the public ID. So let's do a new public ID, UUID dot random UUID. Oh yes, it's a dot. Sorry, small typo. Let's now create the picture, which can be a record. So picture, let's annotate it with @builder, and the picture will have an array of bytes called file and a MIME type. Both of these fields should be not null. So let's validate this file, and let's copy paste this line and apply it to MIME type. MIME type. Let's now create the product aggregate. Product. Let's annotate it with @builder. Our product will need a product brand. We'll need a product color. So product color. We will need a description. Product description. We will need a product name, then a product price, then a product size, then a category, a list of picture, so pictures, a DBID, a boolean, this one shouldn't be final, a boolean to know if this product is featured or no, a public ID, and a number in stock to know if we need more or not. Let's create the constructor for all of this. Let's make it more tidy. Let's make sure the mandatory field are called or field correctly. So product brand, product color, product description, product name, product price, product size, category, list of picture, if the product is featured, and the number in stock. Let's assert that all of those fields are not null. So brand, let's copy paste this line several times, and let's copy paste. So description, name, price, size, category. Let's copy paste more pictures, featured, and number in stock. Now let's generate all the getters, and let's create, we can just copy paste it, the init default fields, and let's not forget, so we can import UUID, and let's not forget to call the assert method, because we didn't write it for nothing. So product brand, color, I don't see anything, description, price, size, category, picture, DBID, featured, and public, no, sorry. So it's, okay, I made a mistake. Product brand, description, name, price, size, category, picture, featured, and number in stock. All right, now that we have the aggregate, so now that we have more on the domain, we are going to continue by creating the repository before creating the actual service. So the repository is an interface that we will call category repository. We will have 3 methods there. So a page, let's import this one, a page of category. This method will find all, and we will have as parameter pageable to handle the pagination. Then we'll have a delete method by public ID and a save method that will return a category. And as parameter, we'll have a category to create. Let's do the same for product. Let's create a class, product repository. Sorry, that's an interface. And we'll have a first method who will return a product named save, and as parameter we'll take a product to create. Then we will have the findAll method that take into parameter a pageable and who return a page of product. Then we will have the delete method that will take a public ID as parameter in order to delete the product. We can now create the two services. So first, let's create a category service. Sorry, the name is wrong. It's category CRUD. That's more accurate. This service will need a repository. So category repository. Let's create a constructor for this. And the first method will be the save one. So save, the parameter is category. First, we will call the init default field, and then we will call the repository in order to save this entity. So save.category, category, and let's just make a return. Then for the find all, this method will return a page of category. So let's import everything, the page. So this method will be called find all, and it will take as parameter pageable. We will just return category repository dot find all, and we will pass the pageable parameter. For the delete part, we will return a public ID, so delete, and public ID of the category, so the category ID. We will call the category repository dot delete. We will pass the public ID parameter, category ID, and we will make sure that the number of rows deleted, that they are not different from 1, because if that's the case, it's not normal, and we should throw a new entity not found exception. So let's format a bit the error. No category deleted with ID, and let's input the ID. So category ID. And if that's not the case, we just return the category public ID. Now for the product CRUD. We will need the product repository. Let's create a constructor. Let's create the first save method that will return a product, and that will take as parameter product. Let's initialize, so new product. Let's initialize the default field. Let's call the repository save method, and let's just return it like this. Then for the find all, we will return a page of product. So find all, the parameter will still be pageable, and we will call the product repository dot find all, and we will pass the pageable parameter. Then for the remove method, so the remove method, like the category one, it will return a public ID and will take a public ID as parameter as well. We will then call the product repository dot delete method. We will check that the number of row is accurate. So number of rows deleted. So if number of rows different from 1, then let's throw a new entity not found exception with a string dot format, no category deleted with ID, and let's pass the ID as parameter. And let's just return for the happy path the ID. So now that we have the domain part, let's write the infrastructure part. Let's go back to our backend. So first, let's create here a package that we call domain, and let's put those three inside, and VO as well. Now let's create another package, name infrastructure. And inside this one, let's create secondary dot entity. Let's create the category entity. So let's annotate it with @entity, @table, with the name product dash category. Then let's annotate it with builder. Let's extend this class with abstract auditing entity, that is a long. The long is the primary key. The first field is going to be the ID, so the primary key, annotated with @ID and with generated value with a strategy of sequence. The generator name is going to be category sequence, and we will have the sequence generator named category sequence. Sorry for that, it's double quote. The sequence name inside the DB is going to be product category sequence. So again, double quote, and the allocation size is 1. Then we will need a name. This one is annotated with @:, so name, and it's not nullable. Then we will have a private UUID public ID. This one is annotated with @:. The name of the field is public-id. It's unique and not nullable. And here, sorry for that, I forgot to annotate this one with @: with the name ID. What's the error here? Oh yes, okay, we'll go with that later. And then we will have a set of product entity that is not created yet. The name is going to be product, and we will have a one-to-many relationship between them. So it will be mapped by category, meaning that the name of the field inside the product entity will be category. Then let's create an empty constructor for Hibernate. Let's create another full constructor for Jilt, and let's generate all the getters and setters, as well as equals and hash code. So let's just put public ID. And now let's write the two methods to convert the domain to entity and the entity to method. So first, let's begin by the conversion from one category to a category entity. So let's call it from. So it will take as parameter a category. Then we will need the builder. So I guess that we need to generate it. Category, no, we want the category entity builder. So it's not there yet. So let's return null. Maybe let's comment this one first. Let's comment this one because I don't think that because there is error in the category entity, we'll be able to generate, Jilt will be able to generate the builder. So we have an issue here. Why? Yeah, it's supposedly because the order of the constructor is not right. So let's do it again. Okay, so I guess it's not because of this. I think it should be because the field are not mandatory shouldn't be included, but no, that's not the case. All right, now it's fine. So I think it was because there was an issue with the generation, and that maybe I had some cache. So yeah, now it's fine. But generally, if you run into those issues, it's because your parameter are not in the right order. So try either to regenerate the constructor, or if it's still not working, just try to check inside the Jilt code the order that is in place inside. So for example, if you go like product builder, you can check the order directly inside the constructor. So try to be mindful for this. So now we have something that is compiling. So let's go back to our entity. We can directly increment this one. All right. And let's call the category entity builder. Let's create one. So if the category.get dbid is different from null, then we get the value dbid. And now we don't have any other field, mandatory field. So let's record the name, category.getName.value, public ID, category.get public ID.value, and let's build the object directly. Then let's do the opposite. So let's create another public static method named to, who will return a category object and will take as parameter a category entity. So category entity. So here let's create the builder. So category.entity, category builder dot category entity. So with the, no, sorry, it's the category builder. So called category. So let's get the DB ID from the entity, get ID, then the name. Let's do a new category name, category entity dot get name. Then public ID, new public ID, and category entity dot get public ID. Then we can directly build the object. Let's not forget to put the return. So we have this error, but that's normal because the product entity is not created yet. So let's create it now. So product entity, let's annotate it with @entity, @table. The name is product, and let's annotate it with @builder. So let's just extend this one with abstract auditing entity. That is a long. And let's put it like this because I forget that first we need to create a picture entity. So let's rewrite the annotation. So @entity, @table, name, product, picture, then @builder. Let's extend as well the abstract auditing entity that is of type long. Then we have a long primary key with, let's copy paste it with the same sequence as the other ones. So let's call it picture sequence, and product picture sequence. This picture will have a byte array to contain the data of the image. It will be annotated with @lob and with @column. The name of this column is file and it's not nullable. Then we will also need the MIME type. So MIME type @column, and the name of this column will be file content type, and it's going to be not nullable. Now let's create the empty constructor, the full one. Let's generate all the getters and setters, as well as equals and hashcode. So here we don't have really a choice, so let's compare this by ID. Now let's write the static method to convert from the domain to the entity. So public static picture entity from picture. So picture. Let's first return null, and let's let Jilt generate the builder. So let's implement the method for now. All right. So let's instantiate a builder. So picture entity dot file, picture dot file, MIME type, picture dot MIME type, and let's build the entity. Let's not forget to return the result of this method. And let's write then now the reverse. So it will return a picture to a picture entity. So picture entity. Return a picture builder dot picture file. So picture entity dot get file MIME type picture entity dot get MIME type, and just let's call build. So because a product can have more than one picture, let's write two other methods to handle this situation. So let's write another from that will this time return a list of picture entity, and that will take as parameter list of picture. We'll just reuse the other method by calling a picture.stream.map and picture entity from, and we'll just call not collector to set but to list like this, and we will do the same for the reverse. So static list of picture to list of picture entity, picture entities, and we return picture entities.stream.map picture entity 2, and we call the collector dot to list. Now that we have our entity, we have the two base entity. Let's continue the product one. So we don't need that anymore. Let's copy paste the ID because it's always the same, except that we need to change the name of the sequence. So product sequence, product dash sequence. Okay, so then the product will need a brand. So brand with a colon annotation. So name brand. Then let's copy paste this one. So this is color because it's always the same. Color description, then name, price. Let's copy paste more. So this one is a double price. Then we have featured that is a boolean. We also have the product size, which is name size and size in dB. We need to add the enumerated annotation because we need to say which kind enum type we want. We have the choice between string generally or ordinal. I really recommend you string because enumeral will be the number on the position of the enum. So if you change the position in the code, it will mess up with your DB. So with your schema and with your data, so don't do that. Then we need a UUID public ID, the colon annotation will have a name public ID, and this one needs to be unique. Then we will have the number in stock, so annotated with colon, name, number, number in stock, all right? And in terms of relationship, we'll have a set of picture entity. So the name will be picture, it will be a set, and it will be annotated with one to many, and fetch type, so lazy, and so it will be loaded as in lazy mode, and it will be mapped by product, which is the name of the field on the opposite side. And then we will have a category entity, so name category, and the same is going to be, I mean, not the same, it's going to be a many to one with a join colon and with name category foreign key with a reference colon ID. So it means that we have a foreign key inside this table, inside the product table, and that this foreign key belongs to the category table. All right, now we can create the empty constructor as well as the full one. So it seems that we have some typo. So let's fix this. So this brand, so we have 2x price. We have 2x brand. And yes, here we need to generate the getter and setters. Yes, we have 2x brand, so that's not normal. And yeah, let's not waste time fixing this and just let's create a new one. That would be more effective. So then we can create all the getters and setters as well as the hashcode and equals. Let's choose the accurate value, so no ID, and I think the rest we can keep. Let's create now the toMapping method that we will need later. First, let's create the public static method who will map the product entity from the product. So product, first, let's return null and let's compile. Like this, Jilt can create the builder. All right. So let's instantiate our builder. So let's do a product entity builder dot product entity. Let's create the variable, and if the product dot get dbid is different from null, then we do a product entity builder dot id and we get the value with product dot get dbid. Then we are going to return directly the builder, I mean the object. So let's do a product entity builder dot brand, product dot get product brand dot value, then color, product dot get color dot value, description, product dot get description dot value, then name, product dot get name dot value, price, product dot get price dot value, size, product dot get size, public ID, product dot get public ID dot value. What's the issue here? It's because price we set up a string and it should be a double, so we have an issue here. Price, it should be a double. All right. So let's correct the getters and setters. And so just let's do a build right now like this. The compiler is happy, and let's regenerate the builder. Here, of course, we need to fix this as well. Let's build again. Okay, let's come back to the method. Let's uncomment this and let's continue. So dot public ID, then dot category, product dot get category dot, oh no, sorry, In that case, we need to do the category entity from product.getCategory, and we do the same for picture. We do picture entity dot from product.getPicture. Oh, okay, so that's a set. Yes, so let's redo it. Let's change it, sorry. And let's return a set. So it's to set. All right, and because product picture is a list, oh, okay, so it should be a list here. All right, so picture, then we need to have featured product that get, oh no, it is featured, and let's rename this because that's not good. It's get featured and number in stock, product.get number in stock. All right, now let's do the reverse. So public static, let's return a product. So to product entity. Let's return directly the builder. So product entity, no, sorry, product builder dot product. So not build, but then let's call brand, project brand, new product brand, product entity.getBrand. Then color, new product color, product entity.color. Then description, new product description, product entity.getColor. No, sorry, dot get description, name, new product name, product.entity.getName. Price, new product price, product.getPrice, size, so new, no, this one is an enum, so no, product entity.getSize, then dot public ID, new public ID, product entity.get product public ID. Then dot category, category entity dot to this time, product entity.get category. Then the same for the pictures, picture entity dot to and product entity dot get picture. Then featured, product entity dot is featured, its get feature should be number in stock, product dot get number in stock, and we can build it. So we have a small issue here. I think it should be the same as before because we need to return a set. So let's correct this part. No, in fact, it's not that, it's the opposite. So we should have a set here, and then it should be a list, I think. Yeah, so let's do a collector.toList instead of the toSet. All right. And I guess we are good for our entity. So now let's write the repository. So let's create a new interface named JPA category repository. But before that, I forgot that we need to put them in a separate package. So let's create a new package and let's put the JPA category repository inside it. Now that we have this interface, let's extend JPA repository and the types or category entity and long. So it's always like this for all the JPA repository. You need to say which entity you want to generate code for, and you need to say as well the primary key. We choose as well to extend JPA repository because we want to have the most method that we can, as well as some pagination and some control over the entity manager, like the flush, for example. Anyway, so there is like two methods that we need. We need one that will return an optional category entity, and it will be the category that will find some categories by public ID. As parameter, it would be a UUID, so public ID. And we will need as well a method to delete the category. So delete public ID by UUID public ID. Let's do the same for the product. So it's an interface, JPA product repository. It extends JPA repository. So it's product entity and long. Here we need the method to delete. So delete by public ID. So UUID public ID. and we will need the one who will return an optional product entity, and this method will be called find by public ID. So UUID public ID. Then last one, we need the JPA product picture that is extending JPA repository, its picture entity and long, and this one we don't need any method. Then let's create the implementation of the repository in the domain. So we'll call those classes bring data category repository. This one we will annotate them with repository because that will be one of the implementation of our category repository. We will implement all the method. For that, we will need the JPA category repository. Let's create a constructor in order to inject this bin. So now let's implement each method. So for the find all, we need to call the JPA category repository find all, but the one who take a parameter as pageable, and then we map and we call the category entity and we call the to method. So then for the delete, we need to call the method JPA category repository dot delete by public ID. So let's just correct and put a by here by public ID, and let's pass the public ID parameter. Let's not forget to do a dot value. Then for the save method, we are going to first convert it. So let's call the category entity.from. The parameter is going to be the category to create. Let's introduce a local variable that will be the category to save. Then let's call the JPA repository.save, and let's save the category to save. Let's then introduce another variable that is the category saved, and let's just, no, we can just like directly return this one. No, in fact, we cannot. Let's do that, and then let's return the category entity to category saved. All right, now let's implement the product repository. So let's call it Spring Data Product Repository. Let's implement product repository. Let's implement all the method. So first for the save, first we will need the to repository. So let's inject a private final JPA category repository. We need as well the JPA product repository, and let's instantiate a constructor that allows us to make the injection. Then for the method save, let's remove the return null. First, let's convert the domain object to an entity. So from product to create, let's introduce a variable. This is like a new product entity. Then we are going to need to load the category. So let's do a find by public ID, new product entity dot get category dot get public ID. Let's create a local variable. Let's call it category entity. Then let's extract this optional by doing or else throw. So let's write the or else throw. Let's throw a new entity not found exception. So string dot format, no category found with ID, and the ID is product create dot get category dot get public ID. With this, we can create a local variable with the category entity. Let's change a bit this name. Let's call it optional. Like this, we have more accurate name. Then we can set on the new product entity the category, and we can then save the product newly created. Let's create another variable, so saved product entity, and let's return an optional of product entity to new product entity. No, okay, let's not return an optional. It's not right. It's not worth it. And that's not new product entity, sorry, it's the saved product entity. So we just missed something here. We need to save all the picture, but for that, we need another method. So let's do a private void save all pictures that will take as parameter list of picture. So let's call it pictures. So product entity, new product entity. And here we also need to have the JPA picture product picture. Here I forgot to put repository. So JPA product repository. Here let's inject it. And now we will first convert the picture to a picture entity. So we'll do first picture entity dot from pictures. Let's create some local variable, pictures entities. Let's then make a for each. So dot for, and let's do a pictures entity dot set. So we should have here, oh, okay. So here in the picture entity, we forgot to put the relationship between the picture and the product. So let's add a private product entity. So product with many to one, fetch type lazy, and with a join colon with a name product foreign key and not nullable. So let's add this one into the big constructor and let's create the getter and setters. All right, let's come back now to our code, and now we can do a set product of the new product entity. And then once we have done that, we just need to call the JPA product picture repository dot save all, and we can directly pass the parameter, the list parameter, the list variable as parameter. So we are doing this because with Hibernate, you always need to set the product for each picture in order to have the foreign key on the side of the picture. So that's why we need to set the product for each picture and then save it all at once. Then we can call this method on the save method. So it's product to create dot get picture, and the other one is a new product. No, sorry, it's the save product entity. Now for the find all, this one will be much simpler. We'll do a JPA product repository dot find all. Find all will take as parameter the pageable object that contains the information to load a page, and we can just map directly. By the way, we always, when you do find all, it's always the best practice to put a pageable object. Like this, you don't retrieve too many entities at once, and you don't make your DB suffer. So keep in mind that every time you do a find all, even if right now your table is small, it's always a best practice to make and to put the parameter on all the find all method that you have pageable. Then for the delete product, we can call directly the JPA product repository dot delete by public ID, and the parameter will be the public ID.value. And now it should be okay. We just need to put the repository annotation, and we are good to go on the driven side, the infrastructure side, because we made the adapter and we made everything that we need to be able to persist all the entity that we need inside the DB. So now we can create the application service. So let's create a new package. So it's going to be application. The name of the class is going to be product application service. Let's annotate it with service. And here we will need the private product CRUD, then the category CRUD, and that's it for now. So let's create the constructor. Here we will need to inject the product repository and the category repository. Then here we will create the product CRUD like normal object, and we give them the product repository that they need, and the category CRUD, you will need the category repository. So here the product application service is the exact same thing as the user application service. It means that it's the one who will be called by the resources. Okay, so here instead of having the user application, we have the product application service, and instead of the user synchronizer, we have the product CRUD and the category CRUD. So that's the exact same thing, meaning that the product CRUD will call the infrastructure. Here will not be the user repository, but it will be the product repository that we just did just before. So right now we are coding this part, and then we will jump on this one. So first we will need a method that will return a product. Let's import it. It's going to be create product. The parameter will be a product, name new product, and it will return product CRUD dot save new product. Then we will make the find all. So it's going to be a public page of product, and the name of the method is going to be, of course, find all product. Then we have a pageable parameter, and we'll just return a product CRUD.findAll, and we'll pass the pageable variable. Here, let's not forget to put the transactional parameter. Here it's transactional as well, but it's read-only. Okay, so here it's the layer where we are handling all the framework stuff. That's why we have the add service, we use the injection, and we also manage the transaction that will help us to keep the atomicity in case anything goes wrong. Here, everything will be rolled back and we will not make any change. Then we will write the delete one, the delete method for the product. So it will return a public ID. We will name it delete product, and the parameter will be public ID, public ID. We will return a product CRUD dot remove, and we'll pass the public ID parameter. Then we will have one method to create a category. So create category as parameter. We will return a category CRUD dot save, and we will pass the category parameter. Same here, let's not forget to add the transactional annotation, and on this one as well. Then let's write the delete one. So it will return a public ID. Let's name it delete category. So the parameter is a public ID, and we will call the category CRUD dot delete, and the parameter is public ID. Here, let's rename it and let's call it delete. Like this, it's cleaner in terms of name. And let's not forget to put at transactional. So now that we finished the product application service, the next phase will be to code the actual endpoint. So here it will not be the user resources, but the product resources. So first, inside the infrastructure package, let's start by creating one infrastructure primary package. Then let's create a first Java record name REST category. So this object will be annotated with builder for JILT, and it will contain a UUID, name, public ID, and a name, so validated with no annotation, because we will validate it inside the constructor. So let's create the constructor, and let's do a assert dot not null name. Then we will need two methods to be able to convert the category domain to the REST category that we just created. So let's call it toDomain. The parameter will be a REST category, so REST category, and we will use the category builder dot category. And if the REST category dot name is different from null, then we can get the value by creating a new category name, REST category.name. And then let's do the same for public ID. So REST category.public ID different from null, category builder dot public ID, new public ID, REST category.public ID. And then we can just return category builder.build. Then let's do the reverse. So public static REST category from domain and category as parameter. We are going to just return null first and make a build to let JILT create a builder. Okay. So let's use the REST category builder, REST category builder dot REST category. If the category dot get name is different from null, then let's take the value category.getName.value, and let's return the REST category builder dot public ID, because we are sure that at least the category will have a public ID dot value dot build. Now let's create another record that we will name REST picture. So sorry, it's not a class, it's a record. And this record will have a byte array with a file that the name of the byte array will be file, and we will have a MIME type to make sure we know the type of this file, because it can be PNG, JPG, etc., etc. So let's create a constructor and let's make sure that these two fields are not null. So let's copy paste this file, MIME type, and MIME type. All right, and let's write the two methods to convert from and to the domain. So public static picture to domain. So REST picture, return picture builder. So dot picture dot file. So REST picture dot file, and MIME type REST picture dot MIME type. Then we can build directly. Let's do the reverse. So public static REST picture from domain and picture as parameter. Let's return REST picture builder that we don't have. So let's comment this. Let's put a return null. We forgot to put the annotation at builder, and let's build to let Jilt generate the builder. All right, let's uncomment. We have the builder REST picture dot file and MIME type dot MIME type picture.MIME type dot build. We also need two other methods to handle the fact that a product have multiple picture. So let's just return a list of picture. So to domain, they can have the same name because they have different parameter. So REST picture, and we can return REST picture dot stream dot map REST picture to domain, and we can do a collect, not to set but to list. All right, let's do the reverse. Let's copy paste. So list of REST picture, list of picture. So pictures. Okay, let's change this one, and it's from domain. Right? Oh, yes, it needs to be from domain. Let's now create the REST product. REST product, it's a class because the record is immutable, and later we will need to modify it, because you will see, but in two different times. The first times we will set the picture, and the second time the data. We can't do both at the same time. So that's why we need to use a regular class. So first we will need a private string brand, then a color, then a description, then a name, then a double price, then a product size, then a REST category, then a Boolean featured, and a list of REST picture, and a private UUID public number in stock. Let's create a constructor, empty one, and a complete one. Let's clean it a bit to make it more understandable. Let's create all the getter and setters. Let's create a convenient method to add all the picture. So add all the picture, add picture attachments to the product list REST picture, and we just do it this picture dot add all pictures. Now let's write the two mapping method. So as usual, it's a public static product, so to domain REST product as parameter. So let's call it REST product. Let's instantiate a product builder dot product. So let's introduce a local variable, sorry. So product builder, so dot brand, new product brand, REST product dot get brand. Then color, new product color, REST product dot color, description, new product description, REST product dot get description, name, new product name, REST product get name, price, new product price, REST product dot get price, size, REST product dot get size, category, so this time it's REST category dot to domain, REST product dot get category. Then featured, REST product dot is featured, and the number in stock, REST product dot get number in stock. So if the REST product has a public ID, then we can capture the value. So product builder dot public ID, new public ID, REST product dot public ID. Then if the REST product picture is different from null and there is some picture inside a list, so is empty, then we can do a product builder dot picture, and we can call the REST picture dot toDomain method with the REST product dot get picture list. Then we have all the fields that we need, and we can call the product builder dot build to build the object. Now let's make the reverse. So public static REST product from domain product as parameter. So let's return a REST product builder that we don't have. So let's do a return null. Let's build a project. All right, so we can stop it. And so uncomment this part. So let's use the REST product builder dot REST product dot brand product dot get brand dot value, then the color product dot get color dot value, then the description product dot get description dot value, then the name product dot get name dot value, then price product dot get price dot value, featured product dot get featured, that's it. Category, so REST category dot from domain product dot get category, then size product dot get size, pictures, so REST pictures dot from domain and product dot get picture, then public ID, so product dot get public ID dot value, and number in stock product dot get number in stock. Then we can build the object. All right, so we have everything we need. Now we can create the actual resource. So let's call it product admin resources, because this class will only be accessed by the admin. So first, this class needs to be annotated with @REST controller and @request mapping. These two annotation allow Springs to know that this class needs to be mapped as endpoints. So the address of this endpoint will be /API/product, and these resources will need the application service. So private final product application service. We will also need a public static string role admin. So that's the name of the admin role inside the application that is shared with Kinde. So that's why you need to have the same name on both sides. Then we will need a object mapper. This object is here to serialize a string to some JSON to an actual Java object. We will use it when we will create a product. We then need to inject the product application service with the constructor, and we can start to write the create endpoint. So this endpoint will return a response entity of REST product, but let's call it save. In terms of parameter, we will have a multi-HTTP servlet request. So let's call it request. And we will have a string named product row that will be annotated with @request part. And the name of this part will be DTO. So we will have two annotations here. The first will be a post mapping because it will be a post, and it will consume the media type dot multipart form data value. So what does it mean? It means that in HTTP, you have different style of sending some data, and generally the most common way is that when you want to transfer some field from your backend, from your front end to your backend, you just put those data in your body. But sometimes you want to send two different information, and you cannot do it because you can have only one object inside your body. So the multipart form data allow you to do that. So based on a system of key, that's why we have a DTO key here. We want to store a list of picture, and this picture, it will be stored as one part of the body inside the HTTP request. So we do that because it's easier for our backend to handle it. And on our side, it's more clean because we know where is what, and we can count as well the file. So the second annotation that we need is the pre-authorized one, and it allows us to say exactly what kind of user can access which part of the application. So here we will need to say that only the admin can access this endpoint. Oh, so I forgot here to put final. Yes, because this one needs to be a constant. So this method can throw JSON processing exception. And first, what are we going to do is to get the file part, so the picture part, and we will call on the request get file map dot value, and we will stream those value map it, sorry, dot map, and we will create a method map multipart file to rest picture, and then we will do a toList. Let's create the local variable now. So this one is going to be a pictures of type rest picture. So let's create this method. So the function is going to have input a multipart file and as output rest picture. Then we'll do a return multipart file try IO exception, and inside the try we will simply return a new rest picture, and we will extract from the multipart file the byte array and the content type, which is the MIME type. Like this, we can know which kind of file is it. And if there is an issue, we can throw a new multipart picture exception that we need to create. So let's create here another package, exception, a new exception here, name multipart picture exception, right? And let's format a nice message, cannot pass multipart file. So multipart file dot get original file name. All right, we have our function, so let's not forget this one. Now that we extracted our picture, we can call the object mapper, so dot read value, and here we are going to take the product, can't see anything, product row. So inside this string there is the JSON of the product that we need to create, and inside this read value method we need to give the string with the JSON and the type of object that we want to create. So in that case, it's a REST product.class. Then we can introduce local variable, and we can do directly REST product add picture attachment with the list of picture that we created above. Once we do this, we can make a try here with a catch entity creation failed ECF. So let's create these two exceptions. First, entity creation failed. In fact, we don't need that. So let's forget about the try, and let's just do a REST product dot to domain REST product. Let's introduce the new product, and let's call the product application service dot create product, and let's pass as parameter the new product that we just created above. We can return a response entity dot OK and REST product dot from domain of product, of the product that we need to return here. And like this, we are good to go for the creation part. Then let's write the delete method. So this method will be public and will return a response entity of UUID, and we will call it delete, and it will have a request parameter of public ID, so UUID ID. So here in general, we use UUID across the application, especially for the front, because we don't want that our user will know how many products we have in our database, and also with UUID will not be able to iterate with the URL later. That's why we are using UUID all the time. So on this method, we will need a annotation delete mapping and the same at pre-authorize annotation to protect this endpoint. Then we will call directly the product application service dot delete product. So new public ID, so ID, and we return a response entity dot OK public ID of the local variable here. So it's deleted product UUID, so dot value. And here we need to surround this code with try. So that's the API path. and we need to catch entity not found exception. No, it should be entity not found. Oh, what's the name? It's entity not found exception. Okay, is this one. And here we will call some logs. Error would not delete category with ID. And let's get the ID and the exception. So ENFEE. And then let's create a problem detail for status and detail. So let's return a bad request and let's bring the message from the exception. Let's here create the local variable and let's return the response entity. So response entity of problem detail.build. Now let's do the same for the getAll method. So public response entity of page of REST product. So the name of the method getAll, and we take as parameter pageable. Like this, we can control the size of the page, the sorting, etc. Oh, sorry. It's because it's inside a bracket. That's why there was an error. So this method needs to be annotated with get mapping, and we can copy paste as well the pre-authorized method, the pre-authorized annotation. Then we can call the product application service dot find or product and pass the pageable parameter. We can introduce a local variable named product, and now we need to recreate the page, so page implementation, and we do that because we don't want to send back a product page, but a REST product page. So we will call the page EMPL constructor to map this page to a REST product page. So it's product.getContent.stream.map REST product from domain collect and collector.toList, not to set. Then we need the pageable object and the product.getTotal element. So I think I need to import something, row. Yes, so we need to create the variable. So it's page REST product. So I need to make a new as well. I need to write a new, sorry. And then we can return the page with a response wrapped by a response entity. So .ok REST product. Let's now write the category resources. So let's create the Java class categories resource. Let's annotate it with @REST controller and with request mapping. The address of this endpoint will be /API/categories. We will need the product application service. Let's inject it with the constructor. So let's write the save method. So public response entity of REST category. This method will be called save, and the body will be a REST category. Let's annotate it with @request body in order to indicate to Spring that it needs to serialize the body as a REST category object. Then let's annotate mapping, @post mapping, and with the pre-authorized annotation that we use for all the other endpoint. Let's just import this. And so first we are going to map the REST category object to a domain object. So let's create the local variable category domain. Then let's call the product application service dot create category. Let's create another local variable that we call category saved, and let's return a response entity.ok REST category.fromDomain, and let's pass the category saved variable. And that's all we need for this method. Then let's write a delete method. So we are going to return a UUID, delete UUID as parameter, public ID. The annotation so will be a delete mapping, and let's copy paste the pre-authorized method. So here we need a try catch. The exception will be an entity not found exception, and in terms of the API path, we will call the product application service dot delete category method. We will create a public ID object. So public ID. Let's create a local variable. So it's deleted category UUID, public ID. That's better. And we return a response entity.ok directly with the deleted category public ID.value. And if there is an error, we log the error first. So could not delete category with ID. So deleted public ID, ENFF. And then we create a problem detail. So dot for statue and detail. We're going to return an HTTP status bad request with the message contained inside the exception. Let's create as well a local variable for this one, and let's return a response entity of and let's pass the problem detail argument. Yes, we need to call build in order to build the response entity. So then I realized that we need to create another method. We missed one, which is the find all. So it's just inside the application service. So this method will be public. It will return a page of category. Let's call it find all category. And as parameter, and the parameter will be a pageable. Of course, it's transactional. We just need to put read only because we are not going to change anything. And we just return a category CRUD.findAll with the pageable object that we have as parameter. All right, now we can return to the category resources, and this method will return a response entity of page of category of REST category. So let's call it find all with a pageable object. Let's annotate it with get mapping, and this method will be public. Let's then call the product application service.findAll category. So let's give him the pageable. Let's give to this method the pageable. Let's create the local variable categories, and we will recreate a page EMPL. So categories.getContent.stream.map rest category from domain, and we do a collector.toList. Maybe we can even do like this. Yeah, that's simpler. Then we pass the pageable and the total element. With all of this, we need to create a variable, so rest categories, and we return the response entity.ok with the rest category. With Spring, we could have just returned this object directly, but generally I decide to use more the response entity because it gives us more control over the HTTP code that you want to return and the error as well. But it's perfectly fine as well if there is no error, then to just return the page category. So now let's make sure that everything is compiling and that our backend is starting properly. All right, that's good. Just one thing, let's go to the security configuration and let's add here a request matcher for the HTTP method get and for the API/categories, and allow everything, allow any request to come. So we do this because later the admin needs to be able to list the category, but also the user, the normal user, because in the menu, inside the menu, we will list all the category possible. So this endpoint needs to be accessible without any authentication. So now we finished the product and category on the backend side. So now let's start with the front end. So inside app, let's create a new folder named admin. And inside this one, let's create a model folder. Inside this model folder, let's create a TypeScript class named product, a TypeScript file, product model. And let's create our model inside this. So first we need a type product sizes that will be equals to XS, S, M, L, XL, XXL. Then we will need the array, so of type product size. So XS, S, M, L, XL, and then we will need the product category model. We will have a public ID of string, then a name. So we always create at least an interface like this TypeScript can know which kind of field he needs to expect when we either create a method or whatever. It's always a best practice. Never put any in when you return something or when you fetch something. So let's create another interface, product picture. So the product picture will have a file and it will have a name type of string. Then we will have the base product. So interface product base product with a brand, color, description, name, price, size, so which is a string, which is a product size, category, which is a product category, featured, which is a boolean, pictures, which is a product picture array, and number in stock, which is type of number. Then we are going to have another interface named product that will extend base product. We do that like this. We can add some fields and we can have like different types depending on if some field are available or no. So in that case, we just want to add a public ID. And that's all for now. So we need another model that we will create in shared. So let's go to shared model and let's create a request model. So this one, we are not going to write it. You can directly go in the description. You will have a link that will lead you directly to this code, because this object, so as you can see, I'm going to copy paste it. It contains some utility object like pagination, and the pagination is the object that is of type pageable on the backend side. So pageable that you have here contain the exact same field as this one. And that's the same when we are going to return a page. A page will be of type, will contain all of those fields. Now that our model is fine, let's create the admin product service. So let's open a terminal and let's generate it from NX. So nxj at nx/angular service. So let's call it admin product. So -- project, and from it ecom frontend. Okay, so it created at the roots of the project. So let's select those and let's put it inside the admin folder. And now let's create all the service we need. First, let's inject the HTTP client with the inject method. So HTTP client. Let's start by the create category method. So we will take as parameter a new category, which is of type product category, and that will return an observable of product category. So return http.post, sorry, this.http.post of type product category, and the address is going to be $environment.api URL/categories. So the body will be category, and we are good. Then let's write the delete category. So as parameter is going to be a public ID of type string, and it will return an observable of string. That will be the UUID. Here we need first to create some HTTP params set for the public ID, and we return this.http.delete of type string, so environment.api URL/category is the same address. And let's pass as parameter the HTTP param. And then let's write the find all categories that will return an observable of page of product category. Let's return an http.get of type page product category, and the address is going to be the same as the other ones. Then let's create product. Let's write the create product method. So product base product that will return an observable of product. So inside this method, we will create the form data, so new form data, and this object is the one that I was tell you, where you can put more than one object into a single HTTP request. So how do we do that? So first we are going to iterate to put the picture inside it, inside the form data. So lens ++. So we do a form data picture.append. With the key, it's going to be picture dash plus I. Like this, we know the number. And we will iterate on the product picture array that we are going to build inside the component. So we will write this logic after. Then we create a clone of the product, so a structure clone, and we empty the array of the clone. And we do this because we don't want that the picture of the data that is still present on the product object will be serialized after, because we are serializing it on our own. Then we do a form data.append with the key DTO, and we stringify with JSON.stringify the clone. Then now our form data is ready, and we can just call directly HTTP posts of type product, and the address is going to be environment.api url/product with the form data. Now let's write the delete product method, so public ID of type string that will return an observable of string. And let's copy paste this one because that's exactly the same. So public ID is just here product. Then last one, find all product. So with a page request pagination, that will return an observable of page product. And here we will call the create pagination option with the page request as base. And this method will create for us all the HTTP param that we need. So we don't need a let, it's a const already. I mean, it's a const because we are not like reassigning it. And we can return this.http.get page of type page product. The address is still the same, and we need to pass the param object. So before writing the product and category component to create and list them, we first need the toast service. So the toast service will make us able to display some notification to our user. So let's come back to our terminal and let's create another service named just toast. So let's reduce this. Inside shared, let's create a new directory named toast, and let's move those two classes inside the toast folder that we just created. Then let's create a TypeScript file named toast-info.model. The model of our toast will be very simple. So toast info, we will just have a body and an alert, and the alert type will be either success or error. So sorry, export type. All right, now inside our service, we don't need the constructor, and we will need to keep an array of toasts of type toast info. So this one will be empty at the beginning. We will have a show method with a body string, a type alert type, and a timeout that we will fix by default at 5000 milliseconds. So based on the body and the type, we will create the toast info object, toast body and type. We will push this toast info inside the array, and then we will create an observable out of it in order to close it after the timeout, and we subscribe to it, and then we call the remove method that we will write just after. So what do we do here? We create an observable out of this object. We then call the delay operator that will wait until the timeout, and once the timeout is done, we subscribe to the observable and we call the remove method. The remove method will take as parameter a toast info object, and we will just call this toast equals this toast.filter. So toast to compare, and we will make sure that they are not the same. So now that we have our toast service, we need to display them. So the best place to do that is the app component, because that's the root one. So first, let's create a div with a class absolute, because we want that the toast will be floated on the top right of the screen. Let's make sure that this component is as high as possible. Then top 0, right 0, margin end for the role. going to be alert. Inside this div, we will have a for where we are going to iterate on the list that is present inside the service. So let's just do track and toast, and let's inject. So let's go to the app component and let's inject the toast service. So inject toast service. All right, then let's create a div of role alert with a class alert margin, vertical margin 4, flex justify start, and items center. Then we will have inside this an ng class that will decide the color of the alert. So alert error toast dot type. So if it's equals danger, and alert success if the toast dot type equals alert equals success. So we need to import ng class, and then inside this div, if toast dot type equals danger, then we will display an icon. So icon. So the type will be font awesome solid, and the name is xmark. The class is margin top 1 and size 2x. Then let's copy paste this block because it's very similar. So if it's a success toast, then the name of the icon is check, and we just need another div to display the body of the toast. So let's just test right away the toast if it's working or no. So let's call toast service dot show hello toast. So the type, so alert. And now if we serve the application, all right, so we have a few issue here. Oh, it's because it's error, right? Yeah, and it's same here, it's error. Oh, okay. So we need to import as well the icons. So this one is FAX mark and FA check. So let's try again. All right, so we have the toast, and let's wait 5 seconds. It should like disappear. Yeah, it's the case. So that's working. So now it's good. We can create the two components to create the category and make the list. So let's come back to our terminal and let's create our component. So let's put it inside app admin and slash category. So let's call the one for the list admin categories. And the other one, let's call it create categories, create category. So let's reduce this. So let's check that everything is in place. Okay. So admin category and create category. Okay. So then let's route those components. So let's go to app.route. Let's create the object for the router. So the path is going to be admin slash categories slash list. So the component is going to be admin category component. We will need a can activate so that we didn't write yet. It's going to be a guard, so role guard check. And the data that we want to pass is the authorities of type role admin. So why do we want that? Because we want to restrict the access of this component to only people who are admin. So we need to specify it, and particularly because this data will be passed to the guard that we will call later, and then the guard will decide if yes or no the user can have access to this component. So let's do the same for the creation. So admin slash category slash create, and it's create category component. Let's now create this guard. So inside auth, let's create a TypeScript file, name role check dot guard. So the guard needs to be created that way. So export const role check guard of type can activate function. So in terms of guard, you can choose many hooks where you can like plug the guard to make him check, to make the Angular check, the router. Us, what we want to use is the can activate, meaning that when a user wants to activate a route, then the guard will be triggered. And we also use the functional one. It's kind of the new way of writing the code in Angular. So you need to use that way now. So the parameter will be next activated route snapshot and state of router state. Then it's a function, and inside it we are going to need the OAuth2 service that we are going to inject. So OAuth2 service. And then we will need to make sure as well that this code is only running on the browser and not on the server. So let's inject the platform ID and let's check that the platform is the browser. Then we will need to extract the authorities. So let's do next dot data. That's the data that we passed before, if you remember, on the app.route. And now we will wait. So with an interval 50, we will do a pipe with a filter. So the filter O2 service.connected user query is not pending. Then we can map. So we will map to extract the data, and then we will map to extract the authorities from the user. It's data authorities or authorities.length equals 0 or O2 service dot as any authorities. So data and authorities. So here there is a typo. It is pending that way because we want to have what's inside the signal. So we need to put the parentheses. And here we need to put a timeout in case the call doesn't go through. Because what we are doing here is that we will test every 50 milliseconds if the data here are available and if he has some authorities. So the first that will go through will get a chance to know if it's true or false. But if it doesn't happen in 3 seconds, then we are bored and it will be false. So in that case, if anyway it's on the server side, we just return false. So now we can come back to the app.route and we can import the guard. So now that is fine. Let's go to the browser. Let's make sure as well that our backend is running. Let's log in. And then, so if I try to type /admin/categories/list, then you can see that I got rejected. But now if I go to the kind tenant, I go to users, I choose my user, I go to role, I activate the role admin, and I think I should log out and then log in again. And I try to go to the list. So here it's not working. So let's check on the backend side and let's go to the database and let's make sure that the user, so the e-commerce user, it's this one. So that's the number 3 has the right authority. If it's not the case, you just add one line here. So 3 and it should be role admin. So let's commit. Let's then log out again. Let's log in again and let's try to access the list. And yeah, this time it's working. I have access. So now that we've done this, let's go to the nav bar where we are going to link all the necessary menu entry. So let's locate the admin menu, so which is here. And so the link is a router link with the address is admin category list. So it's categories. We have a click and we should have a close menu. So we'll write that in a minute. And we have also a click outside where we call the same method. So then let's copy paste this one. We are going to have the same for product, except that it's not categories, it's product. Let's create this close menu method. So it's going to be very simple. We'll take as parameter a menu of, it's an HTML detail element, and we will just call menu dot remove attribute open. And like this, it will close automatically. So that's a Daisy UI trick to close it automatically because it's not end all by default. So let's pass the admin menu as parameter. Also, we need to protect this menu. So let's put an if here and let's test if we have some user data, so success, and the O2 service as any authority of the connected user query dot data as the role admin authority. So if that's the case, then we can display the menu. So let's see now if it's working. So oh, okay, there is an issue. Yes, so admin menu, okay. And then yes, we need to put this one in order to make TypeScript happy. So let's reload. So yes, we have the menu admin that is appearing. And if we click on product, so it's not really changing. Yeah, but that's reacting. It's just that we don't have like a route for this yet. But if we go to category, here it's working fine. Okay, so let's just write first the header of this one, of the admin categories. So we will have a first div with a class width, full, flex, justify, between, and item center. Then we will have another div with a header. This header will have a class, text to Excel, and some font polls. Let's call it categories. And we'll have a div with a subtitle, add and delete categories. Then we will have a button with a class btn primary, and a router link /admin/categories/create. And it's going to be create categories as label for our button. So let's see. Okay, and we can see that it's working. Now let's go to the create category component. So we will need a form builder. So let's inject it, form builder. We will need a product service, admin product service. We need the toast service as well. And we will need the router. Then these forms will only contain a name because we only have one field for our category. So it's going to be a form control of type string. The base value will be an empty one. It's non-nullable. And we will have a validator where it's required. So validators dot required. Then we are going to need a representation for our form. We're going to need a model. So let's go to the product model.ts and let's create an export type. Create category form content that is equals to name form control. So why are we doing that? It's to make Angular happy because now the form needs to be fully typed. I mean, it's to make him happy, but as well, it's a good practice because like this, you will have autocomplete for everything that is related to the form that you're going to create. So then we will going to instantiate the form. So create form equals this form builder dot non-nullable dot group of type create category form content. And we will have just one field, so name and this dot name. We will need as well a boolean to indicate if the form is loading or no. And then we will need three different methods. So private on creation settled, so void. So we just put loading to false. So this method will be called no matter what. What's the result of the HTTP call? Then we need an on creation success that will return void. And here we'll like call the toast service and we notify the user with a category created toast that is a success. And we'll also use the router to navigate. So navigate to /admin/categories/list. And then we'll have another one for handling errors. So on creation error void. And we'll just call here the toast service to show to the user that there was a problem. So issue when creating category. Then it's danger. It's a error. Now we are going to be able to create a mutation. So create mutation equals inject mutation. Then let's create a function. So mutation function, which will take a category to create of type product category. And we will call last value from. And as parameter, we'll use the product service dot create category, and we'll pass as parameter the category to create. So why are we doing this? Because the mutation function, so it's where we call and where we use the TanStack query library, because that's this library who will be in control of doing the HTTP request, as well as caching, retrying, and everything that we discussed before. So what's the function want is some promise. So that's why we are using last value from, because last value from is taking like an observable and return a promise. And inside, so we just call our service. Then we need to now to call the different hook depending on the result of the call. So on settled, we will call on creation settled. Then on success, we will call on creation success. And on error, we will call on creation error. Now that we have the mutation, we need to call it. So let's create a create method. Let's instantiate and create the object. So category to create of type product category. We only have a name, so let's extract it from the form. So get row value.name. Now the loading boolean should be true, and we need to trigger the mutation. So mutate and pass the category to create as parameter. Now that the TypeScript code is fine, let's go to the template. So let's go to the create category component template. Let's create a div class with a grid. So grid calls 3 with a div like this. Then, in fact, no, we don't need that. Let's create a form with an ID. So create form. So ng submit. We will call here create. When the form is submitting, we call the create method, and the form group, the name is create form. It's the one that we created on this side. And yes, we need to import reactive form. So let's close the form. First, we will have an h1 with a class text large and with bold font. Let's create, so the title will be create new category. We'll have a label of class form control and width full. Inside this label, we'll have a div of class label and a span with a class label text, and the label will be name. The label will be name. Then an input of type text with a placeholder type name here, with a class input bordered and width full. Then a form control name, and a class dot input dash error equals name dot invalid and name dot untouched. Then we will have a div class label to handle error. So that's a span class label text alt and text red 600 with a directive ngx control error equals name track required. And here let's put what we want to say to the user. So name is required. So this one, I think we need to import it. Yes, it's ngx control error. All right, so let's see so far. So we have an issue. So on my side, it was just an issue of import. So let's make sure that here on the created category, when you import the router, is the @Angular router, because for me, it was the Express one. So that's why it was messing up. So now if I go back to Chrome, I can see that my form is appearing. Okay. So now let's put an empty div here and here, because like this, we have the form centered. All right. And above, below the label, we can add a button of type submit with a class btn primary, btn wide, and width full. Let's disable this button until the form is valid. And inside this form, we will put create category as well as an if statement. If it's loading, then we will put a spinner inside. Class loading and loading. So let's see. So if I type, you can see that it's not disabled anymore. And I have the error handling as well. So now if I create my category, okay, so there is an issue. So for 3, so let's check on the backend side. All right, so missing mandatory value. So we can check that the payload was indeed name and that this name was not set properly. So let's make sure here that it's name. All right, so it was because here on the build, if we go to the constructor and we have a look at assert mandatory, it's in that here we have the wrong field. So let's make sure that in category.java, you make sure that in assert mandatory field, it's the parameter that you test, not the inner variable. So let's reload. Let's try again. And yes, it has been created successfully. We can check inside the database if that's the case, product category, and yes, it's good. So now let's write the list. So let's go to admin category.ts. We will need the product admin service. So inject product admin product service. We will need the toast service. So let's inject it. And I will need the query client to handle the invalidation of the cache on TanStack query. So inject query client. So first we will need a private method to handle the deletion success, so of type void. And here the deletion of success, we will do a query client and we will invalidate queries. And the query key is going to be categories, because what we wanted to tell is to tell TanStack that it needs the category cache needs to be invalidated. So then we'll call the toast service to show to the user that the category has been deleted successfully. Then on deletion error, so void, and let's create a toast. So show issue when deleting category and danger and error. So this is for the deletion part. Now for the display part, we need to create the method handle categories query error. So if this dot category queries is error, then we can show a toast service where we will say error fail to load categories. Please try again. Now we can create the query, so to query all the category. So categories query equals inject query. So here let's write the function. So query key categories query function is going to be the last value from this product admin service that find all category. And we need as well the delete mutation. So inject mutation. So the mutation function is going to be category public ID with a last value from this dot product admin service dot delete category and category public ID. So let's just put that on the line. It's like this. So on success, we will call on deletion success and on error on deletion error. Let's not forget to create a constructor, an empty one, and let's create an effect to handle the category, error when we try to fetch all of it, all of the category. So we don't need the bracket. Now that we have the two cases, so the display and the delete, let's write the table. So we just have here, it's fine, but here it's category query. So yeah, now let's go to the admin category component. We will create a div class, so a border top width full, border solid. So let's put a little bit of browser. So border gray 300, rounded, margin top 3, margin bottom 5. So then if we have some category data, so is success and categories queries.data.content.length is different from 0, then we will have a div with a class overflow auto, some border gray 300, rounded, medium. We will have a table with a class table large, table zebra, then a t-head with a class border gray 300, a tr class same border gray 300, and then some t head. This one we can duplicate it. This one is public ID. This one is name, and this one is actions. Then we have the t body with a class border 0. Here we have our for, so category of categories query.data.content, so track category.public ID. And we will inject here the index. So then we'll have some rows, tr, let's refresh a bit the browser. So tr, so first the index, then, so let's duplicate this one, 1, 2, 3, no, it's h, and then td, so category dot public ID, so just one name, and then inside we have td div, and then we will bind the click, and we'll call the delete category, the delete category, and the parameter will be category dot public ID with a class btn, btn secondary, and btn small. And this button is the delete one. Let's create this method because we forgot. And so this one is not undefined. And we need to call the this.delete mutation dot mutate with the public ID as parameter. So this will be sure that it's not undefined. And now we need to put an else if, and if the category query is pending, then we need a div class with flex, width full, justify center, and inside this div we will put the spinner. So loading, loading spinner, loading large. So I think we will be able to see something. Now let's put another, yes, we can see the category. So let's put another condition. Now it's is error, and if that's the case, then the class will be alert and alert error. And then here the span will have no class, we just put error, fail to load categories. And last case, if there isn't any category present, so data.content, if the length is equal 0, then we'll put a div with a role alert, then with a class alert info, and with an icon, so font awesome solid, and circle exclamation, and size 2x. And then as text, we will put, sorry, it's a span, no category created yet. So here I should be able to delete. So yeah, it's working. And you can see that the else if here are working. Then I can create a new category. I can say I want to display. And it's working as well. Phone. And yeah, there is just this little border that is not like the right color. So let's put a class here and a border gray 300, and then it should be fine. So now that we have our category, let's do the same for the product. So let's resize the IDE and let's open it. Let's open the panel. Let's open the left panel. Let's open as well the terminal, and we are going to create two components. So let's create first product with a create product component and a admin dash product component. So like this, we should have a product folder with two components inside. Now let's start by the create product component, and let's first route them. So what we are going to do is we can copy paste, because that's the same as category. So it's just product. So create product component. And for the list, it's going to be so product and admin product component. So if we go back to our browser, we should be able to have access to those two pages. So yes, admin product works. And if we go to the create, it's working as well. So let's open the create product component.ts. And what we need first is a form builder. So let's inject it, the form builder. Then a product service. So it's admin product service, the toast service, inject toast service, and the router, inject router. and make sure that it's Angular router. We will need as well a product picture array. So product, so let's equals, so let's write equals array of product picture. And now let's create all the field that we need for our form. So first we will need a name, form control of type string. The initial value would be empty and it's non-nullable, and the validator needs to be, this field is required. Let's copy paste this field because it's going to be very similar. So first description, then here the price. The price is a number and it needs to start at 0. Then we'll have the size. So the size needs to be of type product size and the initial value will be XS. Then category, so we can also create it by copy paste. So category, it's a string and it's required as well. Then brand is the same. Then color is the same. Then featured, this one is a boolean. Then the pictures, they will be of type product array of product picture. So let's put an empty array as initial value. And the stock, that will be a number. So the stock, that's a number, and it will start at 0. So before going further, we are going to create the representation of the form. So let's go to product model and let's create the type create product form content. So what can we do is copy paste this one because that's practically the same, and we will just create the the form. So it's form control. So let's copy paste for all the strings. Then it's going to be here a number, here it's product size, here it's a boolean, and so here it's a product picture, and here it's not number in stock, it's stock, and that's a number. Okay, so we have the type. Now let's go back to the create product component and let's instantiate our form. So the form will be named create form, and we will use the form builder to create it. So non-nullable group of create product form. What's the name of it? Create product form content. Then we are going to have a name, this.name. So let's do the same as the last technique. Let's copy paste everything and then let's complete one by one. So let's change it one by one. So this.color, this.description, this.name, this.price, this.size, this.category, this.featured, this.picture, and this.stock. Okay, it's because this needs to be a string. All right, and this one needs to be a boolean. All right, so we have the representation of our form on the TypeScript side. Now we will need a boolean loading. That, like this, we can know if the creation is in progress, and later we will use it to display a spinner. So let's create the 3 different methods that we need to call the mutation to create the mutation. So first on creation settled, that is just going to put the loading boolean false. Then the on creation success, we will redirect our user to /admin/product/list, and we will show a toast service. So we'll show a success toast service created. Let's close it and success. Then for the error case, then on creation error. So let's show a toast service. So issue when creating, and that's error. All right, now we can create the mutation for the creation of the product. So create mutation, inject mutation. So mutation function is, let's go on the next line, product base product last value from this dot product service dot create product, and as parameter product. Then on settled, we call this dot on creation settled. On success, we call this dot on creation success, and on error this dot on creation error. All right, now that we have the mutation, we can create the method create that will be triggered by the submission of the form. So first, we will need to create the object that will be sent to the API, to the backend. So it will be called product to create, and it will be of type based product. So we can copy paste this one. That will be way easier because there is many fields. So let's do the mapping. So create form dot get raw value dot brand, then dot color, so dot description, name, price, size, category is a bit different, but feature is the same. Picture, it's going to be this dot product picture because we will create the array on our own just before, and number in stock is going to be a normal value. So for category, we need to create an object and with a public ID, and we will just get the public ID from the form field. So get raw value dot category dot split, and we'll split with plus. This one is totally arbitrary. It's just a way. We need a way to store the public ID and the name at the same time inside the form. So that's why we are putting a plus between the two. You will see later when we will make the form how we will like handle this plus thing. Create form dot get raw value dot category dot split plus and 1, so the second value. Once we created this object, we need to put the loading boolean to true, and we can call the mutation directly by passing the object that we just created before. The creation of the object is fine. We didn't take care of the picture. So let's do that now. So we need to create a private extract file from target. The parameter will be a target event target or null. It will return a file list or null. And so let's put some space. And so we'll convert the target into an HTML input target. So we'll cast it so as HTML input element. So sorry, it's const. And if the target is null, or if the HTML input target dot file is null, then we just return null. If not, then we can return HTML input target dot file. So this one is just a utility method. Now let's write the main method to upload some new picture and convert it the way we want. So this method will be called directly by the input inside the form, and it will be called every time the user changes it. It's a little bit on the side of the regular submission of the form. So first we will reinitialize the array, and we will call the extract method with the target as parameter. So let's introduce a local variable. So this local variable is the picture file list, and if this picture file list is different from null, then we are going to iterate over it. So I0, I picture file list dot length, I++. So then we extract the picture, so one picture with the item method. So that is a picture, and no need of let. Then if the picture is different from null, then we create a new product picture object, so of type product picture. So file, it's the picture, the MIME type is the picture.type. So let's put the semicolon, and then we just push this value inside the array. So product picture, and that's how, so this one we can do const here, and that's how we inject it in the new object before sending it to the backend. Last thing that we need the list of the category. So to do so, we will just create another inject query of type, without type. This query we will just fetch all the category. So category query equals inject query, and we can even go to category, admin category, and we can copy paste because that's the exact same one. So let's copy paste this query. It's just that the service is not named in the same way, and that's okay. We will have our category later. So now we can go on the HTML side and create a form. So let's reduce this and let's display as well the browser. So first we will need a div with a class grid, grid called 3, one empty div here and another empty div. No, this one is a form. The ID is create form. We are listening to ng submit, and we will call the create method on the submission of the form. The form group is the create form. It needs to be the name of the form that we created earlier, and we need to import reactive form module. So then we display an h1 of class text large, font bold, so create a new product. Then we have a label of class form control, width full, another div with a class label, and inside that a span with a class label name, so that will be the label of the input. Then the input, who will be of type text, with a placeholder type name here, a class input dash bordered width full, with a form control name, and with class dot input dash error equals name dot invalid, and it's untouched. Okay, so yeah, the double quote like this, and then we need the label, so class label to handle the error. Class label text alt text red 600, and let's use the ngx control error. So the field is name track, so we track the required error, so it's error, and we need to import it. And here name is required. All right, so let's see in the browser. All right, so we have the name and we have the validation as well. So now let's copy paste this block and let's create. So it's brand here, it's brand type brand here, brand, and brand is required. Let's copy paste once again. So this one is color, no placeholder. The form control name is color, same. Let's change it everywhere. The type here it's color. So let's refresh. Color is required. So yeah, it's working. Description. So description. So this is not an input, it's a text area. So text area needs to be closed. So here it's going to be description. So description is required, and the class here it's text area border with a placeholder type description here, so no type. All right, then so let's take a more generic one. Then we have price here, the type is number, type price here, so this is here price, and here it's description. So then number of stock, that's also a number, stock is required, enter the stock. Then we have the size, so the size is a bit different, so it's not an input, and we don't have error handling, we just have select with class select bordered, and width full. The form control name is size, so the option, so disabled, selected, so select size, and then we have a for with size of size, so we can import it, track size, and then we just create the option with the for each, so value its size, and we just display size. So just here with the select, we have also a div class label with a div. So then let's refresh. All right, so it's working okay. So now let's do the same for the category. So category, the form control name is category. And here we will first have an if the category query is a success, then we will iterate and create the option for the select. So category of category queries dot data dot content, and we track category dot public ID. Then the option will be, So we'll have a value attribute where we will put a category dot public ID plus category dot name, and we will display to the user just the name. So let's see if it's working properly. So yeah, you can see that the two categories that we created are well filled inside this. Then we will need to take care of the picture. So let's take a more generic one. So no, not this one. No, this one is not generic at all. The brand pictures. So the type will be file, so no placeholder. The class will be file input and width 4. So the form control name will be picture, and we will listen to the change event. And when the change event occur, we call the upload new picture with the $event.target to send the content of the input to this method. So also, because the user can enter multiple picture at a time, we need to put a multiple attribute. And so we can get rid of this, and the error message will be at least one picture is required. We need to add an if because the error detection is a bit different. So let's check if inside the array there is something, and if the user has already touched the field picture dot untouch. So then we will need one last field. So the last field will be the featured, and so it's not an input, and there isn't really some error handling. So we just have a div. So here we have a div, and then here it's the label. So we have a cursor pointer class, and then below the label we have a class justify center, and inside this div we have an input checkbox. So check with a class checkbox and checkbox primary, and of course the form control name, which needs to be featured, and then the label here. So let's refresh. Oh, it's because it's an end. We need to put the button. So button of type submit, class button, button primary, button wide, and width full. Then we need to disable it if the form is invalid. And inside this button, so it's create product, and inside the button we'll put an if statement. It's loading, we'll put a spinner loading. All right, so the button is disabled. And so now if we try to add a new product, so Galaxy S24 Plus, Samsung, so the color, best phone, the stocks, the size, and the category, and is featured. Product created, so that's nice. Let's just make sure in the backend. So yeah, we have all the field we need. We don't have the stocks, but overall it's not too bad. So let's just see why we don't have the stocks. Yeah, it's because it's the price control name. So it's stocks, and yeah, the price is not right as well. Let's try to add another one. So let's say this time is a Galaxy Fold 4, Samsung, the color foldable phone, $599, size M, it's a phone, and it's featured. Okay, we created it. Let's refresh this one, and this time the price is fine, and the stocks is okay. So now let's just display the list of product. So let's go to admin product, and let's go to the TypeScript file. So first we will need the product service. So let's inject it, admin product service. We need a toast service, we inject toast service, and we need a query client, inject query client. Then let's set up our page request, which will help us to fine-tune the page that the backend will send us back. So the page is 0, the size that we want is 20 max, and the sort we want to be sorted by created date desk. So we want the newest first. So let's create first the product query. So let's inject query. The query key is going to be product with the page request, and the query function is going to be last value from, and this dot product service dot find all product with the page request. Then let's create the three methods to handle the deletion. So on deletion success, this dot query client dot invalidate queries, query key, so that's products. And we just show a toast with product deleted as labeled, product deleted, and success. No uppercase on method. Then we will need a on deletion error method, and we will just show a toast. So toast service.show issue when deleting product, and that's error. That's error type. So we also need to handle, I forgot about this, to handle product query error. So if this dot product query dot is error, then we show a toast to the user. Show error fail to load product. Please try again. And its type is error. So now we can write the delete mutation. So delete mutation, inject mutation. So mutation function. So product public ID. The type is string. And we will do a last value from this dot product service dot delete product, and it's the product public ID. Now let's handle the different case. So on success, we will call on deletion success. Then on error, this dot on delete error, and let's create the delete method that will be called by the button that the user clicks. So delete product public ID string, and we'll call the mutation. So delete mutation.mutate with the public ID passed as parameter. We also need the empty constructor because we need an effect inside, and this effect we will call the handle product query error. Now that we have all of this, we can go to the template, so admin product. We can hide this part, and we can display the browser. So here first, I'm just going to copy paste because that's exactly the same, the header. So here it's create product. No, so it's create categories. It's just that we have two buttons. So first it's create product. So this one is add and delete product. And here we need to create a div to wrap them in order to put them both on the right. And let's add a little bit of margin between them. So if I click on create product, it's working, and on create categories as well. So now we can copy paste directly here the array, the table, because that's going to be very similar. So let's replace the categories query by the product query everywhere. So here it's delete product. The name here is going to be product. So let's replace it everywhere. Here's query, no product created yet. Product here as well. So then this is class min width 14, and this one is name. Then we have brand. Let's copy paste some color because there is many field, price, number in stock, featured, and category. For the first one, we are going to need a class max w width 20, overflow ellipsis, white space, no wrap, and overflow hidden. This one we do this because the product name can be very long, and if it's too long, we just cut it automatically depending on the width. Then we'll have a link with a class link, with a router link, and the address will be /product with the product.public ID, and the label of this link will be the name of the product. Then, so we can delete this. Then we will put the product.brand. So here it's product.public ID. Then we will need a div here with a class h-5 with 5 rounded full with an ng style of background dash color and its product dot color like this, we display the exact color on the screen and not just the code. Then it's going to be the price, then the number in stock, then featured, and category.name. Let's see now how it is on the browser. All right, that's good. We have everything, so it's featured true, but yes, we have the category and we have the delete, so we have the two that I've created before. If I delete, it's not working. So 400, that's public ID. Okay, so let's check the logs. Let's see what happened. So no category deleted. So here there is a mistake. It's no product deleted. So the value was this and so it was actually deleted. So let's go back to the TypeScript and we can see that here on success, we have a typo that makes the mutation unable to properly call the on deletion success. So now I should refresh the page. And I'm going to create a new product because I don't have any more. So I don't have one anymore. So Galaxy 5, Samsung, best foldable phone, the stock 10, the category is phone, and that's featured. Then if I delete, yeah, this time it worked, and we have the toast as well. All right, so let's now implement the home page. So here, the home page will be composed of two different elements. First, we'll display a big picture, like it will be the hero section, and then the featured product. So for the first part, we don't need any endpoint, but for the second part, we are going to switch to the backend, and we will create an endpoint that will make us able to fetch the feature product. So let's get started. So let's open the JPA product repository, and let's start by adding the method that will query the DB. So it will return a page of product entity. The name will be find all by featured true. So because we want all the products that have the Boolean feature to true, and we want to be able to page this query. So just to make sure that you understand, we are starting as usual with the driven side, the infrastructure side. Let's go now to the Spring Data product repository. Or first, let's go to the product repository and let's add a method. So page product, find all featured product with a pageable parameter. Now we can go back to the Spring Data product repository. We implement the method and we just called JPA product repository dot find by featured true. And then we map with the product entity to method. Like this, we convert the product entity to the product domain. Now let's create a new service. So let's go to product domain and the service package. Let's create the product shop class. Let's instantiate our product repository. Let's create the constructor in order to inject this class later. And let's write the method. So it will return a page of product. We will name this method get featured product. And the parameter will be pageable. We just then call product repository dot find feature product and the parameter is pageable. Then let's go to the application service and let's add the new method. So public page product get featured product of pageable as parameter. And then we need first to create the product shop. So this dot product shop equals new product shop product repository. And then here we return product shop dot get feature product and we pass the pageable as parameter. We don't forget to annotate a transactional with the read only because we don't do any writes on this method. Now let's go to the driving side, so the user interface. So let's go to interface, to infrastructure, primary. let's create a new endpoint, so a new class of endpoint, sorry, product shop resource. Let's annotate it with REST controller at request mapping, and the address will be /API/product-shop. Then we need to inject private final the product application service. So let's create a constructor to make the injection, and the method will be returning a response entity of REST product. So we'll call the method getAllFeatured. The parameter, as always, is pageable, and its get mapping, the address will be /featured, and then we call the product application service dot get feature product. We pass the pageable as parameter. Then we create the local variable, so that's product, the local variable which is a page product. Then we need to recreate the page because we don't want to send some product but some REST product. So we need to extract the product from the page. So we do a stream, and then we want to map all of the product to REST product. So we call the from the main method, and we can call to list. Then we need to pass the pageable parameter and the total count, the total element. So let's then create the variable. So that's REST product, and then we can return a response entity dot OK, and we can put the REST product directly. Here there is a typo, it's page of REST product. That's why there was an error. And now we should be able to deploy, not deploy, but to run our backend. One small thing, we need to go to the security configuration to allow this endpoint. So let's copy paste this line, and let's add here /API product-shop, and we can put **, because we need that all these endpoints will be publicly available, because of course the user will not be authenticated when he will see the homepage. So let's restart, and we are good to go. And now we can switch to the front end. So let's open a terminal, and let's create a new component. So the component, we'll name it home. So /app/home/home. Maybe you can just put /app. So let's close it a little bit, /home. And we also need the featured component. So let's create it in the home folder. So first, let's go to the public folder. And here, so you will have the link in the description. So you can click on it and you can import the hero.web. Okay, that will be the image that we will use as the background of the hero section. All right, so now let's come back to our home component.html and let's write this part. I will just close this, like reduce this, and display the browser. Like this, we can see what we are doing. Oh, and I forgot, just let's go to the app.route and let's add this component to the router. So the path will be empty because we want to display this component at the root URL. And so the component is going to be home component. Then now if we refresh, yes, we have homework. We can also get rid of the toast test because we don't need it now, and we can come back to our home component HTML and start writing the hero section. So first we will have a div with a class hero, so min h screen and rounded XL. Then we will have an attribute style with a background image, and this background image will have a new URL that will be /home/hero.webp and no double quote, as well as a background cover, so background size cover. Then we will have a div with a class hero overlay, background opacity 20. Then a div with a class hero content, justify start, text neutral content, width full, horizontal padding of 6. So let's go to another line, small horizontal padding of 8, and large screen horizontal padding 10. So let's refresh a bit. So there's an issue with the image. So yeah, it's because I forgot we need to create a home directory and put it there. So let's refresh. Let's relaunch the server to make sure. Okay, then we need another div of class text left, then a header 1 with a class margin bottom 5, text 3XL, so small text 5XL, text white, and font bold. And the title will be e-commerce app. Then a p markup with a class margin button 5, text large, small, text dash 2XL, text white. And we will say check out our collection of product. Then a button, so button class, button primary, button large, and router link that will bring the user to /product. And the label of the button will be shop collection. So now let's see. Yeah, we have the nice hero section and we have a nice responsiveness as well. So let's put that on another line. So now that we have our hero section, let's write our feature component. Let's open the feature component.typescript. So for now, we can come back to full screen. And for this component, we will need the product service where we can inject the product service that we don't have yet. So that's true. So let's create now the service. So let's create the service. So the name will be user product. So no need to put service. And I made a mistake here. We can delete that one. And this user product service, let's create a directory in shared with named service. And let's move those two files into service. Now let's write the method to fetch the endpoint backend that we just create. So first we will need to inject the HTTP client, and the method will be called find all featured product. So with a page request of type pagination, and you will return an observable of page of product. So let's import the page, and then let's create the pagination option. The pagination option will create for us the HTTP params. So no need to have a let because we don't reassign it. So put const. Then we can return a this.http.get of type page of product. The address is going to be so $environment.api URL /product-shop/featured, and we need to put the HTTP param. All right, now we can go back to our featured component.ts and we can inject the user product service. What we need there, we need a page request of type pagination. So let's configure it. We want the first page of a size of 20 and we don't need any sort. Like this later, if we want to manage the size of the feature product because there is too many, we will be able to do it with ease. So then we just need to write the query. So feature product query. So let's inject a query. Let's create the object. So query key, it's going to be so an array. We'll call the key featured product with the page request. And the query function is going to be so last value from and this dot product service dot find all featured product with the page request. So before coding the template of the feature component, we can go back to home component and we can display it like this. We will see it as we code. So first, let's add a div with a class width full, vertical margin of 10, and on medium screen, vertical margin of 20. Then we will have a sub header with a class text 2XL, small text 3XL, font bold, text center, vertical margin 8, and on small screen, vertical margin of 12. And the title will be featured product. So then first, let's call the ecom featured component. And we will do a small trick where we will use defer on immediate. We will wrap the component inside the @defer, and we will put a placeholder with just a div with loading. So we do this because like this, the home page will load faster. And what the defer is doing is just as the meaning of defer, you'll wait until the whole page is loaded, and then you will load this component. You will display this component. So now let's come back to the template. So let's clean a bit, and we can also refresh here. Yeah, we have the feature product, and our component is displayed successfully. So let's move this, and let's add a div with a class grid. So grid calls 1, small grids calls 2, medium grids calls 3, and large grids calls 4. And we need grids 4. Let's go to the next line. And then if the feature product query is in success state, then we do a for of product of feature product query dot data dot content. And then we track product dot public ID. Then here we will need to create the ecom product card component, where as parameter as input, we will pass the product. Then here we will handle the pending and error case. So if the product query is in pending state, then we will display a div with a class flex width full justify center, and a span with a class loading spinner, and loading large. Like this, the user will know that we are on loading state. And then if there is an error, so featured product query is in error state, then we will just display a div with a class alert error, and a span inside with the label error failed to load featured product. Please try again. Now let's open a terminal and let's create our component. So the component is going to be in the shop folder, and we will call it product card. So now we can import it. Then on the TS side, we need to declare the input. So product equals input dot required of product. So let's import input and product. So input here is the new way of writing inputs. So basically, product is a signal now. It's not just an object like by the past we were using like at input. So now you can just like declare it like this, and it would be a signal. So now we can go to the component, to the template of the product card, and we should have no error anymore. Yes, so we still have the loading stuff, but so let's see if we check. So we have a 401. It's because, so if we go to the product service, so the user product service, here I think we have a typo, it's products. So now let's do it again. And yes, it went through, so it works. Nice. So let's come back to the product card now. So first we will have, so the card is going to be a link. So with a class flex justify start cursor pointer. Then we will use the router directive, and the address will be /product and product.public ID. So let's import the router link. And inside this link, we will have a div of class flex colon justify center, rounded XL, width full, min height of 400 pixel, so 400 pixel, full height, and shadow XL. Then inside this div we will have figure of class flex justify center, item center, full height. Then an image with src with the directive like this, and it's going to be data plus product picture. So we take the first one, so we take the MIME type, then plus base 64, because what the backend is giving us back in terms of picture, it's basically base 64. So automatically Spring will, even though inside the database it's still a byte array, when it serializes it for us, it gives us a base 64, which is ND because it's easy to handle on the front-end side. So then we just do a product.picture, the first one, and then we just call the file attribute. Then we can put an alt attribute with the product.name, and the width will be 250 pixels. Then we will have a div with a class padding 5 and justify end. Then a div with a class text small. Then here we will display the brand. Then a sub header with a class. It will be the card title with a width, with a full width, and truncated in case it's too long. Then inside its h2, we will have a div of class truncate. Then here we will put the name of the product and the size. After that, we will put a badge, so badge secondary, that will say new. Then a div with a span with a class line through and a margin end of 2. And here we will put the price with an increase of the price, and then we will pretend it's cheaper. So here we will put another span with the margin end 2, and on this one we will put the real price. So with the pipe currency. So the pipe currency, it means that Angular will handle on his own, depending on the language of the browser, it will change the currency automatically. So now if we come back to our browser, so we have something at the line 10. Okay, it's because it's two different interpolation. So of course we have nothing, I think, because we don't have any product. So let's log in. Let's go to, so we have some categories. So let's go to product. Let's create some product. So that's a display and that's featured. Let's go to home, and yes, we have successfully the featured product. And it's also responsive, as you can see. Nice job. One last thing about the architectural part is that we made the product card because we will reuse it later. So that's why inside the featured component, we didn't wrote the card on its own. All right, so now we'll take care of the product detail. So when a user click on the product card, we will redirect him to a page where he will have all the detail of the product. And just below the detail of the product, we will have the related product. So we will just display all the product who has the same category as the product that he chose. To do so, we will first start with the backend, and we will add two methods on the JPA product repository. So the first method that we will need, in fact, we already have it, is the find one by public ID. It's the one that we will use to fetch one product detail. And the second one, we will need to fetch a page of product entity, and we will query by category public ID. And we will also need to exclude the one who is already displayed. So that's why we need to do and public ID not. Like this, we will still have a pageable as parameter to avoid too many elements. Then we will have the UUID that will be the category public ID that we want to fetch, and then the UUID of the excluded product. So the excluded product public ID. Like this, we will give to this method the category public ID related to the product, and we will also give the product public ID that is already displayed. Like this, we will have a list of all the product in that category except one. Then let's go to the product repository. Let's add two methods. So the first one is the optional. We'll return an optional product. So it will be the find one by public ID. And the second one will be, so page of product and it's going to be find by category excluding one. So with the pageable parameter, public ID, so category public ID, and the public ID of the product public ID. Now let's go to the Spring data product repository and let's implement these two new methods. For the find one, we just need to call the method that we just created, so the JPA repository find by public ID, and we will use the public ID dot value as parameter. Then we don't forget to map by calling the to from the product entity, so to convert a product entity to a product. And for the find by category, we will call the method, so it's find by category public ID and public ID not with the pageable parameter, then the category public ID and the product public ID. Then let's map the list, the page, so product entity 2, and we are good for our repository. Now let's go to the domain and specifically the domain service. So let's go to product CRUD and let's create the find one method. So optional product find one. The parameter is public ID and we return product repository dot find one, and we just give the public ID object to this method. Then let's go to the product shop and let's write the other method. So the reason we are separating those two is because the find one belongs more in the CRUD because that's how we named this service. And the product shop here, it will belong more because the product shop is meant to centralize all the logic that is related to the public shop. So this method will return a page of product. We will call this method find related, and we will have a method called pageable. So you will have a parameter called pageable, and we just need the product public ID. So product public ID. Then we will call the product repository.find one. So we'll fetch first the product. Then if a product is present, then we will return the product repository.find by category excluding one. So we will pass the pageable. Then the category, so let's extract the product. So with a get, let's extract the optional. Let's rename this a bit. All right. Then we will extract the category. So get category dot get public ID and the product public ID as parameter. So if the product is not present, then we will throw a new entity not found, and we will just input a nice message with the string format, so no product found with ID and product public ID as parameter. Like this, we will have some nice logs. Now we can go to the application service. Let's add these two methods. So public optional product. So the first is find one with the public ID of the product, and we just return a product CRUD dot find one with the ID as parameter. And let's not forget to put at transactional with a read only equals true, and the other method which will return a page of product. So the name is find related and the parameter or pageable and the product public ID. So product public ID. So let's call and return the result of the product shop dot find related, and let's pass the parameter, so pageable and the product public ID. Let's annotate it with at transactional and with the read only equals true. Then let's go to the product shop resources and let's write these two endpoints. So first, the get one will return a response entity of res product. So get one, and we will have a UUID as parameter, so ID, and we need to annotate it with request param because it will be encoded inside the URL, and this param will be named public ID. So let's put the two brackets and let's add the get mapping annotation. So the address will be find -1 for this endpoint, and we will call directly the product application service dot find one method, and we will instantiate a new public ID with the ID encoded in the URL. Let's create the variable. So this is the product, and then we can return a product.map, so product, and we can return a response entity.ok rest product from domain. So here we just map the product domain to the REST product. And if that's not the case, if the optional is empty, then we will not throw, but we will do a else get. We will return a bad request exception, so that bad request to build, because it means that the UUID is not good and that the product doesn't exist in our database. Yes, so we need to rename this. So let's rename it this way. Like this, there is no collision with this name. Now for the second endpoint. So this one will return a response entity of page of REST product. The name of the method will be find related, and the parameter will be pageable, and it will be the same here. We will have the UUID encoded in the URL directly. It will be a get method as well, and the address will be /related. So first, we are going to call the product application service find related with the parameter pageable, and we just instantiate a new public ID with the ID that is located in the URL. With that, we create the local variable. This one is going to be the product page, and then we need to create a page implementation, but of type REST product, because that's not a page of product that we are sending back to the backend. So we are going to extract the content of the product page, and we are going to map it with a REST product. So REST product with from domain, and we will just do a toList. Then we will pass the pageable object and the total element. Then here we're going to create the local variable, and we can wrap this list inside a response entity. So okay, REST product. Now we just need to handle the error. So let's create a try catch, and let's wrap the API path inside, and we will catch if there is any entity not found exception. So ENFE. And if that's the case, we just return a response entity.badRequest.build. Because if you remember, the service is throwing here the exception. I just erased my return, so let's rewrite it. So response entity.ok and REST product. Oh no, in fact it was here. Okay, anyway, let's delete it. Let's reload our backend. And let's switch to the front end. So let's switch to the backend. So first, let's go to the user product service, where we will write the two Angular service, in order to fetch the two endpoint that we just wrote for the backend. So first, let's write find one by public ID. So as parameter, we have a public ID, and we will return an observable of product. We will just return, so this.http.get of product. The address is going to be environment.api URL /product shop /find-1. And here, because he has the same name, we can pass the params like this, so directly as a JavaScript object. Then let's write the find related product. So the first parameter will be a page request of type pagination and a product public ID type string. We will return an observable of page of product. And then let's write return dot http dot get of type product. And the address is environment.api URL /product-shop/related. Then we just forgot to create the pagination request. So page request, introduce local variable, params. This is const, we don't need let. And here, let's pass the param, the HTTP the HTTP param, sorry. And in fact, I forgot to put the product public ID. So we need to reassign it and we need to do a params.append public ID product public ID. So we need to reassign it because params is immutable. And so you recreate every time you do an append, you recreate a new object. Also, here it's not a product, it's a page of product. All right, now TypeScript is happy and we are good for our service. So now let's create our product detail component. So here it will still be the shop folder. So we will still create our component inside the shop folder, and so we will call it product detail. All right, now let's go to the app route and let's route our component. So the path is going to be product slash public ID, and the name of the component is product detail component. What we also need in terms of configuration, okay, so we already have the with component input binding, that's good. We want to make sure that we have this parameter because it allows us and Angular to map a particular HTTP parameter to an input binding. So that's very useful because like this, we don't need to write some custom code like before in order to fetch this kind of parameter. So now let's open the product detail. And so first we will need the public ID, so parameter. So we will do a inject param. And here we specify the name of the param that is located in the URL. So then let's inject the service. So inject user product service, router, inject, router. Then we need as well the toast service. So inject toast service. Then we will need the last public ID. And as usual, when we request page, the page request default pagination object. So with a page, with a page 0, a size of 20, and no sort. Then we can create our two queries. So first, the product query, fetch the product. So arrow, parenthesis, and inside it's an object. Then query key, so query key, so it's an array, and the key is product alongside with the public ID parameter that is coming from the URL. Then the query function, that is last value from this dot product service dot find one by public ID, and the parameter is the public ID signal. Then we will have another query, so let's copy paste it. This one is the related product query, and the key here is going to be related dash with the public ID but also the page request, and the query function will be the find related product, and we need here the page request. So let's go on the next line. Now we need to handle when the URL is going to change. So let's write a method handle public ID change, and we will listen to when the public ID signal is changing, and if there is a value inside, then we will check if the last public ID is different from the one inside the signal, and if the last public ID is different from empty. Then, if that's the case, then we will refetch the related product. So refetch. Oh, okay, that's why I don't have the autocomplete. It's because here I didn't read carefully, sorry. It's the inject query here. Okay, that's better. And then we need to refetch as well the product query data. And then here we need to update the last public ID with the value that is inside the signal. Then, so to make sure this method is called, we need to create a constructor where we will create an effect, and this effect will directly call this method if the signal, so the public ID has changed. Let's create two other methods to handle error for both of our queries. So first, handle related product query error. So if this dot related product query is in error state, then let's show a toast service to the user. Error failed to load related product. Please try again. And that's an error. And let's do the same for the other query. So handle product query. This dot product query dot is error. And here it's not related product, it's just to load product. Let's call these two methods in both effect. So handle product query and handle related product query error. Like this, in fact, when this signal will change, then effect will detect it and it will call this method. Now, the controller side is fine. Let's open the detail and let's code the template. So first, if we click here, yes, we have the product detail work. So our component is working properly. So just let's check why we had an error. So for 3, yeah, it's the same mistake. It's because we need to have an S on the service. So let's go to user product service. And here I forgot to put an S. So let's check again. And yeah, now the related is working. The related call is working. We can check. And yes, that's normal that we don't have any response because we have just one product. So let's just create one quickly. So create product. Let's create 32-inch black display, Samsung display. The price is this, and the category is display. So now we have 2. And if we go to network in the related, yes, we have 1. All right, so let's write the template. We can close the other ones and we can reduce a bit. All right, so first, if the product query is success, then we'll have a div with a class flex call, so large flex row. So if we have a large screen, so flex row, justify center and items center with width full. Then we will have a div with a class large screen margin 5. Then we will put the image. We'll put the image of the product. So this one we can go directly to the product card and copy paste it. It will be faster. And here we will have the product query.data.picture. So let's do the same product query.data.picture, except that here the width will be 500. The alt is going to be product query.data.name. And the class is going to be max W, so width full, large, max, width none. All right, so let's refresh a bit. So yeah, so we have the image successfully. Then we'll have a div class, width full, large screen, width auto, with a h1 class text 3XL and font bold. Then inside of this we will display the name with the size. So let's copy paste this and let's input the size. Then if we have some stock, so data.number in stock is bigger than 0, then, so let's just close the bracket, we'll have a div class of text dash green dash 500 with a large text, and we will display in stock. Then if it's not in stock anymore, we'll just copy paste this one, except that this time it's going to be red, and we'll change for out of. Then if the product is featured, so featured, we will put a div, so with a class, so rounded medium, border width 32, padding 2, text center, border dash black, and vertical margin 5 with best seller. So let's see. Yes, that's working. Then another div with a class text dash 2xl and margin, vertical margin of 5. Inside this one, we will display the price, so both price, first the line through with a margin end of 2, and so we will input the price with data dot price plus 200 with the pipe currency, and we will do the same for the real price, except that we don't add 200 and we don't add line through. All right, then let's display the brand. So brand span of class font bold and product query dot data dot brand. Then the color class flex item center margin top 1, so div class margin end 1, so color, and a div with a class width 5, a height of 5 as well, and let's put some rounded border with ng style of background. So we have the simple quote, so background color, so outside the two quotes, so the single quote, so product query data dot color. All right, then let's put the size, so div class margin top 1 size, so it's going to be the same as this one, so let's copy it, we do just size and we change size here. Then the description, so vertical margin 5, width 96 with a subheader of with class text XL and font dash bold. So with the title is going to be description, and just below we just input the description. So product query data dot description. Then we will have the button to add to the cart of the user. So class btn primary, margin top 5, width full, large. On the large screen we want a width of 64. Then we want to disable this button if the product query data number in stock is not superior to 0. So inside this button we will have an icon, so with font awesome icon with a class of margin end 1, the icon, so the name, so first it's a font awesome solid, and the icon, okay, so for now it's shopping, so let's directly add this icon, like this we don't forget, fa shopping cart. All right, and then we can put add to cart. All right, now let's handle the loading state. So product query dot is pending. In that case, we will put a div of class flex width full justify center with inside a span with a class loading, loading spinner, and loading large. So now that we take care of the detail, so let's just see in a larger screen. All right, so okay, so here it's a mistake on my side. So this block, it should come inside this div. So except, no, except for the else part because it's still on the div, so it's still inside the if, sorry. So let's just put that back, and now, yes, now it's way better. All right, so now let's write the related product. So first we will need a div with a class margin top 10 with a h2 with an h2 of class with class text to XL, font bold, margin bottom 7, margin start 4, and on small screen margin start 0. And here we will have the related product title. Then we'll have a div with a class grid. So here we will use grid to display the different products. So on small screen resolution, we will use like 2 columns. On medium, we will use 3 columns. On large 4, so grid equals 4. And on XL, we'll use 5. So then we'll have a gap 8, and on small screen, a gap of 5. Then inside this div, we will have our for that will iterate over the related product item, so .data.content. And so the field for tracking is going to be product.publicID, and we'll just instantiate some ecom product card. So let's import this one, and let's give the product to this card, product. And like this, we will have, so the object is possibly undefined. Oh, it's here. All right, we have the related product here. And if I click, you can see that I can access as well. If I come back to my home now, I have two feature products, and I can access the page in this way. All right, and great job if you have a working app so far. So now that we have our product detail, we are going to implement the kind of search engine where the user will be able to search for different criteria our product. So let's go back to our backend. Let's reduce this and let's go to the JPA product repository. So here we are going to write a query where the user will be able to search. So first, of course, it will return a page of product entity, but this query will allow the user to search by category and by size. So we will see later, but we will also sort by created date. Like this, the user will be able to see the product by newest or oldest. So first by category, because we will iterate over all the category that we have in the backend, and then the user will be able to click here to see only the display or only the phone, for example. So this method will be, as usual, a pageable parameter, then a category public ID, and a list of product sizes. So this query, we will write it by hand because there is some subtle stuff that we cannot do with just the naming in Spring Data JPA. So let's do select from product entity, product, where, so the size parameter is null or product.size in size. So what we want to say here is that if the size is null, meaning there is no array, the array is null here, then we want to forget this parameter and return all the size possible. So end product.category.publicID equals to the category public ID parent. Now let's go to our product repository and let's create our method. So page product find by category and size, pageable parameter, pageable, and we will create a special object. So name filter query. So filter query. So this object will be located inside the aggregate package. It's going to be a record named filter query, and it will have two parameters: the public ID, so the category ID, and the list of the product size, so the sizes. All right, now let's go to our Spring Data repository, product repository, and let's implement this new method. What we will need to do here is just call the JPA repository dot find by category public ID and size in with the following parameters, so pageable, and let's extract so the different parameters, so filter query dot category ID dot value and filter query dot size. Then let's map to the product domain, and that's all we need. Now let's go to the product shop domain service and let's add a new method that will return a page product. Let's call it filter. So we'll have a pageable parameter and a filter query object as second parameter. Then we'll just call the product repository dot find by category and size. So let's pass the different parameter, pageable and query. Now let's go to the product application service and let's create a filter method. So public page of product, filter, pageable, and filter query. Then let's call the product shop dot filter of pageable of query. Let's put a transactional annotation with the read only. And then we can go to the product shop resources and we can write the endpoint. So let's return a response entity of page of REST product. So the method will be called filter, and the parameter will be so pageable, and we will have two requests param, one who will be named category ID, so it's of type category, so UUID, sorry, so of type UUID, and the name is category ID, and another request param named product sizes, and this one is required false because the user can or cannot put some size, and it's a list of product sizes. Then the endpoint is a get, and the address is /filter. Then we are going to create, so I just forgot to put at builder to generate the builder. Let's return null for now, and let's reload, let's rebuild our project like this jilt can generate the code of the builder. Okay, now let's get rid of the return, and let's call the filter query builder dot filter query dot category ID, so new public ID category ID. And so let's create the builder, and if there is a list of size, then we add it to the builder size, product size. Then we can call our service, so with the method filter, so the parameter is pageable, and we can build the object directly inside the parameter of the method. Then let's introduce a new variable, so this one of the product, and as usual we can recreate the page. So let's copy paste this because that's the exact same code, and we can return response entity.ok with the REST product list. So now we can switch to the front end. So let's close everything here, and first let's create the two components that we will need. So the first component that we will need is going to be the product component, the component where we will have the filter and the list. And then we will have inside the product folder, we will have the filter, the product filter. So let's reduce this. All right, now we can go to the app.route in order to route the product component. So single quote /product, and the component is product component. Also, so let's reduce this. We need to iterate and to display on the product menu all the different categories. So let's go to the navbar component, and let's inject the product service, user product service, and let's create the category query. So let's call the inject query method. So put some parentheses and JavaScript object. So query key. The query key is categories, and the query function is last value from this product service dot find all categories that we need to write. So let's create it now. Find all categories is going to return an observable of product category, then return this dot http dot get of page of product category. Then the address is environment dot API URL / categories. So it's page of product category. So let's come back. So now it's fine. Let's just check that inside. So here we have the find all method. So that's fine in the backend. And now let's go to the template of the navbar. And here we can put an if category query dot status. So we can do is success and category query dot data. Then we can do a for category of category query dot data dot content, and we can track by category public ID. So inside this for, we are going to create a li markup. Inside it's going to be a link, and so this link is going to have a router link with, so the URL is going to be product, and we will have some query param. So query param will be category, and it's going to be the public ID. Then when we click, we need to close the menu. So close, yes, close menu. I don't know why I don't have the autocomplete. And it's product menu that we want to close. And we also need to click outside, and we are going to call the same method. So product menu, and the label of the link will be category.name. So let's get rid of this, and let's see if it's working or not. So maybe we need to refresh. Oh, okay, it's because we have some error. So size, so in product detail. Oh, okay, so we can get rid of this, but maybe that's not really the error. Oh, okay, it's working now. All right, so I think it was because maybe of the warning. So what if we click, so we have product work, that's working, and you can see as well that here the public ID is changing if I click on one or another. So now let's go to the user product service. So user product service. And let's write the filter method. So filter page request, so pagination, and the product filter. I think this one we need to create it. So let's just finish the signature of the method. So observable of page of product. And let's go to product, so to product.model, and a product feature, a product filter, so it's an interface, and it will have a size that is optional, a category that can be null, and sort field that is an array of string. So let's come back to the service. Let's import our product filter. Let's create the pagination option with the page request. So let's create the local variable, so param. Then if inside the product filter there is a category, then we create a new HTTP param by calling append, so category ID, product filter dot category. And if the product filter has a size, then we also put it inside the param object. So param dot append product sizes and product filter dot size. Then we can return, so the HTTP dot get of page of product, and the address is environment dot API URL products dot dash shop slash filter. And let's put the params as parameter, so the HTTP params as parameter. So then let's first create the logic inside the product filter component. So let's go to the product filter component. So this component will have a sort input, so that will be a string, and by default it's going to be created date ask. It means that by default we will sort by created date, so the newest will be the first, and we will need a size as well as a string. So these two input will be given by the product component later. And what we will need is a product filter that will be the output, and it will be of type product filter. It means that this component will emit one object like this, and so the component above will listen to this event, and then it will do something later with it. Then we will need the form builder. So let's inject it, form builder, and we are going to create our form because we will filter by two different criteria. So there is the date and there is the size. So our form is going to be form filter product. So this dot form builder dot non-nullable dot group of type filter product form content. So this one we need to create it. So let's add a new TypeScript file name product-filter.model. No, let's not create one. Instead of that, let's go to the product.model. And here let's do an export type filter product form content. And we'll have two fields, sort, which will be a form control of string, and a size, which will be a form record of form control of Boolean. So why is it a form record? It's because we want to create on the fly some size. So depending on the type size that we have here, we want to automatically build the form based on this array. So form record allowing us to create on the fly and to add or delete some field as we want. So let's come back to the product filter component. Let's import this newly created object and let's continue the creation of our form. So first we need the sort, so new form control of string. So this one, the default value will come from the input and we just split because it will be coming from the URL and it will be separated by this. So we take, so what we want here is this. So then it's non-nullable, so to true, and we need a validator to be required. So dot required. Okay, it's just because size is missing. So size is just going to be a method call, so build size form control. So let's create this method. So this method will return a form record of form control of Boolean. So first we will instantiate the record form builder dot non-nullable record, so of type form control boolean. So inside is going to be empty, and we are going to iterate on the size value, so sizes that we can import from the product model. And here we will do a size. So of course we need to create the local variable. So it's size form control, size form control dot add control. So it's going to be size, and we then do a new form control of boolean to the default value is false and it's non-nullable. Then we can just return the size form control. So here we don't need this. So now we need several things. So first we need an empty constructor, and here we are going to need to listen to every change inside our form. So to do that, we are going to do a value change dot subscribe, and inside that subscribe, we are going to call on filter change, and we will extract all the values that are inside the form with get row values. So let's create this method, create method. So that's filter, and this one is type partial. So let's recenter a bit. So it's a partial of product filter form. And so the product filter form, we can go to product model and create a new interface named product filter form. And so the size is going to be of type, it's an array of size string who has then a boolean, and this one can be undefined. And then we have the sort, which is just a string. And so this is the actual size, and this is if the user is sticking it or not. So let's come back, let's import it. And now what we are going to do is to create the filter product object that is of type product filter. So the size for now is empty, and the sort is always the created date with the filter dot sort inputted by the user. Then we are going to extract the sizes. So sizes string boolean, and this one that's also an array. So let's initialize it. And if filter.size is different from undefined, then sizes is equals to object.entries, and we pass the filter.size coming from the form. Then once we have our entries, we can do a for const of size key, and we have the size value of size. Then if there is a size, so if size value is true, and the filter product dot size dot length, so if the array is empty, then we can input directly the size key. Then if there is already a key, then we are going to append, so with a plus and with this kind of quote, and so sorry, and we will do something like this. So why are we doing this? Because later we will put that value inside the URL. Like this, it would be very easy if our user want to come back or share the URL, the search will come back at the same state as before. Then at the end of this method, since the filter change, we need to emit to the above component. So we are going to call emit with the filter product object that we created at the beginning. So now we need to handle two different events. First, if the sort is changing because of the URL has changed, or the size has changed as well. So let's create two methods. So first, we will need a utility method that we will call getSizeFormGroup, and that will return a form record of form control of Boolean. And this method will return from our form the size that is the form record, and we will cast it as form record of this type. Because just with the get, you just get an abstract control, and we want to call some particular method on the form record later. Then we will need a private update size form value. So here it's if the size signal has changed or is emitting a new value. Then we are going to extract those values, so size.split, and we are going to iterate over this. So sizes, so we're going to iterate over it and then update the form accordingly. So get size, and we'll set the value to true because we have an entry of this, and we will be careful and we will not emit any event because of this modification. So what are we doing here is, to summarize, if the signal is changing here, we split all the values because they are separated by this. Then we iterate over the split. And for each value that we find inside the form record, so for each form control, we set the value to true, and we don't emit any event, because if we do, we will trigger a new unfiltered change here for nothing, because here we subscribe to any value change. So that's why we don't emit, because it means that the change has occurred not because of the user, but because of an external event, like for example, a change inside the URL. So now to listen to this, to actually call this method, we need an effect. So let's call this.handle. So what's update size form value. And we need to do the same for sort. So let's make a private method. So update sort form value. So if there is a change on the sort signal, then we will directly, so this one will be easier. We just do a form filter dot product dot control dot sort dot set value, and we'll just input the sort value that is inside the signal by just splitting it, and we take the second entry. And the same, we don't emit any event. And now here, let's go back to the constructor and let's call the update size sort form value. So now that we have all the logic implemented, let's just go to the product component to display the product filter component. So let's make a div with a class grid calls -1f4 6f4 gape 5. Then another div with a class margin start 5, and we can call the product filter component. So here we are just going to create the input. So we have a category that is an inject query param that is called category. Then we have the same here, that is a size. Same here is a size. Here it's the sort and sort. So here sort, it's going to be sort, then size, and we need to listen to product filter, and we will call the onFilterChange method with the $event inside. Let's create the method. And let's do it that way for now. So here we should have, so at least product filter is working. Okay, product filter works. So now let's come back to the product filter and let's just display a bit the browser. So we have a form with a form group, so where we need to input the name of the form. We also need to import reactive form module. Then we have a div with a class font bold, text large, margin bottom 2. So this is the title for the size. Then we have another form with a form group name get size form group. Inside that we have a for size. So we iterate over the sizes. So we need to import that. We track by size, and the size will be a label of class with a cursor pointer, label, justify start, items center. Inside the label, we have an input of type checkbox. So it's checked, class checkbox primary, and checkbox medium. Then we have an attribute form control name, which is the size. And then we have a span to display the name with a class label dash text margin start 3 with size inside. So now we should have the size. Yes, so that's working nicely. I mean, that is displayed nicely. That's not working yet. And now we need to display the oldest and newest, I mean, the sorted control. So div class font bold, text large, margin top 5, margin bottom 2, and so the title sorted by. Then we need a label of class cursor pointer, label justify start, and items center. Inside the label, we need an input of type radio. So the name is sort, the value ASC, so ascendant. The class is radio. Then the font control name is sort. Below this one, we have a span with a class label text margin start 3. And this one is the oldest. Now, what we can do is to copy paste because that's practically the same, except that the value here is descendant and that the label is newest. Let's go back. Yes, so now we have the display okay. So let's forget the browser for a moment. Let's come back. Let's go to the product component to code the logic to get the product based on the filter that the user selected. So we will need the product so that we are going to inject. It's the user product service. Then we will need the router. So same, we can inject it. Then the toast service. Then we will need a page pagination. So it's going to be page 0, size 20, and sort it's created this descendant. We need a default filter product object. It's not really the default one, but that's the one that we will use all the time. And that's the one who will be updated every time there is a new change. So you will have a category based on the signal category coming from the URL. Then the size is going to be the same. And there is size, then size. If not, then it's empty. Yes, it's this one. And so it's not an array. Let's copy paste this one. And this one is an array. So it's this sort and this sort. We also need a last category variable that we will use as a state for the last selected category. Then we can write the filtered product that is equals inject. So parentheses, and then object. Then that's the query key that is product with the filter product. And then the query function that is, so this dot, no, it's last value from, and we call this product service dot filter, and we pass the filter product. First, it's the page request. If a filter change, first we need to update and to append. So it's not event, it's a filter product dot category. So we need to update first the category inside this object based on the signal of this component. Then we need to get a copy of this object inside this component because we want to erase the old one. And then we need to update the sort expression inside the page request. Then we will call the router, so router.navigate, so with /product. So basically we stay on the same URL. What we want is to update all the other parents. So we are going to input the filter product. And then we will tell to the query to refetch the service because if the input change, it means that the result will change. Now, we also need to handle the error. So filtered product query error. So if product query is in error, then we just call the toast service and we show one to the user. So error to load product. Please try again. And that's error. So this one needs to be inside an empty constructor, inside an effect. So this dot handle filter query error. And last thing, we need to be able to handle change when the parameter inside the URL are changing. For this, let's write an handle parameter, the category change, and if the last category is different from the new one, from the one present in the signal, and if the last category is empty, then let's recreate. So let's copy paste this one, this object. Let's add this, and let's just refetch. Let's not forget to, in any case, the last category. We need to add an effect with the handle parameter change. Now let's go to the template. Here, let's display the browser, and let's just like basically code a list. Here it will be a for that we iterate over the card. So if the filter success, filter product query data content length is different from 0, then we will create a div with small call 3. So let's copy paste large grid call 4 and gape. We have a for product filter product query data content product public ID, and so the brackets, and let's just call the ecom product card, and let's pass the product parameter directly. So normally we should have something working. So if you encounter any error at some point, there was nothing wrong, just there was an issue with my server. So then if we come back to the browser, you can see that it's displaying, I mean, we have the two products that we should have, but it's not really aligned. So here, this one needs to be inside the grid. So that's why it's not really aligned. Yeah, that's way better. So this one is not working and the sort is not working. Okay, so it was really because I had an issue with my server. So if you are in the same situation as me, just go back to your home, make sure that there is nothing in URL. Then you can go to display. And now we can see that here, when I'm changing to newest to oldest, you can see that they're switching, as well as you can see that now we have a sort inside the URL. And that's the same as if I try to select some size, you can see that the size is changing and that I can select as much as I want. So it's working, but let's handle some error case. So if the filtered product query is pending, so is fetching, then let's put some div class flex width full justify center. So let's close this div, and inside let's put a span with a class loading spinner, loading large. Then if the filtered product query is success and if the result is empty, then let's create a div with a class flex colon item center justify center. Let's create another div with a class font bold text to Excel no result found, and then a div with try to change your filters. All right, let's refresh. And here we can see that we have no result found. All right, good job. So now that our users are capable of listing the product and see the product detail, we need to do something about when they want the product and when they want to add it to their cart and then pay. So that's what we will implement right now. So in terms of DB database, we need to add other product and order. So order entity will be linked to user, and a user can have multiple order, as well as an order can have only one other product, but another product can have many other product are basically the line item inside the invoice. So it's one product with n quantity. So we will implement that first. Once we will have that, we will start to write the Stripe flow on the backend side first, and then on the front end. So what will happen on the backend? First, the front end will give to the backend which item the user has choose, and on the backend we will create it. We will create the order inside the database. Once this is done, we will create a Stripe session through the Stripe API. The Stripe API will return a session ID, and this session ID, we will just return it directly to the frontend. The frontend then will use it and will use this session ID to redirect the user to the Stripe payment page. Here, the user will input his payment information, and then Stripe will redirect the user to the success page. But that's just not it. Then we need a way to know if the user has successfully paid the item that he ordered. And for that, we will use a webhook. A webhook is just a call that is coming from Stripe to our backend. And that's how we will confirm that the payment has occurred successfully or not. All right, let's go to our backend and let's start by creating our different object. So inside the package order, let's create the package value object. Then let's create a record named order price. So we have a double value, and we create a constructor with the assert.field value, a value that needs to be strictly positive. Then let's create another record, which is another quantity. The value is long, and let's copy paste the assertion, and that's just positive. Then we will need another status, so order status, that is an enum, and the two states will be pending and paid. Then a product public ID, product public ID. The field is a UUID, and the last one, it's going to be the Stripe session ID. That is a string named value. And we can also validate, this field. So the public ID, so let's say that it needs to be not null, and same here. Now, in terms of entity, okay. In fact, there is a problem here. We need to create a package dot order, and sorry for that, but value object needs to go here. Yes, and then here we need to create an aggregate package, and let's create our different aggregates. So first, we will have an ordered product with a add builder annotation, and so this entity will just represent one product with some quantity. So we will need a product public ID. We will need as well an order price, then an order quantity, and a product name. Let's create the constructor. Sorry, it needs to be the complete one. Then let's create a getter. And let's create a method, a static one, to create an ordered product. So public static ordered product. We will call it create, and we will need a long, which will be a quantity, and a product. Then we will need the builder. So let's return null, and let's build our project. All right, so I should have the ordered product builder. So let's call ordered product. Then the price is going to be a new order price, product.getPrice.value. We will need a quantity, new order quantity. Then a name, product.getName, and a product public ID, new product public ID. And then we can call build because we have all the field we need. So the idea here is to have a method that based on a product and on a quantity, we have another product. So then we will create the actual order object. So with the builder annotation. So inside we will have another status, then a user. We'll also need a Stripe ID. It will be the session ID, a public ID, and a list of ordered product. Then let's create a constructor. Let's generate a getter, and let's create a public static method to create our aggregate. So create user, so connected user, and the list of ordered product, and we will need the Stripe session ID. So let's just return null, and I forgot to put what are we returning. So let's build again in order to create a builder. All right, let's now call the static method. So order builder. All right, it's here. So order builder dot order dot public ID. So new public ID UUID dot random ID. Let's generate a new one. Then the user. So no transformation needed. Then the status, we will put the status to pending, and the order product, that's already a list, and the Stripe ID. Let's just like extract from the record. So Stripe session ID dot value. And then we can call build. Let's write as well a new method that we use to validate the payment, and this one will just update the status to order status.paid. So then we will need some objects in order to read and to get the detailed information of the product, because what we will store in the front end will only be the public ID of the product. So we will see that a little bit later, but what we will do inside the front end, we will store inside the session storage the content of the cart of the user. Like this, even if he leaves the page, he can come back, he will still have the content of his cart. But we still need as well to have a way to retrieve those information. So we will also write an endpoint to do so. Let's create first the different record we need for that. So we will need a detail cart item request, and this record will have a public ID, so it will be a product IDs, and it will have a quantity. Then we will have a detail cart request. So who will contain a list of detail cart item requests, and those are the items. Okay, it's because this one needs to be a record. So let's annotate it with builder, and then so these two objects are the requests, meaning that that's the object that the front end will send to the backend to ask for the detail of those products with this quantity. Then let's create a detail cart response. And this detail cart response, so will be annotated with builder. Okay, so it's a class, it's not a record, and we will have a list of product cart that we need to create. So product cart. So let's create the constructor. Let's create the getter and setter. So then inside the product domain, let's create a new aggregate that we will call the product cart with so the annotation at builder, and this one it will have a product name, it will have a product price, so this one is just name, then it will have a product brand and one picture and a public ID. So let's create the empty constructor as well as the full one. Let's make sure that all the fields are not null. So let's create a method private void assert field, and let's assert all the different fields. So brand, let's copy paste. So name, price, picture, public ID, and that's all. Let's call this method here. So name inside the constructor, brand, picture, and public ID. Now we will need as well, so the getter, and we will need a static method to convert this entity to a product. I mean, no, sorry, it's the opposite. We want to convert a product to this entity. So let's return null, and let's build in order to let Jilt generate a builder. Okay, let's come back. Product cart builder. product.productCart, so .name, so product.getName, then price, product.getPrice, then brand, product.getProductBrand, picture, product.getPicture.stream.findFirst or else throw, and public ID, product.getPublicID and .build. All right, now let's come back to our detail cart response. So we don't have error anymore. So once we have the object that we need to display the detail cart, let's create our first service. So let's create the package service because we don't have it now, and let's create the cart reader. So this will be a simple service. So let's call an empty constructor, and this method will just return a detail cart response. So we'll call it get details, and it will take a list of product. So a list of product, and then we will just map. So product, we will do a stream.map, and we will call the static method that we just wrote later. So it's product cart that we wrote before, and we create a list from those objects. So let's create a local variable, so cart product, and let's return a cart. Let's return a detail cart response builder dot detail cart response dot product, and let's just pass the cart product parameter that we just mapped, and then let's just call build in order to build the object. So now that we have this method, we need a way to load the product based on the public ID that we have from the front end. So let's go to product CRUD, or let's go first to product repository, because we will need to add first a method, so list of product, and we will need to load the product by public IDs, but with a list of public IDs. Let's then implement the new method inside the Spring Data product repository. So from the list, we will first unwrap the public ID. So with a stream.map.publicID.value.toList. Then let's introduce local variable. So public IDs UUID, and let's return a JPA product repository dot find all by public ID in. So we create that method in a minute, and we will just pass the list that we created above inside the repository. Then we need to do a stream dot map product entity, so to, and we just call to list to generate our list. So let's create this method inside the product repository. So that's a list of product entity, and as parameter we have a list of UUID public IDs. All right, so no error here. Then let's go back to our product CRUD, and let's write the method accordingly. So it will return a list product. So the name it's find all by public ID in, and the parameter is list of public ID. Then we will return a product repository that find by public IDs, and let's pass the public ID list parameter to the find by public IDs method. Then let's go to the application, to the product application service, and let's create the new method. So a list of products will be returned by this method, and the name is get product by public ID in, and the parameter is list of public IDs, and it will return so product CRUD dot find all by public ID in public ID. Let's annotate it with @transactional, so read only, and read only because we don't do any write. And once we have that, we can go to application. We can create a new other application service. So we can annotate it with @service, and then here we will need, so the product application service, because that's where the method is that we just create. We will need the cart reader, and that's all for now. So let's create a constructor. So no injection of the cart reader, and we create a new cart reader who don't have any dependencies. So then let's write the get cart detail method. So we will return a detail cart response. So get cart detail. The parameter here is a detail cart request. So from the detail cart request, we will extract the different public ID as a list. So detail cart item request dot product ID dot to list. So let's create the variable, so it's public. And then we will call the product application service dot get product by public IDs in, and we will provide the public ID list that we created above. Let's recreate as well a local variable, product information, and then let's return a cart reader dot get detail, and let's pass the product information list with all the detail inside. Let's annotate it with @transactional and the read-only parameter. So now that we have, so if we follow this schema, here we did the driven side for the product. So we create a new query. We create as well the domain that we needed with the logic. We just, with the application, with the other application service, rewrote the logic who is between two domains, so the order and the product. And now we need to write the user interface part inside the infrastructure package. So let's create the different DTOs that we will need to send back to the backend. So let's go to primary and let's create a new package named order, and let's create a record name REST product cart. So the REST product card will have a string name, a double price, a string brand, a REST picture, some quantity, and a public ID. So let's annotate it with builder. Let's rebuild in order to have the builder. And now let's create a mapping method. So it will be a public static REST product card. So name from, and we will have as parameter a product card, and we will return a REST product card builder dot REST product card with a name. So the name will be product card.getName.value. Then the price is going to be product card.getPrice.value. Then the brand, product card.getBrand.value. Picture, REST picture.fromDomain, product card.getPicture. Then a public ID, product card.getPublicID.value. And we can call build. We have everything we need. Let's do the same, and let's create a convenient method to map the list type. So REST product card from list of product card, so product card as parameter, and so we will return a product card dot stream dot map, and we will call the REST product card dot from dot to list. Now that we have this object, we can create, we need another one, so it's going to be the REST detail card response. As attribute, so let's annotate it, and as parameter we'll have a REST product card, so let's call it product, and we will have a convenient method, so to map from a REST detail card response, so from a detail card response, detail card response. So this one is going to be simple. Let's just first return null, and let's rebuild the project. All right, now let's call the REST detail card response dot builder dot REST detail card response, and on the product field we can do a detail card response dot get product dot trim dot map, and we call the REST product card from mapper, and we just call the toList then, the toList operator, and here we can just call the build method. Now that we have these two objects, we can create, so on the order package, we can create the order resource. So let's annotate it with @REST_controller and @request mapping. So the address is /API/orders. And on this endpoint, on these resources, we will need a order application service. So let's inject this class through the constructor. And our first endpoint will return a response entity of REST detail cart response. So we will call it getDetail. We will have a request param of list of UUID. So because we will send a list of product IDs. This method will be a get, so get mapping, and the address of this one will be get cart detail. So let's reduce this. So from this list, let's create a cart item request object. So let's call the map operator with the UUID parameter, and from this we will create a new detail cart item request. So by creating new public ID, so UUID, and with a quantity of 1, and then we just call the toList. So from this, let's create a local variable. So this one is the cart item request. So from this, we need to create a detail cart request. So let's call the detail cart request builder dot items, and let's pass the list as parameter. Now we can call build and create a local variable. So it's not build, it's detail cart request. Then let's call the service, so order application dot get cart detail. So let's pass the parameter, let's pass the detail cart request parameter. Let's again create a detail variable, a local variable, so which is the cart detail, and then we can just return a response entity.ok, and we map the rest cart. So it's the rest detail response from cart detail. All right, now that we have the endpoint to display the items that are in the cart of our users, let's go to the front end. So what we will do first, we will take care of the fact that when the user is clicking on that cart, we need to display a message and we need to put some kind of number here to say to the user that the product has been added successfully to the cart. Then we will also do the checkout page where we'll display all the items that are in the cart of the users. So first, let's create the model. So let's go to shared model and let's create a new TypeScript file named cart.model. Here we will need a first interface that we call cart item add. So it's going to have a public ID, so that is a string and a quantity. So it's the object that we will pass to the backend. Then we will need a cart object, cart, with a product field that is a cart item array. This cart item will have a name, a price, a brand, string, a picture, which is a product picture, then a quantity, so of type number, and a public ID of type string. Then we will need a stripe session object with just the ID. This one will be for the next feature. So once we have that, let's create the cart service. So service. So the name will be cart. Let's reduce this and let's put this service in the shop folder. Let's open this service and here we will write the logic add, remove from the cart, etc. So first we will need the platform ID. So inject platform ID. This one will be useful because we will use the local storage and we don't want that when the app is rendered on the server side, we don't want that this code will be executed. So then we will need the HTTP client. We will have a key storage constant in order to retrieve the information. Then we will have a behavior subject with the name add cart, added to cart. That is a new behavior subject of type array of cart item add array, and we initialize it with an empty array. Then we will have an added to cart observable derived from the behavior subject. We do that because this one is private, and we don't want that all the components that have access to this service is able to emit some new values. That's why we create here an observable like this. The component that wants to have the information if an item has been added or not can only subscribe and not emit any value. So then we will need a constructor, and here we will initialize and we will try to load the information that is inside the local storage. So if we are on the browser side, so let's pass the platform ID, we will go to the local storage, so get item. The key is the key storage. So this will give us the cart product. And if there is some value, then we are going to pass it because we will store it as JSON. So we will pass it as a cart item add. So let's create a local variable cart items, and then we will emit the value inside the behavior subject, cart items. Then this we can already extract this method and say that it's get cart from local storage, and let's return an array of cart item add. Here let's return this. Then if that's not the case, we just return an empty array. And same if we are on the server side. Then here, let's create a local variable and let's just do a next. All right. Now we need a method to be able to add an item to the cart. So the first parameter that we need a public ID that is a string. And then we will need a command, which can be either add or remove, because we want to be able to add some item in terms of quantity. So decrease or increase the quantity. So that's why we have the toCommand parameter. So if we are on the browser side, then let's create the cart item add object with the public ID and the quantity 1. Then let's extract what it is from the local storage. Then if there is something inside the local storage, then we'll try to find if the product that we try to add is already inside. So then we will compare with the public ID, find it inside the array. So let's create the local variable. So product exists. Then if the product exists and that the command is add, then we do a product exist.quantity plus plus. And if the command is remove, then we just decrease the quantity. So then if the product doesn't exist, then we add it to the cart. So we just push inside the array. So let's, cart is not very accurate. So items to add. Oh, sorry, this one was if the local storage is empty, then we add. And if the product doesn't exist, we do the same. Then what we do is we put the item inside the local storage, so with the key, and we do a JSON.stringify, we transform in JSON the cart from local storage. And then we emit the new value with the behavior subject by calling .next and by passing as parameter the cart from local storage. Now we need another convenient method to remove item directly from the cart. So here we don't need quantity, we just need the public ID. So with a string, so with void, we will not return anything. And if we are on the browser side, then we extract what's inside the local storage. Then we need to find the product inside the cart. And then if the product exists, then we suppress it with a cart from local storage.splice. And so to find the index, we'll do a cart from local storage.index of product exists, and we specify 1. Then here we just set item again, and we emit from the behavior subject. Now, let's write the method to fetch the endpoint that we write earlier. So it will be to get the detail of the cart. So it will return an observable of cart. So first we will extract what's inside the local storage. And then we will call the reduce method in order to build the URL, because what we want to do, we want to pass as request parameter the different public ID. So the idea is that we will have something like product IDs equals one ID, two ID, etc., etc. It will be on that format. So let's use reduce. So this one will be the accumulator and this one will be the item. Then let's first put at the front the accumulator. Then if the accumulator length, so the accumulator length, all right, I just had an issue with the autocomplete. So if the length is superior to 0, then we will put a colon, and if it's not, then nothing. And then here, after that, we will just append the public ID. All right, let's create the local variable. So this one is the public IDs for URL. Then we can return this.http.get that is of type cart. The address of the endpoint is environment.api URL /orders/get-cart-details. And then the HTTP param will be the product. So it will be params and product IDs, public IDs for URL. Then we will do a pipe because we will need to map the quantity. So let's use the map operator. So with the cart that is returned by the backend, so this dot map quantity of cart as parameter and the cart from local storage. So we do that because the backend doesn't have the quantity, because there is no use for him for now to know. So we need to map back the product sent from the backend with the quantity that we have on the front end. So then let's write map quantity so we can generate this method, so create method, so with cart and the cart from local storage. Then we will iterate, so with a for on the cart item from local storage, so of cart from local storage. So this is a const, and inside the cart we have the product, and we need to find the item who has the same public ID. So cart item.public ID. So this is the found product. And then if we found the product, then we can map the quantity with the cart item that we have inside, that with the quart quantity, with the quart item quantity that we have inside the local storage. And then we can just return cart, and that is cart. So now let's go to the product detail component to plug the logic that we write inside the service. So let's inject the cart service, and let's add the add cart method. So add to cart. The parameter will be a product to add with of type product, and we will call the cart service dot add to cart. So we just need to pass the public ID, and the command is add. Then what we want to do as well is to change the label of the button, because we want to put a label that says that the item has successfully been added to the cart. So let's create two labels. So one is label add to cart, that is add to cart, and the other one is we want to change the icon. So icon add to cart, that is of type shopping -cart, and there can be an icon definition. All right, so no icon definition. So then the label will be equals add to cart. So this one will be the default. It's added to cart. It's when the user is clicking. And when the user is clicking on the button, we need to change as well the icon by a check. Then we will create an interval of 3 seconds. So that is Eric's JS operator that will count, and every 3 seconds it will send an event. But us, what we want is only one event. So we will use the take operator with a parameter 1. Then we will subscribe to it, and inside the subscription, we will just change back the label to the default one. So add to cart, and the icon is shopping cart. So we need to add those two items inside the font awesome icon. So this one is the shopping cart. We already have it. And the fact check we have also. Okay. So in fact, it's okay. Now we can go inside the template. So let's find the button add to cart. And here we need to change the hard-coded label by the variable, so the label add to cart. And in terms of the icon, we need to do the same. We need to use the icon add to cart variable. And we need to bind the click with the add to cart method. And we need to pass the product queries dot data as parameter. And so now if we come back, so we have a small issue. So let's try to redo the import. All right, it was because he moved. Okay, so if I add, right, it's added to the cart. Okay, and if I look inside my local storage, I should see, yes, I can see the keys cart, and I can see that this is the public ID that is inside the URL. So that's right. And we have one quantity. So if I click again, then if I reinspect, I have a quantity of 2. So that's working pretty well. Now we need to take care of the little number that we want to put on the top right of the icon of the cart. So let's reduce this. Let's go to the navbar component and let's inject the cart service. So inject cart service. Let's initialize a number items in cart. Like this, we keep track of the number. Let's implement on init hook. So this method will be called once just before the component is initialized by Angular. Let's add a listen to cart method. So let's create a method here, and then we can call the cart service dot added to cart dot subscribe. So we will return this will return a product in cart, and inside we can do directly a number item in cart that is equals to product cart dot reduce. So this is the accumulator and this is the product. And we will calculate the total quantity of item that is inside the cart. So to do it, it's very simple. You take the accumulator and you just add the product dot quantity, and we start at 0. Now, let's go to the template. Let's go down, and inside this div, let's add another div with a class indicator. Let's wrap this icon inside the indicator div, and then let's create a span with a class indicator item badge primary, and let's do the interpolation for the number item in cart variable. Now, if we come back to our front, so we have an issue with document.activeElement. Okay, it's because there is an import here that is wrong. All right. So now we can see that we have 2 items. So if I click here, you can see that the number is going up. So that's working properly. So now we need a page to display all the elements, all the items that are in the cart of the users. So let's open a terminal and let's create our new component. So the component will be inside the folder shop and we will call it cart. So let's close everything. Let's open the cart component and maybe first let's go to the app.route and let's add our new component. So the path is going to be so cart, and so the component is cart component. So it means that normally, because we already put the link, if I click here, yes, I have cart works. All right, so first let's reduce this like this, we have more space, and let's inject the card service. Inject card service. Then we will need the O2 service, so let's inject it as well. Then we need the toast service. We will need as well a cart, that is an array of cart item, and let's initialize it to empty. We will also need a label checkout, that is the label that is displayed in the button where the user can check out, because we want to let them add something into their cart, even if they are not logged in. So if they are not logged in, at some point, they need to log in term if they want to check out. So we will tell them inside the button. We also need an action variable. So login, it will be either login or checkout. And at first, it's going to be login. So let's create our cart query. So let's invoke inject query method. So like this, it's an object. And the query key is going to be cart. And the query function is going to be, so this, no, last value from this dot cart service dot get cart detail. So first, what we need to do is to get the quantity from the behavior subject. So let's implement an init. Let's implement the method. And here we will need a private method, so update quantity, that will take as parameter a cart updated that will be of type cart item add. So we will iterate over the local array. So cart item to update of this dot cart, and we will try to find the match that is inside the local storage by public ID. So it's cart item to update dot public ID. Let's create a local variable. So item to update, and so if we have a match, then we update the quantity. So item to update dot quantity, and if we don't have any match, that's not normal, so we splice the item from the local array with this dot car dot index of cart item to update, and only one item to be removed. Then here, let's call the cart service dot added to cart, and let's subscribe to modification of the cart, and we just call the method that we created. All right, then we also need a method to add quantity to the cart, because we will have the button minus and plus for each line item. So this method will take a public ID as a string, and we will just call, so this dot cart service dot add to cart and public ID, and the command will be add. We will do the same for remove, except that the command here will be remove. In case the user wants to definitely remove this item, we also need to write a remove item method. So the parameter will be a public ID, and from the local array, we'll find index with the public ID that has been passed as parameter. So let's create a local variable from this. So item to remove index. And if there is a match, then we actually remove this item from the local array. So we splice, and we call as well, because we need to update the local storage, we call remove from cart with the public ID of the product. With that, we also need a method to compute the total. So for that, we will just use the reduce method. So reduce, so accumulator item, and we will do accumulator plus item dot price multiply by the item dot quantity, and we start at 0. So based on this query, we need to extract the result of this inside this local array. So to do so, we will create a private method named extractList to update. Inside that, we will use effect, and if this dot cart queries is success, then we will assign the cart local variable to the content that is inside the query. So that data.product. Let's create the DMT constructor, and let's call this extract method. And last things that we need to check if the user is logged in or no. So logged in. Then let's use the auth2 service and the connected user query. And if the connected user, okay, I need to create a local variable. So connected user query. So if there is an error, then it means that is not connected. So we need to update the label checkout to login to checkout, and the action needs to be login. If that's a success, so is success, then the label checkout needs to be checkout, and the action needs to be checkout as well. Let's not forget to call it here. So to call it inside the constructor, so check user logged in. And now we have everything we need. We can go back, we can go to the template. So let's reduce that a bit. Let's remove this as well, and let's display the browser. So first, we will need a div with a class, text to Excel, and some margin button too. It's going to be shopping cart. Then we will need another div with a class, flex dash column, and on large screen, we want large flex dash row. Then we will need another div with class flex grow, margin n5, and width dash full. If we successfully query the card detail, and if there is something in the card, so this card dot length different from 0, then we can iterate over the array. So item of cart, so track by item dot public ID. Then let's put a border. So border dash top, border gray 200. So let's close this div, and let's create another one. So div class, so flex items. No, it's items center, and justify between. Then a div class padding 4 and flex again. Then here we will insert the image of the product. So let's go to the product detail, the product card, and let's copy paste already from there. So let's remove that. Let's copy paste. So instead of product, it's item. So it's item.picture, item.picture. Here it's item. The width will be 110 pixel, and the class is going to be max w full, and on large screen is going to be max width none and margin end 5. And that's all for the image. Then we'll have a div with a class width 40. So let's see first. Yes, we should have. So yes, we should have the endpoint, but that's true. We forgot to make this endpoint public. So let's go to the security configuration. And let's add here a line, and the address is orders / get card detail. So let's reload our web service. Let's try again. And yeah, it's better. We have the line item here. Then let's create a link with a router link of /product, and it's the item.public ID. Like this, if the user click in the name, he can come back to the item detail. So this one will be the item name. So we need to import the router link. Then we will have a div with a class text small, and with item.brand, then another div with a class font bold with the item price and with the currency pipe. All right, so this one is because I made the right import, I think. Yes. Here, let's go back. Let's try, okay. So now we have the first part. Now we will need the minus and the plus button plus the remove one. So let's add a new div with a class flex. Inside this div, let's put another div with a class width 32, flex, justify around, and item center. Then a button with a class button small, button dash outline dash primary. So here there is the minus sign, and here we need to bind it with the click, and we will call the remove quantity to cart, and it's going to be item dot public, the first parameter, and the second is the quantity. All right, so I just forgot here that we need the quantity here and that we need to check as well that the quantity is superior to 1, because if not, it will be a problem. So, all right, just a small issue. And then we will input, here we will display the quantity, so item.quantity, and then the plus button. So here it's plus, here it's add quantity to cart, and then we need to put the remove button. So margin start 5, button dash error, button outline. Then let's bind the click. So remove item, and it's going to be item.public ID. .public ID, and the label is removed. So now we should be able to update the quantity, and you can see that here the quantity is in sync. We should be able as well here to remove, that's the case, and if we come back, if we add 1 and then 2, we should have 2 lines here, and we can update the quantity as we want. Now that is working, so let's handle the loading case. So else if cart query dot is pending, then let's go to the product detail and let's copy paste this part. Like this, we avoid writing it again. Then we also need to handle the case where there is nothing inside the cart. So cart query dot is success, but the cart has a length of 0. Then we will put a div with a class flex colon item center justify center and a height of 60. Then let's add another div with the font dash bold, text to XL, and let's say no items in cart. And on the subtitle, let's add some items to your cart. So let's remove this. So let's try that now. So if I remove this and this, no item inside the cart. So here it's working properly. Yes, if I add again and another one, then yeah, it's working fine. So now that we have that part, we need the order summary. So let's add another div with a class, background gray 100, then a border gray 400, then padding 5, width full, on large screen width 96, and a height of 72. Then a margin top 6, on large screen margin top 0, and rounded medium. Then the title will be on font bold, so this one is order summary. Then we will have a div with a class border dash top, border gray 300, vertical margin dash 5, then a class of flex, justify between. Inside this we will have a div with delivery, another div with 0 currency, because right now we are not charging the delivery fee. Then another border and another div with a class flex justify between font dashboard, a div with total inside, and here we will call the compute total with the pipe currency. Then another border, and here we will put the button. So button class button dash primary width full. This button can be disabled. So if the cart query that is success and the cart query data product length is equal 0. And we also need to bind the click here to the checkout method. So this one we didn't write it, but let's just create it. And for now, let's just display the label checkout. All right, now let's see. So let's try just to reboot our server to make sure, because we have an issue here. So we have an issue here, but what we can see is that we have the order summary and that we can like change the quantity and the price is updating as well. Also, the button is fine and we see that we have a nice responsive design. So let's try to check why we have this here. So in order to solve this issue, we need to make sure that we are doing this check inside the browser and not the server, because that's an hydration issue. So let's create a check if empty method that will return a boolean. Then let's inject the platform ID, inject platform ID, and if this dot, so is platform browser this dot platform ID, then we return this expression, and if we are not on the browser, we just return false. Then we replace this expression by the call of the method. So let's call it if empty cart. And we should be able to solve this issue now. Yes, that's working better. So the next step for us will be to implement the checkout. So first, we will come back to our backend and we will implement what I was presenting you before. So the front end will call the init payment endpoint to the backend, and the backend will do two things: create the order inside the database and call Stripe. So first, we will start by implementing the infrastructure side, because we have nothing for order and order product on Hibernate side and on Spring Data. So let's come back to the backend. Let's close everything and let's go to infrastructure secondary entity. And here let's create the order, so ordered product entity primary key. Let's annotate it with embeddable and with @builder. So this entity is going to be a little bit special because that's what we call the composite primary key. It's when you want your primary key to depend on two fields. We are doing that because an order product should be unique if he has an order ID with a particular product ID. That's why we create a composite primary key, is because we want to enforce those rules. So let's implement serializable, and here we will have an order entity that we need to create later, and this field, so let's call it order, will have a many-to-one relationship with order, and we will have a join colon with the name fk order, and it's going to be not nullable. The second field will be the public ID, so the product public ID, and it's just a column. So with a name fk product, and it's not nullable. Beside that, that's a regular entity, so with an empty constructor, a constructor with everything, and with all the getters setters. Then for equals and hash code, we don't have much choice to just put the product public ID, because that's not the best practice to put order, because it will like trigger the lazy loading for every time for nothing. So let's let it that way. So the second one is going to be the parent of this entity is going to be the ordered product entity. And this class will be annotated with @entity, with @table, so with the name ordered product, and we will have the builder annotation as well. Then the primary key will be the ordered product entity primary key. So let's annotate it with embedded ID. And we will have a price. So the column will have a name, price, and it's going to be not nullable. Same for quantity with a column name, quantity, and not nullable. Then let's copy paste this one, except that that's a string, and that's the product name and product dash name. Now let's create the empty constructor. Let's create a full constructor as well. Let's create all the getters and setters possible, and the equals and hash code. So without the ID. Now let's write some method to map from and to the model. So public static ordered product entity from ordered product. Order product. So let's first return null in order to generate the builder. So ordered, so product entity pk builder. Right, let's build this first. Then we are going to have the product public ID order product that get product public ID dot value. And let's build the primary key like this. So sorry, let's not return this. Let's create the local variable, which is the composite ID. And then let's return the ordered product entity builder dot order product entity dot price. So order product dot get price dot value. Then the quantity order product dot get quantity dot value. Then product name order product dot get product name dot value. The ID, it's the composite ID. And then we can build. Now let's do the reverse. So public static ordered product. So this one is a to domain. And as parameter, we'll have another product entity. So let's return an ordered product builder. So dot order product dot product public library, product public ID, sorry. So product public ID order product entity dot get ID dot get product public ID. Then dot quantity new order quantity order product entity dot get quantity. Then price new order price order product entity dot get price. Then name new product name order product entity dot get product name. And then we can build. Let's just add from the let's reduce this. Let's add the public static list ordered product entity from a list of ordered product, order product. And let's return another product dot stream dot map, and let's use the from method that we just wrote above, and then do a toList. Now let's write the order entity. Order entity. Let's add the entity annotation, a table. So the table, the name is order, and let's add the add builder annotation. Let's extend abstract auditing entity. So that is a long, because this one is a regular entity. Let's copy paste the ID because that's almost the same. It's order, order, and order. Then we will have a private UUID that it will be a public ID. So with a column name public dash ID, it's not nullable and that's unique. Then we'll have another status. So that is the status, and we need an enumerated annotation because that's an enum, and we want to store it as the value of the string and not with the ordinal one, which is the default, because that's not a good practice. So let's then add the column annotation, so status, and it's not nullable as well. Then we need a string for the Stripe session ID. So let's copy paste this column, and this is the Stripe session ID. Then we will have a private set of ordered product entity. So that's the ordered product. Let's initialize the list, so the set, and it's a one-to-many mapped by ID dot order, and we can cascade because we want to remove the order product entity if the order is removed. Then we also have a link with the user entity. So user, that's a many to one, and we have a join column that is name is FK customer and is not nullable. Now that we have all the field we need, let's create the empty constructor. Let's as well generate the full constructor as well, the getters and setters, and the equals an hash code. So let's remove all the linked entities and it's good. Then let's write the mapping method. So public static order entity from order. So yes, import. So we need to map first. So order.get order product dot stream dot map ordered product entity from, and we can do a toList to map first the order product entity. So that's the order product entities, and we can return an order entity builder. So let's just return null and let's compile. So order product entity builder dot order product entity dot no, sorry, it's order entity builder dot public id order dot get public id dot value, then the status, then the stripe session id order dot get stripe id, then the ordered product, so that's the array that we just created below, and the user that we will use. So we will use the mapper, so order dot get user, and then we can call build. Oh, okay, yeah, because let's cut this down to more clarity, and we can call collector.toSet directly, and we can change the variable because it needs to be a set. Then let's do the reverse, public static order to domain order entity order entity. Now we need to do the reverse for the list. So get order product.stream map ordered product entity to domain dot collector dot toSet. Let's create a local variable. So ordered product. So it can be order product not one. And then we can return an order builder dot order dot public id new public id order entity dot get public id, then the status order entity dot get status, then the stripe id, so order entity dot get stripe session id, then the user entity dot to domain order entity dot get user ordered product dot stream dot toList, and we can call build. Now let's make sure that we have here, yes, we have the import. And now inside the repository, let's add an interface with the JPA order repository that needs to extend JPA repository of order entity and long. Let's create the other one. So JPA order product repository, and let's extend JPA repository order product entity and ordered product entity primary key. Then inside the domain, let's create the repository interface. So let's create a package repository. Let's create the order repository. Let's create the void save method. And here let's create the Spring data order repository. So let's annotate it with @repository, and let's implement the order repository. Let's implement all the methods. So for now, there's just one, and let's inject both JPA order repository and the JPA order product repository as well. Let's create the constructor in order to inject both bin. And for the save, we will call first the order entity from order. So we will create the entity first. So let's create order entity to create. Then we just save the entity like this. So order entity to create. And then we will do a order saved entity dot get order product for each order product entity dot get id dot set order, because we need to put the other side of the primary key. It's order saved entity, and then we can just save all at once by calling save all for all the ordered product. So once we done that, we are ready to create our service. So let's create the order creator services. So we will need first the order repository. This one can be final. So let's create a constructor, and the method so will return a Stripe session ID. So let's call it create. And as parameter, we will need a list product, so product informations, and we will need a list of detail cart item request, which is the item, and then the user, we will need a connected user. So then we will need a list of ordered product. So let's create this list that we will add later. We'll add item inside later, and we will iterate over the detail cart item request. So item request items. And so here the idea will be to extract from the product information list. So we'll do a filter product.get public id.value dot equals item request dot product id dot value. So then it should be just one. So we can do find first or else row. So let's call it product details. And then we will do an ordered product.create. And with the item request, we have the quantity. And with the product detail, we will have the information. Then we can create a local variable and we can add it to the list. So order product dot add all, no, dot add, sorry, and order product we just created above. Now that we have our order product, we can create the order by calling order.create. We can pass the connected user as well as the ordered product, and then we need to pass the payment session ID, but we didn't write yet the Stripe service, so we will do it now. So we just put null for now, and then we can call the repository.save and save the order safely. And here, let's create Stripe session ID. Stripe session ID is null, and let's return it for now. Stripe session ID, and here it's the same. So to implement the Stripe call, first you need to have a Stripe account. So create one on stripe.com. And once you're on this page, you should be in test mode. You can go to developer, API key, and you should have a publishable key and a secret key. So you're going to take the secret key and we are going to come back to the backend. Let's go to the .env, where here we are going to add a Stripe API key, and we will also add, but this one will be for later, a Stripe webhook secrets. So let's put now placeholder. Now let's go to resources and let's open the application.yaml. Here, let's add Stripe and let's add a new entry, API key, and it should be the Stripe API key environment variable. Same for the webhook secrets, it should be Stripe webhook secrets. Now that we have these two, let's go to Stripe Maven library. Let's take the last one. Let's open the pom.xml and let's copy paste the library here. Let's add as well, so JSON, because we will need it later. Let's copy paste and let's do the same. Let's copy it in the POM. Let's refresh the Maven environment. And now let's go to order, infrastructure, secondary, service. Let's create a Stripe package and let's create a Stripe service. Let's annotate it with @service. Then we will need an API key with the add value annotation, and this value will be bind with Stripe API key. Then we will also need the client base URL, so add value, then application dot client dash base dash URL. So we should have, okay, so we need to create it. So client base URL. So this one should be the address of your frontend. So for us, it's going to be localhost 4200. And we need to have it because we need to build the URL in order to redirect and to tell Stripe on which URL it should redirect us. So let's create an empty constructor to initialize the libraries, the Stripe libraries. We need to create a set API key method that will be called at the post construct time of the service, of the Spring service. And to do so, we call the stripe.api key and we pass the parameter that is coming from the YAML to the library. So now let's create the service. So we will return a Stripe session ID. So the method is going to be called create payment. We will need the user, so the connected user. We will need the list of the product because we will need to pass it to Stripe. So that is the product information. And we need to have a list of the detail cart item request, which will be the item. First, we need to create a session create param. So dot builder, the mode is going to be session create param dot mode dot payment. Then we will put some metadata because we want to make sure and we want to track which user is it. So we need to input the public ID of the user. Like this, when the webhook and Stripe will call us back, we will know which user has completed the payment. So then we can put the customer email as well. So connected user.getEmail.value. Then the billing address, we are going to ask the user to input it inside the Stripe UI. Then we need to set the successful URL. So it will be the client base URL plus /cart/success session dash ID equals checkout session ID. Because like this, we will be able to compare the session ID that Stripe is giving us with the session ID that we will store in the local storage. Then we need to as well set a cancel URL. So it's going to be /cart/failure. And then now we can iterate on each product. So with the detail cart item request. So item request, item. So let's extract for each the product detail. So with product information.stream dot filter, so product dot get public ID dot value dot equals with item request dot product ID dot value. Then we'll just call find first and or else throw, because that's not normal if we miss some item inside this list. So let's create a local variable from this. So that's product details. And so now this one is a session create params dot line item dot price data dot product data dot builder. And we will put some metadata here. That is the product ID. So product detail dot get public ID dot value dot toString, and we will set the name of the product. So product detail dot get name dot value, and we can build the object. So this one is going to be the product data. Then we will need the price data. So dot builder. So let's create let's create first. So the amount is a double dot value of product detail dot get price dot value dot long value multiplied by 100, because Stripe is calculating everything in cent. So then set product data, we input the product data variable that we created above. Then let's set the currency now to euro, and we can build. So let's maybe wrap like this. All right, and let's introduce this variable as the line price data. Then we need to create, so session create param dot line item dot builder, and here we'll like adjust the quantity, so item request dot quantity, and the price. So it's going to be the line price data, and we can build. So it's price data and then here we can call build. Let's extract the variable. So this one is the line item. And then we can add this line item to the, so let's create the variable here. And this one is the session creation. This one is the session. So session dot add line item dot just line item, yeah. And then we can call create session method with the session dot build. Let's create the create session method. Session, let's here just refactor the name because that's a session builder. And this one is actually the session. Inside this one, we'll have a try of session dot create with the session object. Let's create the local variable. So this one, let's call it session information. And then a catch of stripe exception. And then we can return a new stripe session ID, session.getID. And on the catch, we can throw a new cart payment exception error while creating stripe session. Then inside the domain order, let's create an exception. So this is a cart payment exception. And let's import it. All right, now we have our Stripe service. So let's come back to the order service, so to the order creator. Now we can inject the Stripe service. We can add it to the constructor and we can call it directly here. So connected user, product information, and items. So now that we have our order creator, let's add a new method on the order application service. So this method will return its Stripe session ID. So let's call it create order. As parameter, we'll have a list of detailed cart item requests. So let's call it items. And we need to inject the user application service because we need to know who is connected. So let's add it to the constructor as well as the order creator. So order creator, and then order creator equals new order creator. And as parameter, we will need to give it, so the order repository that we'll need to inject because we don't have it. So order repository and the Stripe service as well. So order repository and Stripe service. Now we can call the user application service dot get authenticated user. Then we are going to map, so the items dot stream dot map detail cart item request to public to product ID dot to list. Then with those we will need to call the get product by public IDs in to recuperate or to get all the product data back, so product information. And then we can call the order creator dot create. So the parameter are product information, items, and connected user. So that's authenticated user. So let's not forget to put at transactional, and this method is public. And now we can create the driving side, the actual endpoint. So let's go to order, infrastructure, primary. Let's go to order. And first, let's create the REST Stripe session. That is a record. It's a string ID. And we need a public. So we need to add the annotation. And we need a public static REST Stripe session from Stripe session ID. And so we will return first null. and then rest stripe session builder dot rest stripe session dot id, and the id is going to be stripe session id dot value. Then we can do a dot build, and then we will need a rest, so a new record that is a rest cart item request. Item request, and this one has a UUID and a quantity with the add builder annotation. So let's just build it, and then let's write the few methods to convert to and from the domain. So detail cart item request to rest cart item request. So this one is going to be cart detail cart item request builder dot product ID, and we just do a new item. So here there's a mistake. It's item dot public ID dot build, and there is as well the quantity. So the quantity is item dot quantity. Then let's do the other side. So the public static rest cart item request, so from, and it's the detail cart item request. So let's return rest cart item request builder dot public ID, so detail cart item request dot product ID dot value quantity, so detail cart item request dot quantity, and dot build. Then another method for the list, so a list of detail cart item request, so two lists of rest cart item requests, so items, and then we can return an items dot stream dot map rest cart item request from to list. Then let's do the reverse. So this is from, let's reverse it, and here it's from, and we are good to go for this object. Now let's go to the user resource and let's write the actual endpoint. So we will have a public response entity of REST Stripe session. The name is init payment, and we have a request body, which is a list of REST cart item request. That is an items, we can call it items, and this endpoint is a post mapping, as a post mapping, and the address is init-payment. So then the first thing that we are doing is the REST cart item request to items. So we convert the REST object to the domain. Then inside the try, we will call the order application dot create order. So we create the order. So let's reduce this. So with the list, so the detail cart item request. So this is the Stripe session information, and then we convert back, so REST Stripe session from the Stripe session information. So with a typo information, so from, this is the REST Stripe session, and then we return a response entity.ok with the REST Stripe session object that we just created above. Then we catch cart payment exception, and if we have one, we just return a bad request response. So on my side here, I need to edit the configuration, and I need to add the Stripe API key as well as the Stripe webhook. So it's Stripe webhook secret. All right, now it should be initialized properly. So yes, that's working well. So now we can come back to the front end and implement this new endpoint. So first, let's open the cart service. Let's go at the bottom of the file. And first, let's implement the endpoint. So init payment session. So the parameter will be a cart, and it will be an array cart item add, and it will return an observable of Stripe session. We will return an http.post of type Stripe session with, so the address is going to be environment.api url /order init dash payment, and the body is the cart. So what we need as well is that we want to store the session ID inside the local storage. So we need to implement some method to do so. So store session ID, we will get a session ID parameter of type string, and if we are on the browser side, then we can call the local storage. So local storage dot set item with the key of the Stripe session ID that we create here. So key session ID, it's Stripe session ID. So key session ID with the session ID as parameter. Then we need to get this session ID. So we will return a string. So let's copy paste this. And here it's get item without the session ID parameter. And we introduce a local variable, which is the Stripe session ID. And if Stripe session ID, we return it. And if not, we return empty. Then we need to be able to delete it as well. So delete session ID. So it will return void, and we will just call remove item with the key. So now, in terms of libraries, we need to add Stripe. So let's install ngx Stripe. All right, let's reduce this. Let's go to environment. So environment. Okay, it's not listed here. Environment. And here let's add Stripe publishable key, which should be, so when you go here, you need to have the publishable key. So be careful not to put your secret key inside the front end. That's really bad because everyone can access to it. So just put the publishable key. Once this is okay, let's go to the app config and let's initialize the library for Stripe. So provide ngx Stripe, and we just call the environment.stripe.publishable key. We just forgot add this publishable key to all environment. All right. And then we can go to the cart component, no, not the product card, the cart component, and we can implement the checkout. So if the action is login, then we log in the user. If the action is checkout, then we need to have a boolean. So is init payment session loading equals to false, because we need to know in order to display the spinner. So this is true. Like this, we can display the spinner inside the button. And we need to create the list by mapping the product from the cart, from the local cart. So item, and then we create, so public ID, item dot public ID, quantity, item dot, so as cart item add. Like this, we have the autocomplete. Let's create the local variable. So it's the items add. And then we need to create first, so the mutation. So let's create the init payment session, and let's call the inject mutation function. So the object needs a mutation function, which have a cart of type array cart item add, and then we call the last value from operator from AWXJS and the cart service dot init payment session with the cart that we have as parameter. Then we have the onSuccess method that will call, so we have the result, which is a Stripe session, and we will call the onSession create success with the result as parameter, and this method we will create it just after. Then to finish with the checkout, we will call the init payment session dot mutate with the cart item add. And like this, you will call the endpoint and initialize the payment and the cart. What we will need as well before implementing this one, okay. We need here to inject the Stripe service. So inject Stripe service. And then we'll call the card service.store session ID. So we'll store the session ID. Oh, sorry, it's session ID. So session ID. So we will store it inside the local storage. Like this, we make sure that when Stripe calls us back, when the user is coming back from the payment, we can make sure that the session ID hasn't been altered, because we can compare the one who Stripe gave us with the one that we have on the local storage. And then we will call the Stripe service.redirect to checkout, and we will pass the session ID that the backend gives us. Then we can subscribe to this and get the result. Like this, we can deactivate the loading. So is init payment session loading, so false. But if we come here, it means that something was wrong, and so we need to show that an error occurred, so other error, and then we can show the error to the users. So error message, and it's danger, so error. All right, so let's just restart the server because we added a library, so make sure that NX and Angular is taking it into account. All right, so now let's come back to the website. Let's log in. So let's enter the password. Now let's go to the cart. And so here it didn't detect. Okay, so let's check why first. So cart component. That's normal because we forgot this part. I forgot this part. Oh, okay, it's because here we need to put an effect around this code. So let's check again. All right, so now we have checkout. So let's click. And so you can see that it's working. So let's try to put a fake bank card, test address. All right, so that's normal that is like this because we don't have a card success component yet. But we should have, if we go to our database, we should have an ordered. So we do, so it's in pending space. We have the Stripe session, so it worked nicely. In the other product, we should have one line with a quantity of 3 with the product name, so that's nice. And on the Stripe side, we have one successful payment today. So it worked. So now let's implement the last phase of the payment for our customers, the webhook and the confirmation of the payment. So as you can see inside in this schema, we did everything, including the payment successful and the redirect to success page. Now we need to do the last phase, the webhook call to confirm the payment to the backend, the webhook that is coming from Stripe. So this webhook, when this webhook will be triggered by Stripe, we will make 3 things. First, we will update the state of the order inside our database. Then we will compute the quantity because if you remember, we have a number in stock product. So we want to decrease the stock depending on the quantity that the user buys. And then what we want as well is to have the address of the user because we don't have it and we need it, of course, to send him the goods. And the address, he fill it in Stripe. So we need to extract it from the API of Stripe. So let's start by opening the order repository. And let's create a first method named update the status by public ID. So the parameter will be another status, so order status, and a public ID, order public ID. Then we will also need a method that will return an optional of order, and because we need to be able to find an order by Stripe session ID. So Stripe session information, Stripe session information. So let's create this Stripe session information. So let's go to domain order aggregate, and let's create a record name Stripe session information. This object will have a Stripe session ID, then a user address to update that will contain the information that will contain the user address, and we will need a list of order product quantity. So that will contain the quantity and the public ID of the order. So let's create this object. So it's a record and it's order product quantity. This object contains order quantity and the product public ID. So let's go back, let's import the list, and let's put the annotation at builder here as well. And we are good, we can come back to our repository to make sure the import is right. Now, we can go to the Spring Data order repository and implement the two new methods that we add. So for the update, first, let's go to the JPA order repository. Let's add a void method name update status by public ID. So the parameter is order status and UUID order public ID. So we need the modifying annotation, and we will write a custom query. So update, so double quote, update order entity, order set order dot status that is equals to the order status that we pass in parameter, where the order dot public ID is equals to the order public parameter. And then we also need an optional order entity that will be returned by the find by Stripe session ID method, and the parameter of this method will be a Stripe session ID. So now we can come back to the Spring Data order repository, and we can call the JPA repository the method that we just wrote. So JPA order repository dot update status by public ID. And then order status, let's pass the two parameter, and we are good to go. Now for the find by Stripe session ID, we need to call the method that we just create. Let's pass the Stripe session information, and let's map the order entity to order domain. So order entity to domain. Now that we are good with the querying part, let's create the new service. So the order updater. So the order updater will need an order repository. So let's create the constructor in order to inject the order repository, and let's create the method that will update the order. So we will return an ordered product list, and we will call it order update order from Stripe. Stripe session information, Stripe session information. Then let's call the repository method that we just create. So find by Stripe session information. We can call directly or else throw, because it will not be normal that we don't find any order. If the process is at that point, then we can call order.validate payment to change the status of the order. And then we can call order repository dot update status by public ID, order.get status, and the other parameter is the get public ID. Then we can return order.get order product. And in that case, we return it because we need it after to compute the quantity. So now, let's stay on the order updater, and let's write the compute quantity method. So list, we will return a list of ordered product quantity, compute quantity, and as parameter, we will get the order product. Then let's create an empty list. So order quantities equals new array list. Let's create a for each. And let's create our order entity object. So to do this, let's just first return null because we need the builder, and let's build back our backend. All right. Then let's call the order product quantity builder dot order product quantity. Then let's fill the product public ID with the order product. So order product quantity. Oh, okay, there is a mistake here. We need to iterate on this one. So it's order product, and here is order product dot get product public ID dot quantity. So order product dot get quantity, and that's the only two fields we need. Then we can add the object to the list that we create above. So let's call the add method, and here let's create the local variable. So order product quantity, and let's just return the list. So now that we compute the quantity, we can create the order application service, at least, I mean, we can create a method inside, at least partially. Like this, you can see the workflow. So the method, so we'll return nothing. We'll call it update order. The parameter or Stripe session information, we need to create an instance of the order updater. So order updater. Let's create one here. Order updater equals new order updater. Let's pass the order repository, and here we will call the order updater dot update order from Stripe. So Stripe session information. We will create the local variable, and then we call the compute quantity. So this dot order updater compute quantity with the order product list that we have above. Then we generate that returns us the order product quantity. And now we need to call a method that will update effectively the product. But we are in the order domain and we cannot touch the table product because that's not allowed, and it needs to be the product application service that does this. So let's open the product application service. Moreover, let's first open the product repository because we need to add some new query. I mean, a new query. So this query will return void, and we'll just update the quantity of the product. So the parameter will be a product public ID, and we will have the quantity. Then let's go to the Spring Data product repository. Let's implement the method, and let's go as well to the JPA product repository. Here, let's add the method, so void update quantity. The parameter are UUID product public ID and long quantity. For this, we will write a custom query. So let's add the annotation at modifying and the at query annotation. So update product entity product, set product dot number in stock equals product dot number in stock minus the quantity, where the product public ID is equals to the product public ID parameter of the method. Now let's go back to the Spring Data product repository, and let's call the JPA product repository dot update quantity. Here we can pass the product public ID dot value and the quantity. Let's now go to the product domain, and inside the package service, let's create a product updater. This product will need a product repository. Let's add the constructor and the method public void update product quantity. The parameter is a list of order product quantity. And here we will just batch with a for the call of all the different products, and we will update the quantity for each. So order product quantity dot product public ID and the quantity of each product. Now we can go inside our product application service and create a method. So update product quantity, so list of other product quantity, and we just call the product updater that we need to create here. So private product updater, and product updater equals new product updater product repository as parameter. Then product updater dot update product quantity, and we just pass the parameter that we have. Let's not forget to add a transactional, and we can come back to the other application service. We already have the product. Let's come back to the other application service, and inside we already have the product application service. So let's call the update product quantity, and let's pass the list, the order product quantities as parameter. So we update the order status and we compute and update the product quantity. Now we need to store the address of the user. So to do this, first, let's open the JPA user repository. So here that's nice because we already have the right method. So let's go to the Spring Data user repository. We have the update address as well. So let's check inside the user synchronizer. Here we have the update address. And then inside the user application service, we also have the update application address. So that's very nice. So do we have, yes, we have the user application service. So let's call here the user application service dot update address, and let's pass the Stripe application information dot user address. Let's annotate this with @transactional, and our service is good. So let's create the endpoint inside the order resource that Stripe will call. So this endpoint will return nothing, so response entity of void. We'll call it webhook Stripe, and we will have a request body of string. That will be the payload that Stripe will return us with the payment event information inside. And we need as well the request header Stripe dash signature, because that's how we will authenticate and make sure that it's Stripe that is calling us and not someone else. Stripe signature. This endpoint is a post mapping, and the subroute is /webhook. So we will need an event. So let's import the class. So it's Stripe model. So event equals null. Then inside the try catch, that is signature verification exception. Then we will construct a webhook dot construct event, and inside we will give the payment event, which is the payload, the Stripe signature, and the webhook. So the webhook secret, we'll fill it a bit later, but here you should have inside your application.yaml the webhook secret properties linked to the Stripe webhook environment that is here. For now, we just put placeholder. Okay, so let's come back to the resources, and here we are going to inject this property value. So private final, not final, sorry, string webhook secret, and the annotation is add value, and the path is application.stripe.webhook secret. And that's how we verify that indeed it's Stripe that is calling us. So if we are going to the catch, it means that something wasn't right, and we can just return a bad request. So if it was okay, then we can call the event.get data object deserializer dot get object. This one will give us an optional of Stripe object, which is the raw payment intent, which is a raw like payment event optional. And then here we write a switch where we will extract the event type, and then we can react by case depending on the type of the event. So the event that we want is the checkout session completed. So if that happened, let's break, and let's call the method handle checkout session completed with the raw payment event dot or else throw. So we are going to create this method right away, But for the code of the endpoint, that's all. We just like send a response entity of OK to Stripe, and that's it. So let's now handle this case. So create a method. So the Stripe object, let's call it row Stripe object. And let's call it the same with just optional. Like this, it's clearer. And then let's cast it. So if row Stripe object instance of session. So if this object is of type session, then we can extract the address. Session.get customer detail dot get address. So let's extract this object. And from that, we can create a user address object with the builder. So let's call address. So yes, so city address.get city, then country address.get country, zip code address.get postal code, and street address.get line 1 and .build. Then let's create the user address object, and then let's create a user address to update builder. So let's pass the user address object and the user public ID that we can extract. So let's create the object new public ID uuid dot from string and session dot get metadata inside the Stripe object dot get user dash public dash ID. Then let's just call build. Oh, okay, that's a user public ID. And then let's create the Stripe session information object with the user address. So let's create user address to update and the Stripe session ID. So let's create a new Stripe session ID and let's extract it from the session directly. And then that's it for now. We can build this object. So let's create the local variable, so session information, and we can call the order application service dot update order with the session information object that we just created. So now let's not forget to refresh our build and relaunch our backend. All right, and now let's configure the webhook part in Stripe. So first you can go on the docs for the Stripe CLI because you will need to install it on your computer. Okay, so depending on the OS, so you have like different way of doing it. And so the CLI will help us to set up the webhook and also create a proxy on our local machine. Like this, Stripe can call us directly and we can receive the request directly on local. So once you install it, you can type Stripe login on the command line, and then you will be asked to do a few things like this. Once you're logged in, we will be ready to listen to the webhook event. And in that case, so we go to a terminal and we can type Stripe listen -- forward. So you input the address of the backend and then the address of the webhook API. So for us, it's /API/orders and then /webhook. So once we input that, we should have here the webhook secret. So this one, you copy paste it, and you copy it and you paste it inside your .env file. Me, I will edit the configuration of my backend inside IntelliJ. I will update it. I will update the environment variable like this. But if you're launching it with NX, then you can use this file. You should use this file. And here, do not hardcode anything in your application.yaml, because the idea is that your .env should not be committed inside your repo, because in your repo, you shouldn't have any secrets like this. That's why we put the environment variable, in order to avoid committing anything inside your GitHub repository. So once this is done, if we come back to the Stripe console, here in developer, you can go to webhook and event. So that's where you can see all the events that will come, and that's how you can debug as well. All right, so now we are good on our backend side. Let's go to the front end. So let's open a terminal, and here let's create a new component. And this component, we will create it inside shop, and we'll call it cart success. So then let's open it, CRUD success, and let's open first the TypeScript file. So the first thing that we will need is the session ID that will be injected by Stripe. So let's call inject query param. And if you remember, it will be injected by Stripe because inside the Stripe service, we configure a success URL with the checkout session ID as request param. So by using the inject query param, we will fetch the session ID coming from the URL. Then we need the CRUD service. So let's inject it as well. CRUD service. Then we need a boolean is valid access to true. And let's write a method to verify that the user has the session as a valid session. So first, inside the CRUD service, let's get the session ID from the local storage. Let's create the local variable. So let's call it session ID local storage. And if the session ID local storage is different from the one that is inside the URL, then the access is not valid. If that's not the case, then we can call the delete session ID because it means that the session is complete. So we delete it from the local storage. And we can as well call the clear CRUD that we need to write because of course the user don't need it anymore. So let's create the method clear CRUD. So if we are in the client side, then we can remove item from the local storage and we can remove, so this one we can rename it as well. It's key CRUD storage. And we need to emit to the behavior subject. So with a next and with an array, with an empty array. So let's come back to the component and we will call the verify session when the component will be initialized by using the after next render. And this method is used, this callback is used when you do some server-side rendering, and that it's the same, it's kind of the same things as when you use the is-platform browser. The after next render will only be called on the client service. All right, now let's go to the HTML and let's open the browser. And first, we just forgot to route the component. So let's open app.route and let's add the route. So it's cart/success and the component is cart success component. All right. Now, if the access is valid access, we will add a div with a class flex colon item center justify center margin top 20. Then we will have an icon with a class text green 600. And so the name of the icon, it's going to be a font awesome regular. And the name is circle dash check. And the size is 5x. Then we will add another div with a class font dash bold and text to Excel. Then it's thanks for your order. Another div, you will receive an confirmation email shortly. Then, if that's not the case, if the access is not valid, then let's add a div with a class flex colon, so that is the same as this one. And let's copy this as well. And here we will put invalid cart session. Please try again. So now if we try inside the browser, if we input cart/success, we have an invalid cart session. Now, if I try to make an order again, so let's check out. Let's put some fake information. All right, let's pay. So we didn't add the icon here, but we have a thanks for your order. So it means that, so here it didn't really work. And yes, that's normal because we need to add at the security configuration side, the endpoint should be public. So let's copy paste this line. This one is a post and it's /webhook. So that's why we have a 401. And we need to add the font awesome icon, which is cycle check. So FA circle check. So it's the free regular, it's not the solid. All right, so now we have an invalid card session because the local storage has been cleared. Let's reboot the backend to make sure the change have been taken into account, and let's make a new order. Right, so let's go to checkout. Let's input some random number. Let's pay. And now let's see. So here we have a 200 in the webhook part, and on the backend side, so on the order, we should have paid. So that's nice. And if we go to the user table, we should have the address. So here we have the address that we input inside Stripe. So that works as well. And we have here the cart is at 0 now. And if we check inside the local storage, we don't have anything anymore. And this one is the authentication, it's okay. So we are good for the payment. Great job if you manage to do it, because that's not an easy task with all the middleware that we have. So now that our user can make a payment, we need to give them a way to see the order they have made. So we will make one UI for the user, and we need to give to the administrator the same thing. They need to have a way to see the order that the user has made in order to send them goods. So we are going to create these two endpoints, one for the users and one for the administrator. So first, let's go to the JPA order repository, and we'll start by writing the query that we need in order to fetch all the order for one user by his public ID. So we will return a page of order entity, and we will do a find all by user public ID, and the parameter will be a public ID, so a user public ID, and an object pageable in order to control the number of order we want. After that, let's go to the order repository, and let's create a method that will return a page of order, and the name will be find all by user public ID. So user public ID, and pageable. Now let's implement this new method inside the Spring Data Order repository, and let's call the JPA order repository dot find all by user public ID. So the first parameter is the user public ID, and the second one the pageable. Then we need to map with the order entity to domain, and that's all we need for the Spring Data Order repository. Then let's go to the order reader. So the order reader, we need to create it. So let's go to domain order service, and let's create the order reader. So we will need the order repository. So let's create a constructor, and so the method will be public. It will return a page of order, and so let's do a find all by user public ID. So the name of the method will be find all by user public ID, and the parameter is user public ID and pageable and the pageable. Then we can return order repository dot find all by user public ID, so user public ID and pageable parameter. Then let's go to the order application service and create a public page order method, so that will return the page of order, and the name will be find orders for collected user. So the only parameter will be a pageable, and we will use the user application service to get the authenticated user. So let's introduce the variable to extract the user, and we will just return the order reader that we need. So we need to create it first. So private final order reader. Let's instantiate it inside the constructor. So order reader equal new order reader, and we give it the order repository. And then we can do the order reader dot find all by user public ID. And the public ID is coming from the authenticated user, and the pageable is coming from the parameter. Let's annotate transactional with the read-only attribute to true. And now we can go to the order resource in order to create the endpoint. So the endpoint will be public and it will return a response entity of REST order, so page of REST order read that we need to create. The name of the method will be get order for connected user, and the backend will give us the pageable object that we need in order to page correctly the request. Then, so first, let's create the two objects that we are going to need in order to send the information back to the backend. So inside infrastructure primary order, let's create a REST ordered item read. So let's annotate it with @builder. That's not a class, it's a record. And we have a long, which is the quantity. Then we need a price and we need a name of the product. Let's write some common mapping method. So we will return a REST order item read from the ordered product object that we will have in parameter. So first, let's return null. Like this, we can build our app in order to generate a builder. But first, let's just come back to order resource and let's just comment this. Like this, we don't have a compilation error. All right. Now REST order item read builder dot REST order item read. Then the name. So order product dot get product name, the quantity, order product dot get quantity dot value. Yes, we need to put the dot value here. Then the price, order product dot get price dot value, and we can build the object already because we have everything we need. Then let's write another convenient method that will return a list of REST ordered item read. So from the domain object. So ordered product, order product, and we return an ordered product.stream.map and REST order from, and we just use the toList operator to transform it to a list. So this object is only one item, so we need a top object. So let's create another record that we will call the REST order read. Let's annotate it with that builder as well. And this object, so we will have the UUID of the order, public ID, the order status, and the list of REST order item read that we just create. Then let's write the same mapper. So we will return an ordered REST ordered read from the domain object order, and we will first return null. We build the project, so let's reduce this, and we call the REST order item read builder. No, sorry, it's the REST order read builder dot REST order read dot public ID, so order dot get public ID dot value, then the order status, order dot get status, and ordered item reads REST order item reads from the ordered dot get ordered product, and we can call the build method. So let's just refactor this and just call it ordered items because the naming is important since this bin will be serialized and sent back to the frontend. So now we can come back to the order resource. Let's uncomment this method and let's call the order application service dot find order for connected user. So using the pageable parameter, let's create a local variable. So we can call that orders. Then let's recreate a page with the page EMPL object. So the first parameter needs to be the list. So let's map it order.getContent.stream.map. Let's use the REST order read mapper. So let's map the order to a REST order read, and let's use the toList method to create the list. Then let's pass the pageable object and the total element. Then let's create a local variable out of this, so REST order reads, and then we can return the response entity.ok with the list inside. Let's annotate this method with the get mapping annotation, and the address will be /user. So we have our first endpoint. Now let's come back to the to the Spring data order repository, and first the order repository, and let's create the logic and the query in order to create a second endpoint for the admin. Like this will be done with the backend. So this method will return a page of order, and we can call it directly find all, because this time we just have the pageable parameter, because since it's an admin method, we don't need to authenticate any user. And we can directly return sorry, that's the interface since we are here. So we need to implement inside the Spring Data order repository. We can call the JPA order repository and directly call the find all method with the pageable object that we already have as parameter. Then we just need to map with the order entity method to domain. Once we have done that, we can go to the order reader and add another find all method. So I'm just going to copy paste this method. Let's call it find all. Let's remove the user parameter, the user public ID parameter, and let's just call the find all method from the order repository. Then let's go to the order application service. We can copy paste once again, and let's call it find order for admin. We don't need to authenticate the user. I mean, we don't need to know who is connected. And we can call the order reader dot find all. Now let's go to the order resource. Let's copy paste this method as well, because it's going to be like really close. So first we are going to change here the address to /admin. Then the name of the method is going to be getOrder for admin. Same here, we need to change the method that we are calling. And the object that we are going to send back is a bit different because we need to know the address and email of the user. So we are going to create another record named REST order read admin. And this object will have a public ID, another status. So let's call it status. Then a list of REST order item reads. So it's ordered items. Then the address and the email of the user. So let's annotate it with @builder. Let's build the application like this. We let Jilt generate the builder. So here, because we changed the name of the field, we need to adjust the from. And then let's write the mapping method. So public static, we are going to return a REST order read admin. So from order parameter. And here with a string builder, we are going to concatenate the address. So address equals new string builder. So if order.getUser.get user address is different from null, then address.append order.getUser.getUser address dot street. Then we append a comma. So let's copy paste it for next because we are going to need it. Then we need the city, then another comma, then the zip code, and then the country. All right, for the address, now we can just call the REST order admin builder dot REST order read admin. And so let's fill the public ID, so dot value, then the status, so order.get status, then order item with the mapper from, so order.get order product, so it's the REST order item read, right? Then the address with the string builder, the email, so get user.get email dot value, and then we can build the object. All right, now we can come back to the order resource. We need to change here, so to the REST order read admin. Same here with the page, same here with the mapper, and I think we are good to go. We can restart the backend. And now we can go to the front end. So let's go to the front end. So first, let's create a new service, nx service. So let's create this service in shared service and order. Let's reduce this one and let's go to shared service and let's open the other service.ts. Let's remove the constructor. Let's inject the HTTP client, so HTTP client, and let's create a get orders for connected user. So the first parameter is going to be the page request, which is a pagination. And then we will return an observable of page of user order detail. So the user order detail, we need to create it. So let's open the model directory and let's create a new TypeScript file, name order model. So first we will need the order status. So order status. So it's either pending or paid. Then let's create a first interface ordered items with a name that is type string, a quantity of type number, then a price of type number. Then we will need a user order detail interface with a public ID, a status that is of type order status, and some ordered items of type order items array. Then for the admin part, we will need the admin order detail. So it's a public ID of type string, then a status that is an order status, then an email of type string, an address of type string, and some ordered items. That is an array of order items. So let's go back to our order service and let's import the user order detail. Then let's create the pagination option. So with the page request object, let's call this variable params and let's return the http.get of type page of user order detail. Then the address is environment dot, so let's import this, API URL slash orders slash user. And let's pass the request params inside the get method of the HTTP client. Now let's copy paste this method because the get method, the get order method for admin is very similar. So let's call it get order for admin. Here the object is just an admin order detail. Let's import this. And the endpoint is /orders/admin instead of user. And that's the same here. We need to change admin order detail. Now let's create the user order component. So let's open a new terminal and let's create the component with the nx comment. So let's create a new directory, so app/users, and let's call this component user-orders. Let's close everything else and let's go to user folder and let's open the TypeScript user order component file. So first we will need the order service. So let's inject it, order service. Then we will need a default page request. So pagination. So the page that we want is 0. The size we want is 20 and we don't need any sort. We'll also need a platform ID to know if we are on the server side or on the front-end side, so platform ID. Then we create the orders query. So let's call the inject query method. So it's parenthesis, then object, JavaScript object. Then we need a first query key. So the query key is going to be user-orders, and we can pass as well the page request. Then the query function, so that is a promise, So let's convert the observable to a promise with the last value from operator, and let's call the this.orderService.getOrder for connected user. And we need to pass the page request as parameter. Then we need few convenient methods to help us compute some useful information for the user. So first, compute items name. So with the order, so it's not the order, sorry, it's the items. So order items array, we are going to join the name in order to display all the items that the user has ordered. So item.name, that's items, and we do a join, and we join with just a simple comma. Then we need to compute the quantities. So it's going to be the same parameter. And here we are going to use items.reduce. So first we have the accumulator and then the item. And here we are going to do accumulator plus item.quantity. And we start at 0. Then we need to compute the total amount of the order. So ordered item. Same, let's use reduce. So items.reduce accumulator and item. And then we do accumulator plus item.price multiplied by the quantity. And we start at 0. Then we will need to check if platform browser method, and we just return is platform browser this.platform ID. Now let's route the component first. So let's go to the app.route and let's add a route. So the path is users/orders and the component is user order component. So normally we should have already the button here. So yes, so I'm logged in. The my order, we already write it inside the navbar. So if I click, yeah, I should have user order works. Now let's reduce that a bit. Let's reduce that a bit as well. Let's go to the template and let's go the template. So first we will need a div with a class width full, flex, justify between, items center. Then we will need another div with an h1 and with a class text to Excel and font bold. Then we will display your orders. After that, let's put a subtitle. Here's the list of your orders. Then let's make a small separation with a class border top, width full, border solid, border gray 300, margin top 2, margin bottom 5. Then if the order query is a success and the order query has some data inside the array, so it's different from 0, then let's just refresh this. Yes, so we have your order. Then we can create a div with a class overflow dash x dash auto border gray 300 and rounded empty medium. Then the table, so a class table large and table dash zebra. Then we need a t-head class border gray 300 and a row with a class border gray 300 and a first empty th, then a th with products. Then let's select all of this and make 3 more. So this is status, this is number of items, and this is total amount. Then we need the t-body, so with a class border dash 0. Then here we will create a for, so order of order query dot data dot content, and we will track order dot public ID, and we will want to have the index here. So just for the record, the track here is a field that needs to be unique regarding your data, and it helps Angular optimize and knows when it needs to recreate all of the row when there is a change, for example, when you refresh the list or when the query is changing. So that's nice when you can choose a unique field. So for us, it's perfect here because the public ID is indeed unique. So let's continue the for. So in the tr with a class border t1 and border dash gray dash 300. Then we need a first head with here the index. Like this, we know how many order we have, I mean the orders the user has. And then we need a td with here the compute item name, so order.ordered item. Then let's copy paste this row. Here it's order.status. Let's remove the parenthesis. Then here it's compute item quantity. And then it's compute total. And we can even here add the currency pipe. So now we should have the order. But here we don't have the status. So there is something that we need to check. So let's verify first that inside the network and on the JSON, we indeed have the status. So yeah, we do have the status, but it's named order status. So let's go to the backend and let's check. Yeah, it's not status, it's order status. So let's change this. And maybe let's change this as well. No, it's already like this. Let's rebuild the backend. So here it's status. Let's refresh. And here we have indeed the status. So now let's handle the other case. So if we are in a loading state, so other query dot is loading, is pending, then let's copy paste one of the loading states. All right. Then if there isn't any order, so order query dot data dot number of element is equal 0, then we need a div with class alert dash info. Then we need an icon, so icon which is font awesome solid and it's circle exclamation, and the size is 2x. Then we can put some label, no order created yet. And then if there was an error, so order queries.is error, and we are on the front-end side, then we can put another div with a class alert dash error, and a span with a message saying error fail to load orders. So we can see now that we can see the loading, and if we get the window widen, we can see that it's still responsive, and even if you reduce it, we still have a nice display. Let's now generate the admin one. So let's reopen. So let's first give it more space to the IDE, and let's generate the admin component. So let's put it inside the admin folder, and let's call it admin-orders. All right, so we have admin orders. Let's go directly to the app.route. And here, let's copy paste this one because we need to restrict the route as only if you are admin. So the address is going to be admin/orders/list, and the component is the admin order component. Also, we need to make sure that inside the admin, so we just have category and product. So let's add this entry to the navbar. So let's go to the navbar template. Let's find the admin menu. So it's this one. And let's copy paste the product list entry. So let's modify the router link and the label. So it's orders, and that should be enough. So let's refresh on the front end side. Let's click, and yes, we have admin/order. We just forgot something here on the backend. Let's go to order resource, and we need to annotate it with the admin in order to protect this endpoint. So let's copy paste this annotation pre-authorize, and let's apply this one inside on top of the get order for admin. Here we can import the role admin, and let's restart the backend to make sure this change is taken into account. All right, now we can go back to the admin order component. Let's close the other tab, and we can, because the code will be very similar, so let's copy paste everything from the user order component to the admin order component. So this one is going to be the same. This one is the order admin query, and we are going to call the get order for admin. This one is admin orders, and it should be the only different on the TypeScript side. Now inside the template, so let's reduce the IDE, let's close this, and inside the template we can do the same. Let's go to the user order template and let's copy paste everything already. Let's copy paste everything. So let's change the name of the query, so the data, the error. Let's add a few columns because we have more. We have the email and we have the address. So here we can copy paste two other column, and here is going to be the email and here the address. And so now we should be able to see, here we can see clearly all the order that has been made by our user inside the shop. And we can also see the address with the status of the order. All right, so great job if you have done everything so far, because the app is now complete. So you can be proud because it wasn't easy. So I hope that you learn a lot with this comprehensive and very long tutorial. You have now a complete e-commerce platform where you can sell any product to your customer. Thank you so much to follow this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one.